all day to now get a game against the Wolves.
Yeah, Mimi, only one map taken by the first seeds here. Are you surprised by that?
I absolutely.
That's Phoenix.
Let me hear it again.
Oh, someone screamed Sova.
Oh, I hear a little bit of a
Someone
belt thing.
scream
Like,
Sova.
I do think it's.
I agree,
I think
Sova.
it's Sova or Cypher.
I'm going Sova.
We listening to chat?
I think it's Phoenix,
Yeah, I gotta
Sova,
pull
or
my ear
Cypher.
back.
Wow, that's brave.
I'm going for Sova. I'm going for Sova.
I'll go with B here.
Okay, let's go with chat and see if that one guy in the crowd was correct. If so, someone give him a Riot Gun Buddy. Golden Boy, go give this guy a Riot Gun Buddy. If it is Sova, let's lock it in.
Player is probably a Sova main. We'll see.
It's
Oh,
I was
I'm
right.
sorry.
No, wait, I said Phoenix at first. Never
All
mind.
right, okay, well, we're going to get
Cypher. You
one
said
right.
all three, dude.
That's why I'll never miss.
We're going to
It
get
is-
one right.
It's so hard to do this in like a Wait.
Oh,
Oh, that's Brimmy.
that's Brim Daddy.
That's Brimmy.
As
I think you're right.
Those
One
are some
more time.
those
One
are
more
some
time.
heavy steps.
on Father's Day, I think we need to give this to Brim Daddy.
Yeah, those are some chunky steps.
Yeah.
I'm going Brim.
Is that
that is
Daddy
Brim.
Brim, Chad? Is that Daddy Brim?
I think it is. I actually think it is. Right, yeah,
I'm going for it.
let's lock it in. Brimstone, do it. Easy as lock in.
I feel like the
Oh, my
really easy
life.
ones are like Brim, Jet, and Yoru all have like really pretty distinctive foot. Yeah, KO as well. But once you get like beyond like those, it's like.
Excuses, that's all I hear. But thank you very much, you two, for playing. And you guys in the venue here, you're going to get a chance to, if you're lucky today, to run into the one and only Golden Boy. So let's check out what he is currently up to.
The good thing is at Masters Toronto, you can meet some of your favorite talented people across all of Valorant. I actually have no idea who's on the docket today. Who do we have? Ah, crap. Okay.
How are you not in the queue right now? You're letting him down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm here. I'm just standing here having fun with you guys. So
Mimi.
hopefully,
I wanna
we have
go.
another day
Yeah.
where I get to hang out there.
We'll let you go.
I've always wanted to meet Golden Boy. It's been a dream since I was a young girl.
if you want to go, we'll let you go. We've got a handle. We've got a handle.
Okay.
But for now, let's talk about this very important elimination match coming up, and it is G2 of all teams, Mimi, in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it is crazy. This match against Paper X was super close. They lose back-to-back 13-11 maps to go down to the lower bracket. And for G2, this is a bit different. They haven't lost in the first round like this since all the way back at the first global tournament they played at, back when they were the guard. So a complete lower bracket run is going to have to be what it takes if G2 want another shot at a final.
Yeah, and I don't think that the lack of a Teo in the composition for G2 really was lackluster on how they were approaching the maps. I think one of the small changes that we saw is, for example, on this map right here on Lotus, when they went for a Stinger buy on the defensive side. Not many teams try to do that, and you're just trying to gamble and trying to guess where Paper X could be to get the ball rolling if you're able to get the right read. But it was difficult to do. They lost that one, and everything just spiraled downhill, so it's just a gamble that didn't work out.
Yeah, and you can see the placements here. This is a team with really high expectations. I agree with you, though, Vance. I actually think that coming out, their macro and their comp changes were not a factor in their loss, in my opinion. I think Trent switching back to the Sova made sense. Jaw looked good on the Neon, and I actually think they were playing really well, but what cooked them was in large part these late round retakes on their defensive side, playing back into Paper X. Paper X is a team that in their post plans, they play really weird off angles, they play really aggro, and they have some incredible shooters. And I think G2 was rushing their retakes sometimes, not having the perfect spacing, and consistently being caught off by players like something like Jing in those post plans, and losing too many retakes as a result.
And when you give that space here for Paper X, you see moments like this where Patman is just going to be able to clutch things correctly. And you just mentioned it, Mimi. Not only were they given the space for Paper X, but they also weren't working together. It was a 3 versus 1 at that spot against Patman, and he isolated every single one of those fights and used perfect utility to play against G2. So I think it's just maybe nervousness as well going into Toronto and being very cold going onto the stage for G2.
When have you ever seen them lose a Stinger round?
Very rarely in Americas. And like I said, it's like the defensive round that really hurt them that time around in my eyes.
The thing is, though, they were successful in other Stinger rounds.
Exactly.
They forced the second round of that map. They forced the 5th round of that map. They won both of those.
Yeah.
They were still finding success. They just lost the most pivotal round of that game.
Exactly, and what's important here when you're thinking about G2's buy on the Singer was mostly the storyline around the attack side. The attack side's where you're able to control the tempo. You bring the fight to your opponents. If you're going to try to use that on defense on Lotus and you don't gamble correctly, the space that you give for your opponents for Paper X, they're going to be in positions to play perfect crossfires. You can't play utility for retakes. You don't have the perfect reads of where your opponents could be, and you just falter in those moments.
And as you know, a lot of people are going to react to this as no Tejo, no party. Would you agree with that, considering Trent's performance?
Nope. I wouldn't agree at all. Trent is a world-class Fade Sova player.
Yeah.
He looked that way in this game as well. This was a close game between two really quality teams where they lost to some of the team play, some of these close retakes, and a couple small decisions like that one. I really believe that this team is going to bounce back and be comfortable even out of the Teo meta.
Yeah.
Because for me, I think they're so good at playing double smokes, control comps, where they're really slowly mid-rounding on the attack side and their attack side. I mean, it was great, Alex.
Yeah, and Teo only came out a few months ago. If you think about the whole run of G2 with the core that they have, Trent was always in that core. So you're looking at a meta that had double initiator, going with the Sova when you were going to play a couple of controllers. They had so many different compositions before even a Teo meta, and always won like the Ascendant in the first place. They beat M80 in that on that moment, and once they started their career here in the Americas, they were also very dominant, especially with Trent playing a Sova or Fade.
Well, I hope that people listen to what you guys have said, because, you know, they like to react.
Don't overreact.
Yeah.
G2 is still good.
They like to overreact, but G2
Never.
falling into the lower bracket definitely messed with a lot of people's pick'ems, but not for Zels's. Here is a totally measured and mild take from the Vibe Merchant himself.
I think G2 are very good, and I hope that they have a great rest of the tournament.
I think G2 are horrible, and the fact that they lost to Paper X is embarrassing, and I think they need to be eliminated from the tournament. I don't even think they should be allowed to play their elimination game. Just send them home.
All right, like we said, don't overreact.
So true, bestie.
It's a
So
joke.
true.
It's a joke. He's just having fun. But is there any bit of truth in that, G2? Are they in real risk of elimination?
I mean, of course, they're in the lower bracket, but I don't think they're at great risk today. I think XLG is a very favorable opponent.
It's still quite crazy that all the #1 seeds are in the lower brackets.
There's a lot of pressure on G2, so let's check in on how Valen is doing today. He spoke with Jen Lee ahead of today's match.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Valen. Valen, first match, got that out of the way. No more curses. And now is the time to show us who you guys really are. So what innovations can G2 bring to avoid elimination today?
We have a very deep map pool, so you're going to see new comps out of us, maybe some interesting comps today. But not only that, I think that now that we're warmed up to the stage, we're ready to compete. I would say in the first game we were a bit shaky, and now we feel a lot more confident. You know, and we're just gonna come out and do that thing. So I'm excited for today.
Okay. Go crush that game.
Yeah, let's go.
Does he ever lie? Have you ever seen him lie? Like the new comms, the new stuff. Does that? Are we gonna
he
really
tends to
see
be
it?
pretty honest.
Okay, so new comms.
How crazy there are, I don't know, because I think in a lot of their maps they'll just one-for-one Sova instead of Teo. But maybe we get a little more.
I think we've seen some cooking being done by G2. If you haven't been following Americas, for example, if you're able to play a map like Icebox, they're also playing like a non-duelist comp and playing a Gecko on top of that and trying to get some good results out of it. So I feel like, yeah, definitely going into the playoff stage where you're changing the whole meta. There's no more Teo. You have an opportunity to come up with something new. But this is a big gamble to be able to do this or to try to do this in the lower brackets because it's unpracticed in official matches.
We do have a very interesting duelist head-to-head though, Vansili, between Giacomo and Raga.
Yeah, that's going to be a very fun one. As I mentioned before, I mean, Raga is at the top of the chain when it comes to the Chinese region, and then Giacomo, yeah, I mean, he definitely is the type of duelist that it's kind of like a silent killer for me. He's like not really talked about when you're talking about the top duelists in Americas. You're always talking about Aspas or Zekin. He just does his job. There's actually some hardcore fans who will always talk about Giacomo, but overall, this is going to be a nice toe-to-toe fight.
The biggest difference between these teams, in my mind, is how reliant they are on their duelist player. When you watch XLG's run in CN, they're constantly dumping like full double initiator utility into Raga. He's playing a lot of the Neon. He was the highest statistical player of that region out of the playoffs versus Jaw, who was fine, right? Like the story was more focused on his teammates, on the Trents, on the Leafs of the world. But this is still a championship winning duelist who is a fantastic role player and who we saw step back up to that pole position when he played the Neon against Paper X.
And Mimi, I hope they are going to be confident today. But for XLG, they had all of the advantages you could get in the world as a first seed. They picked Sen. Now, with G2 also being an opponent from Americas, do you think they could at least feel a little bit comfortable in that, knowing they wanted to play somebody from Americas anyway?
I don't know. I think like the whole choosing your opponent thing is really difficult with any of those teams coming out of groups. There are some similarities in style between Sen and G2, but to me, so much of this XLG loss was just A, having a substitute, and B, just looking super nervous and out of form on the stage. They were making so many mistakes that they just didn't in the CN region.
I like to also say that XLG has a very similar type of play style as G2 themselves. So when you're just talking about Mimi earlier on about double initiators trying to dump util to try to engage and initiate Vargas who gets openings, it's very similar for Jogimo with Trent and Jonah B in that style. So I feel like the matchup, the clash between these two teams is not going to be as one-sided as we expect it to be because of this type of play style. It's very similar.
But if we do get like a Neon map in the pool where Jaw's playing that, I think it will be a similar experience to what they had when they faced up against Sentinels. Obviously, Happyway, Raga, they're amazing players, but I'm looking at the other three to step up in the match. Those three players were minus 42 in the game against Sen. Combined, I think a lot of the mistakes came down to missing trades, some of those players whiffing out in key rounds, and just kind of getting overwhelmed a little bit when Zekken was running at them on Neon. And of course, it's very hard to play against that, especially with the pressure of your first big stage game. But they did not rise to the occasion in the way they needed to that match.
But at least they got it out of the way, right? They got the warm-up out of the way. We've heard so many players and coaches chime in on how difficult it is without playing the Swiss stage. And you mentioned it earlier, Vance. There's no more excuses. They've had a game on this stage now. So this matchup, we should at least expect both of them to be a little bit more comfortable.
Exactly. The coaching staff are on both of these teams, especially looking at G2 side. They have Anders even working from home. So there's definitely going to be a lot of studying what just happened on the stage after their first games. Not only to try to anti their opponents
looking like
on
he just got back from the riots.
Just try to fix those little mistakes of what their own game plan was going into their play style.
I hope XLG can find the underdog mentality that was so successful for them in their run to win in CN. When you come in as a #1 seed, when you pick your opponent, that puts more pressure on you. But I want them to realize that, like, hey, if you go home here, it's fine. It's your first international performance. They just have to let those nerves off, play their damnedest, and if they lose, they lose. They cannot overthink it, get in their heads, and falter in the way they did against Sen.
And I also love that this
what
matchup
is this
against
Beatles
XLG
haircut?
G2, it's kind of like the
That's a compliment,
new
dude.
ascended team from G2 side versus XLG, who's ascended right now.
I did go out yesterday as well, but that's not the issue. I'm not really hungover, I'm sick.
Yeah, and XLG star player Raga still has the chance to prove himself here. So let's hear what he had to say to Jen Lee earlier.
Hello everyone, Jen here with Raga. Now Raga, despite the loss against the Sentinels, we saw some superhuman effort and a very strong individual performance from you. So what did you learn from that Sentinel series that you can take advantage of, considering the fact that your opponents today, G2,
How are your pick'ems? I got 100% right now. Me too.
That, Valorant is a team game, so we think like G2 is playing a lot of crossfires and a lot of teamwork. So we try to get better to break this.
All right, so play as a unit, right? Okay, thank you very much and good luck.
Hey chat, would it be crazy for me to order pho or noodles?
I think it just goes back to the point we were talking before. It's a team game. He needs a little bit more from his teammates for him to engage. And I think looking at this roster, I'm going to have to focus on Meaty looking at this game because he just came in 2 weeks ago. They haven't had too much practice going on right now for XLG.
Fuck,
and
they're
also
closed.
He hasn't had the best numbers going into
they
the
open
game
at
on their
in 35 minutes.
So I'm hoping to see here that
I'm
the initiator
noodles.
from the side of XLG could really help Varga put up those numbers that we expect Varga is able to put up.
A lot of Raga's dive plays
You
on
see
the
a bald
Neon
spot
in the
where?
Sen game ended up being pretty pretty telegraphed. Sen played more passive on their defense,
W chatter.
absorbed that Neon's aggression,
Looking out for the
killed
kid.
him, and then we're playing from 5v4s on their defense in a ton of rounds. I think I want to see Raga actually slow things down a little bit more in this game, play with the team a little bit, and be more calculated in which rounds he's actually full sending, because this is going to be a stronger opponent, probably even than the Sen they played in that upper bracket.
Well, on the bright side though, Mimi, despite them losing and like you said, not looking fully like themselves, Happyway was living.
Fuck, I have to get a haircut too before I leave. Fuck.
Yes.
That's 1-0 for that judge for you.
I'm gonna have that barber come to the crib. Thoughts?
Good lower third. He was solid, right? He pulled off some good lurks. He was actually getting quite a few opening kills for the team on defense. This player is very clearly the second best and second most important guy on the team. So honestly, just hoping to see more of the same from Happyway today.
Nah, but then you guys are gonna see the full.
For this roster for XLG, if the initiators are not really helping Ragar and he's the tip of the spear opening things up, you need a solid
the full
player
shape in my head.
at least anchor on the defensive side.
What do I ask
and
for?
Get into those moments for the clutches. And Happyway's been doing
I usually just
quite
say fuck
well
my
for
shit
XLG
up.
so far. And if that continues on,
I let him
you're starting to
experiment
see,
on
like, the
me.
tape that they've been studying
I'm
on
like
from
a.
yesterday, I think XLG could look much better than they did against Sentinel.
G2 plays a lot of
what do you call
no-central
it?
comps. If you look at their split, their Lotus, they don't run a Senti on those maps because they're so committed to the double
Test
smokes.
subject.
So there's a bit more room for lurk players to get active. XLG's a team who plays a lot of 4-1. And something I'm looking at is how G2 wants to set up to punish Happyway, or whether he can still have that success on the lurks. Because if he can, that would be a big win condition for XLG.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to see another sad way, you know, for them. I'm so sorry. Let's just, you know, let me rest for a bit and hear from Happyway himself in this Omen player moment.
Thank you, Dexterity. I'll try to run them in between, but
现在心情也比较平静吧，上场打 Sentinels 也没有那么可惜吧，没有打好自己的东西。难点其实我们的难点基本上都出在自己的身上吧，我们需要多一点自信，然后
Is the volume low? You want me to turn it up more?
就是第一
I
次
think it's
站
fine,
在
no?
世界的舞台嘛，所以
I just gotta switch to YouTube.
没有那么活跃兴奋的感觉，
I'll do it after.
气氛比较低，怎么调整就
Low?
让整个队伍就让气氛活跃一点，沟通交流啊也多听多说这样，还是一样嘛，对
Happy Father's Day. True.
更加有信心。
To work with, and Raga tucks to his left. Surely you can do something with this, but instead,
What's
Narrator
today?
ruins him.
Interesting.
John taken down through the smoke, but does he know Bang is on the defuse? He found the
That was crazy.
我觉得心态上面就告诉自己，
I got a watch party
自己
today.
不比
I might go
别人差
solo,
吧
bro. I'm
整个
feeling
团队
not so
需要
hot.
非常的活跃、兴奋起来。
I got
要相
nothing
信
planned.
队友嘛，最主要相信队友，因为对上另外一个晋升赛的冠军队伍，如果我们赢下下一场比赛的话，对我们来说会是一个非常大的自信，然后
You are not solo, we are with
更
you.
加
W.
顺利的赢下每支队伍。谢谢大家支持我们，我们会在下一场展现出更好的自己。
Happyway's on the money with what he's saying in that video. They honestly looked flat, like they went through the commemorative penny machine in that game. We need to see them having fun on the stage, being confident, showing the energy that they had back on CN if they want any chance today.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a very tough one here for the rest of the team of XLG. Again, I'm going to have to underline going at Mini's side, because he has been a player that's been spamming a lot of Taeho going into the Chinese region, and now you're going to have to maybe adapt to playing that breach, and with less practice, small practice, and trying to get the perfect timing on a Neon meta or a Neon comp that they've been pulling out, he needs to get those reps in.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna agree with him. He absolutely does, especially because one of your initiators is gonna be that substitute player coming in. You have to get those timings down, and that takes a lot of comms, a lot of focus to get it right.
And I would love to see them take a page out of War's book. Somebody stand up. Just someone stand up. You know, give us the Sufat baby energy. But we have the results for our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier we asked you which team is going to make a lower bracket run, and I am shocked. I genuinely felt like people would say G2, but
3-in-1, just like Chatter's shampoo and conditioner.
Yeah.
You use 3-in-1 shampoo, conditioner, body wash. I use 3-in-1 sore throat, soothing comfort. Me and you are not the same.
Their map as well against Gen G, and some small mistakes slip through, so I feel they could definitely make it across.
What I'm getting from that is we need a lower bracket final between Fnatic.
Nah, if you actually use a 3-in-1 shampoo, conditioner, body wash,
I just want
you
to
need
point
help.
out as we look at the graphic, Rob
Dude, a
Moore
3-in-1
is currently
shampoo conditioner
undefeated
body
in his
wash.
predictions. And I need to say, because Kukuka is not here today.
Wait, Rob's
she
on there
said,
again.
Do not forget to tell everybody
He
that
has
she's trying
G2
to go
winning?
for 0%.
Damn, he put
win
everything
every day.
aside.
Yeah, so she's actually trying to just be wrong.
She wasn't doing that the first 2 days, for the record. She's now just trying to continue on with the trend. But I agree with her. I think she will be 0-6 after today.
Yeah.
Good picks.
And Rob Moore might just beat all of us. Yeah, who knows?
Oh my God,
But
Sova.
Every #1 seed is
Who's
facing
that?
elimination today. G2,
Oh my
XLG,
God.
RRQ, and Fnatic will have a chance to restore pride, find redemption, and prove why they are the best team from their region. Who's going to rise to the occasion? It's time to kick off day 8 of Masters Toronto.
Who do I have winning for both matches? I got XLG, RRQ. Wow.
The journey to get here was so difficult. When I first joined, my goal was just
Too
to
loud,
get to the
bro.
international, but then we won the Pacific.
King of Kings, long may they reign.
It feels so nice. We want to repeat that feeling again, so we trying to rush the process, and maybe that make us lose.
How low for you
A
guys?
little bit before our game. They looked pretty good, to be honest. I think it was
Okay.
just kind of the same scenario as us. The first game on international stage, warming up with each other. We can't underestimate them, and I think they're going to be a tough challenge for us.
Fnatic, I think they are a good squad also. They have a very good IGL and 4 insane players. They have a good IGL.
Switch to
poster,
YouTube? I will in a
Chronicle,
sec.
So much experience. It's gonna be so hard for us. Fnatic, I have watched you guys play for so long, so that now I'm ready.
Can you guys turn up your streams as well?
I think I'm leaving this early.
But I think it should be good.
The lower bracket is always scary, but the thrill of the competition and the feeling of that win, nothing beats that. And the momentum you carry forward into the tournament is something that can't be touched.
我的难点基本上都出在自己的身上嘛，因为我们需要多一点自信，然后因为大家也都是第一次站在世界的舞台嘛，我觉得心态上面就告诉自己不比别人差吧。
XLG in the same boat as us. Came from Ascension. We're #1 in our region, got put into the playoff gauntlet, and we both lost first. Unfortunate. But I know both of us have that similar feeling right now of let's go lock in this lower bracket run.
应该是 Jockey 嘛，因为他算是世界顶尖的决斗者，他们滚雪球滚起来的话，那对我们来说会比较难受。要相信队友，最主要相信队友，我们就可以赢得这场比赛。
XLG, you guys are a very nice team, but I'm sorry, we're gonna prove that we're the better Ascension squad.
我也非常喜欢你们的队伍，在我们舞台上见。
If you know ball, you have XLG winning here.
G2 Esports versus G-Line Gaming.
G2 and XLG are the champions of Americas and CM, but there is a bigger trophy here in Toronto. Today, they have to prove they've got what it takes to go all the way.
If you want to go on a lower bracket run, you'll only have one day.
Let me open
You're
YouTube,
not
yeah?
playing. That matches are possible for the rest of this tournament. It is a very tough task, but momentum means a lot. And starting strong in these first.
Sorry.
Omen map select. G2, they said it themselves, Vansili. They have a deep map pool. How do XLG handle this?
I think it's a great start. To kick things off with Icebox for XLG, because you're looking at the numbers and the big numbers being put up by their star duelist is a lot on his Jet. So to not have to go with this Neon Breach composition that they tried in their day one against Sentinels to fight fire for fire, I feel like this is a perfect map for them to just not necessarily bug it out, but to play some very comfortable roles, use that distance and leverage Warbar to get those numbers up and that confidence for the series.
I'm super interested in what G2 are going to go into on their Icebox. They were playing a no duelist comp that they've honestly played for quite a while, just swapping the Tejo in. I expect they might stick to it and just 1-for-1 the Sova, but also, in my opinion, Icebox is still the most viable map for Tejo, even if it still thinks is probably better.
I mean, we've seen it from Gen.G already. They were not afraid to stick to the Tejo. You got to think that Vansili,
I asked her out and she said no.
In this tournament, it would make the most sense for G2 and Trent.
Yeah, definitely. And if they're playing a Sova on that moment,
you got to fail before you can
succeed. On a tail before, but switching to a Sova is still comfortable picks for them. We've seen what a Sova can do on his very map as well, especially in those big rounds when you have the ult up and the passive plays that can play around that Sova. And he's always going to be amazing droning for the team, rather, to allow for them to get that.
Well, personally, I just succeeded on the first try. That's just me, though.
Composition for G2 to not play a duelist, because now you're going to slow scale with the Gecko, with the Sova, trying to find that info.
And G2 is really good at
Tarik,
that
have my
slow
kids.
style, playing that control. And this is where Raga is going to need to be on his game all series. Because if he is taking liberties the way he did in CN, and don't get me wrong, his mechanics are incredible. He gets away with it a lot. But G2 is a team that I know will come in focused on not allowing him to do so.
Was she a baddie or no?
We spoke about this already in terms of midi. He's only
it
played
was a guy.
Breach so far for XLG. He can't be doing that on Icebox.
I don't think so, but if you even look at his past career, though, he's had some experience outside of Teo, playing a little bit of a Sova as well. It's just trying to get into that comfort pick once again. But this is a big test and a big ask for him. You're going into this Toronto stage where you don't have that opportunity to get too much practice and reps in, so you also have to just be pristine when you're going into this moment.
Oh,
Sage!
G2, I love this team. They're locking Sage. We have gone so long without people playing this agent on this map. She is so strong. She is the best way to easily plant the spike, to easily win your retakes. I'm happy with that.
The thing is right now is that, yes, G2 is playing composition where you're having a Sage for the plant, but Valen is playing Omen and your duelist is not really playing any duelist. So at this point, you're focusing on Valen to not necessarily open up as a duelist role, but to get that spot.
Well, the agents are logged, the players are ready, and there's only one thing left for me to do. Toronto, give a warm welcome to the bread and butter duo of VCT, Brent and Sideshow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, let's get this one started then. Toronto, there's a certain energy in the air right now, I think. There's a certain energy because it's an elimination on the line with G2 versus XLG. Two teams that are wishing to go even further here, but one of them is going to be exiting far earlier than anticipated.
And there are so many things similar about these two teams. They're both Ascension rosters that have done so remarkably well, but teams that played the meta, who got the top seed in their region and then struggled massively.
Is it the same guy or no?
Match here at Toronto. And failed to hit expectations, and I think you could say that about both squads, because no one really expected all of the top seeds to end up down here, and especially G2 and XLG yet to take a map.
Bread and butter's crazy. Who said bread and butter? Bread and butter.
People are saying back at home. But I think both of these teams are getting hit by that change pretty similarly.
Yeah. Hard-fought battle over towards A main as well. Conceded up by G2 nice and early. Looking like they want to try and play this one purely for retake. Full evacuation. Raga on his
XLG are about to eliminate G2. Oh my God.
Util's going to be sent flying forwards. Wall up on top of it with the paranoia offloaded. It's all sweeping across the site. Not enough to try and push them back, and Midi going to get traded. Toppled. Towards the top there, Jonah P lurking slightly around to the side here, and there's that Sage coming into play. Jogamo stinking, have onto the defuse, win concert to G2, a pistol round in their back pockets.
Damn.
Immediately Valen's hyped up about that one.
Damn.
This is a big change to their composition, but both comps that they've played recently, both with the Gecko and now...
Wait, these guys want it. I didn't know they wanted it that bad.
Retake style. Look at how much pressure the wall puts down, especially on the pistol. If you manage to save that wall for the retake on pistol, it's so difficult to get through.
Look at this, look at this.
But keep an eye out for that once weapons come online as well.
Damn.
Once XLG have more ways of being able to deny. G2 played so heavily for retake against Paper Rex, but Paper Rex were always there, always with a game plan.
G2, ever methodical, just trying to vacuum up most of the orbs as well, denying XLG any chance of getting some value on their own eco. They bought 3 sheriffs across the board.
Take flight.
Heavy re-exploration through mid. That's just based on the.
Do we know how much practice XLG has with this
so now that
5?
they've pulled bodies into mid, XLG are trying to find this timing to go over towards what should be a bit of a softer site.
Happyway's going to be caught in through mid. As well as that, Nano Swarm's okay.
2 weeks.
Midi going down there. Look at Nano really deep over towards yellow.
See the discipline though at G2. They're not willing to give anything up. Even Jonah P just slight pot shots, peeking off to the side. Everybody taking the right timings for it.
Ooh.
Nice lead here for G2, and you can feel how much it means to them, I think, for a team like G2, where expectations are sky high for this squad. Expected almost to be finalists in terms of every event that they end up attending, especially at this point.
But they'd have to go perfect here through the lower bracket to even make another grand final, another opportunity to redeem themselves after a match that I'm sure they'll believe they should have won in Bangkok. It does feel like an angry G2
If they get a bonus,
first
GG.
couple of rounds. But now Rifle's back online. More opportunities to crack this retake setup that G2 appear to be playing. And the more that you play retake on the sites, the more that you can focus on defending through mid. So if G2 are going to play pretty soft on the sites themselves, that means that XLG should be denied these mid lurks that they appear to be looking for. As Coconut and Happyway were thinking about putting a bit of pressure mid this round. G2 have stacked 3 players over towards B. Currently clearing it out over here. As XLG take that space for an A exec instead. If they go back though towards Coconut.
Oh, he reacts!
Sleep at the wheel or Smos is going to be calling for his team. Reinforcements arriving. This is going to be a brawl. Bit of a tussle occurring out towards B main, yet somehow G2 is still ended up the winners of it. Paranoia used that insurance policy
Wait,
for the exit.
low-key,
G2.
he kind of sold. Like,
As our
he
rifle
mollied
dropped
them,
down to
scared
the
them
ground
away,
marker,
and they got out.
0 and 3.
A rough beginning and a rough continuation.
Open access over towards the A side though, trying to go for that plan. Swinging to the back, Leaf lucky to be alive. Just about backs himself away here. And XLG looking like they want to fight this one forwards, not defaulting back and away, already making the necessary adjustments against the Sage pick.
Remember, you can't allow Jorgamo to get into position.
Why are you
to just put this
spamming
wall
that
down
shit?
in front of the diffuse.
We get it, bro. We
Fine,
saw.
Sky high, face out to the side. It's G2. Plenty of bodies, plenty of action. Still XLG. They have those rifles. Tucked up close
Oh my god, these guys are shit. I'm sorry, these guys are shit.
Still leaves it all just down a happy way. It's Snappy. He's gonna need a bit more where that
Nah.
came from as well. Damage has definitely been done. as
Nah,
well.
I thought I was shit.
28 HP. Is it enough to work with? Tapping on and running him down. Time
They won.
is up. Valen realizes it.
All right, that was
XLG
mean.
will
I'm
be
sorry.
gifted
That was mean. I'm
round.
sorry.
An expensive one at that.
I take it back.
At what
But that was
cost?
really. Nah, these guys are.
XLG
Nah, I'm
put a
kidding.
round on the board. A Red Bull clutch in the end from Happyway. The sole player who's been playing up to expectation, I think, for this
China,
roster
do you claim these guys or no?
has a weight of a region on their shoulders.
Be honest, bro. Do you claim them?
Up until the point the Wolves turned up to this event, started playing incredibly well. Happyway's been excellent, though.
Bro, okay. Guys, we asking China. If you're not from China, stop
But their
answering, dog.
economy is going to be shattered.
Half the motherfuckers who said no are definitely
Three
not from
Guardians.
China.
A must-win round again for XLG.
Jonah P just making sure to deal with a lot of that early util. G2 open up with the slow orb up towards top. Now the drone as well. Mo going exploring. There's a re-swing off to the side.
Ooh.
Adjustments necessary.
Nice shot.
Calm and steady aim in the end.
It's always G2 driving the action here. They fought over towards B in the previous round. Now they're fighting towards A, and it just drives XLG into the opposite site. XLG need to find some way of disrupting
Thank
the
you.
tempo. And the plant denied.
I mean, another one was dead. They just sent the spike into his
Oh,
death.
Coconut.
Oh no.
Even if he
Nah,
got
he's getting
backtracked there, I don't
outclassed.
think there was a chance that he was also getting past lead.
Outclassed.
Refighting. A little bit deeper. Flash. Not really recoverable. Slow orb's going to be down. G2 still wants to play this one for the retake. And Jorgamo just taking that
Drink
slight
something
peek up
hot.
from
I'm gonna
Kitchen.
order noodles soon.
Into that
I'm
angle.
so
Midi's going to be
excited.
dropped now. Just 2 left to stand against it, but swarms on every possible position. G2 have got their number, and Leaf is the one to be delivering that dagger to the back.
I'm sorry, I looked away, but that was nice.
Thanks.
Monster play from Leaf. Perfect at reading the timing. And there is a safety policy. But G2 have been in complete control. Everything that they're doing here is forcing XLG into really predictable reactions. G2's game plan could roughly be summarized as we'll fight on one side of the map, we'll play retake on the other. And you just put the retake side has a little bit of plant denial, whether that's, you know, a nano swarm in this round, and suddenly XLG are slow. The reaction's not quite as fast as they would want. They can't take deep space
guys.
on site.
We are family in this chat. Don't argue with each
now is a
other.
good time. Hit the panic button
Be the
early
bigger
here.
person and admit you're wrong.
Coach Foya has got to get some more ideas into this squad. They've got to find ways of disrupting the game plan from G2. And they've also got to find ways of getting Raga online. This guy, when you look at the stats coming into the event, you can make arguments like, okay, he's in a bit of a weaker region. Okay, weaker region. Have you been seeing what Wolves have been doing at this event?
It's not an argument anymore.
I mean, you know, there's some level of an argument, but Raga has been dominant.
Why was so laid back and
inside
chill, bro? I'm
China.
tired and sick. I'm getting sick.
Tearing people into pieces.
Why does this
But that
guy
was
look
in the
like
previous
Zelsis'
meta
younger
where he
brother?
was always set up with double initiator utility. And now we find XLG in a different meta, having to make a roster change right before this tournament, removing one of those initiator players and subbing in a player who can't communicate as well in English.
Yeah.
Which this roster, in case you're unaware, is a blend of English and Mandarin in terms of their communication. So once you sever that really delicate
Happy
balance
Father's
of
Day,
cogs,
but I don't know if we
it's
have
gonna
any
make it a
fathers in
lot
here.
harder for even a star
I
player
feel like
like
most of you
Raga
are
to shine.
12, not gonna
Seeing that,
lie.
I think in terms of the reflection, I mean, Raga's been putting his body on the line
Chatting to a bunch of
numerous
children.
times. Normally the setup goes the other way. Everything's being invested to make sure that he is empowered and has a great game.
Oh,
But yeah,
God
when I
help
was watching
me.
XLG play previously against Sentinels, he was running in first as Neon looking to get traded. That's not the guy that I was watching in China.
That's an eco round for now for XLG. Whatever was called into the timeout, adjustments to be made. Probably going to be taken into account a little bit later on. Jorgamo always willing to take these
Wow.
fights. He steps up to the
He's
mark.
feeling
He's
it,
not
bro.
shy at all. Big
Ragar's
game
dead
player.
already.
XLG might have been expecting that they got the site for free there. It's good to throw in a twist every now and then.
See it already. Spike's going to be attempted to plan there.
Spike planted.
Wingman will get this one down as well, so into the post-plan we go, but XLG, what have they got to really work with?
Good Utah.
Pistols, high ground position, pushed off and away, Happy Way not to be dismayed. Off to the side though, no accounting for it, and already just wall up into their face, and Pistols have to expend the entirety of the clip just to even stand a bloody chance.
Damn, John got a kill and got back
It's
on.
overwhelming.
What a Chad, bro. He got a kill.
Overwhelming. This is a
He got off,
G2
got a
team.
kill, got back on.
They've come here to play, they want no early exit.
And on an anti-eco like that, the escort the VIP and just get Jorgamo into position, whack down the wall, and it makes those post plans really tough if you're planning to play away from the spike to any degree.
Enemy remaining.
And then if you're forced to play on-site, you're going to get hit by stuff like the Paranoia. Now this round, G2 have Sova ult for plant denial. Killjoy ult for retake. It only gets more difficult. XLG need answers and they need them fast.
One away from a variety of ultimates here. XLG could build towards them. Still have the Thrash as well in their back pockets.
Did they get the retract?
I think that's broken. Sounded like it was broken.
It was definitely aiming to be retracted, but it did make the sound line as if it was broken. There should be a 40-second cooldown there.
Anyway, the turret
Oh my God, the
reinforcements
chat is
immediately coming. G2.
the chat is
They-
fucking
they
crazy.
can shore it up through mid. Bit of the question marks. This drone is going to be going straight down. Potentially broken early. Yep,
It's a good
Coconut
bait.
takes it. It is that bait and switch. Happy Way. He just whiffs it.
You can't lose that. He doesn't have the confidence to peek properly.
Well, I'm sorry, I looked away.
Jorgamo. And now they're making a predictable reaction again. Fast into the A site, hit by the lockdown.
Yeah, and it's going to be stunted.
I missed it,
Pushed
fuck.
back and away as well into the arms of Jonah P.
Wait, I want to see what happened. I'm going back. After this round, I'm going to go back.
Plan
And then I'll
is
2x
down,
it.
but
Because everyone's
two
saying
players
you.
understand against it.
I want to see that you moment.
Away, Jonah P from the pitch.
Sova, oh, why? There's not enough time. Brother. Brother.
Dwindling now for any chance of winning the round, and they know it. G2, they're skipping, they're hopping, they're all over the place, man.
Should I even go back? Nah, fuck it.
Sova ult. If that isn't desperation, I don't know what is.
Desperation or flustered, I'm not too sure.
But look at this game plan, I love it.
Maybe
You've got
XLG
Coconut
is homesick.
as the bait at the bottom of tube.
Maybe they
Happyway's
miss
already
their
walked up
families.
to the window. They had a guaranteed kill there on Jorg that could have opened up the round, and they executed it poorly. Just a failure of mechanics, a failure of confidence, showing that it's not just about the ideas, it's also about the attitude you're bringing to the game. And right now, G2 have come with anger, fury, a determination to win.
XLG, no respite for them. Knocked down to this
there's a
low.
watermark.
They unfortunately have to contend with a team that everyone was calling before this as one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there's another way of slicing it at this point in the year. It does look like G2, but, you know, if they lose this match, then suddenly all of those narratives get flipped on their head entirely.
Gone. Yeah.
It's a very different crop of teams that we've got here.
Well, look at that stage wall. Where's Grim?
Waiting for the next round of the Viper Wall fuel to come up, and now XLG slowly creeping past the boundary. Dart into the back as well. Smoke to try and obfuscate as well. Cut off to the side. Jonah B. He's going to be holding this one back.
Oh my God, bro.
They collapse onto them.
Nah.
It's no from G2.
Raga once again had to be the hero.
I don't know
there,
you
but he
can
only
stream
had
this
3
shit on
knives by
Twitch.
the time he was actually diving through
It's a
that
damn
wall and trying to
massacre.
take the fight. Not enough. Couldn't be precise with the aim.
Enemy down.
And if you need, I mean, listen, we're watching it live in real time, but if you needed any more ideas about how one-sided this has been so far, just look at the KDs of some of the G2 players.
Yeah.
Leaf's 11-1, Jorgamo's 9-1, Trent's 7-1. 3 of them have only died 1 time.
That's crazy.
Massive turnaround for a player like Leaf. Didn't have a great showcase in their last game.
Nah, thank God for the Wolves. No
At the
joke.
top now. And business is booming. Money in the bank.
Shorty, what you drank?
Almost at cap here for
Wait,
G2.
what?
And G2 have actually changed it up slightly. They're playing on with their Killjoy util.
There it is. Hold on. Trying to play up onto one side. Don't know if he's going to be punished for it.
Jorg is trying to get a Sage Wall so that he can land above their heads, but he's...
Wait a minute.
He's either missing it or he's not taking the timing.
Essentially biding his time.
Can't find the lineup.
Okay, drone broken.
You can't find the
Wall, if he
lineup.
hits it, gets him an angle to kill people who are crossing over to yellow.
Where's Grim? Let me make a call friend.
XLG are trying to work the map a little bit here and trying to work some picks. Raga just steps up. Very long sight line, unable to get the kill there. A couple of stray bullets onto Leaf, but he just backs himself away on top of it. Now the lockdown is here. Happy way. Hoping to save it for post, I think. If they can get a free plant on, that would be ideal.
It's a good read.
Yeah.
They've taken down the Killjoy utility earlier on, and Trent, he's not going to invest the Soberall for that. This round has got to be, it's a must-win.
It has to be.
It's a can't-lose kind of situation.
Investments they've got as well, but Raga's been dropped as well. But potential rifle spam, I think, through the wall. It might have just caught him. Unaware. Smokes are going to be dropped down now with a dart towards the back, but again, the pit obfuscated. Hides a lot to blight onto the side here. Wall needs to be broken in time. Portion of it is.
What?
Jorgamo! My God! Jumps up and over, tap onto it, and it is just.
Oh
rooting
my
out.
God.
The last remaining
Holy
player, Coconut, did not
fuck.
stand a chance.
That
If one
was
plays out like
sick.
that, confidence is sky high for G2.
What a
Wow.
beautiful play from Jorg. That's absolute brilliance. The Sage Wall over the top, and then he hops up.
Bro, he
drops
peeked and
behind
shot the
players
Sage
he
wall.
knows are going to take a
Oh my
timing.
God.
That's not just a
Coconut
must-win round
peeked and
for
shot the
XLG,
Sage
that's
wall.
one that you really can't lose. Inside the Viper's pit, still double ults to be able to work with.
I know.
They could have
He said,
still
"What is
had people
happening?"
dropping back and at least using Thrash in that situation. But they believed in the ult and couldn't get the timings on the players. 7-1.
It's only going to get much harder. G2 ult to their own as well. Pit down over towards B. Removes one of the avenues that XLGs can work. Now they've been breaking the turret.
Damn,
up
these
from
guys are
mid
getting
quite often,
fucking
so
rolled, dude.
Leaf has been forced to adjust his setup up.
I mean, it looks at the moment like we're going to get Happyway into position over towards Pipes, which is a good position for a lockdown. The problem is
They're making them
you know,
look
the
so
Soberall
bad.
Just come through and deny this.
They're making them look so
these
bad.
two ults from Happyway and Trent kind of cancel each other out. And they're hoping that's going to make a distraction for this mid push.
Yeah, 3 players up through mid now. XLG looking to pounce. That's an updraft dash all the way around to the side. And Jorgamo caught unaware, still not dead though. And the players are dropping.
Spike down mid.
It's XLG.
The mid split with the KJ ult is crazy.
Something to try and turn the tide of the way that this map has been going. But G2, bit of luck and a draw, of course, is being played. But I don't know. XLG have been handed opportunities to get kills. They've just been missing them.
And the spike was mid too, yeah.
That Sage Wall
that was
reaction
not a
from
good
Jorg
strat.
just completely blocks the spike into mid.
30 seconds
but I would have liked to see XLG take a timing after Trent had already invested the ultimate. Wait for the Sova to be stuck inside of his ult.
One last player with a gun out.
And now in a 2v5, this round is impossible.
It's cooked. 15 seconds left. Spike's out of reach. It's a pure save.
It's the most out of reach it could possibly be on an Xbox attack round.
Left.
The spike going through mid. And these two players
wow.
Hunted.
Dude, they're dying so fast. You guys see how fast they're dying though? Oh my god, they're dying so fast.
Of this map.
Another example of XLG having a nice idea but failing to execute on it. They did even get the picks, you know, or at least get an opportunity for the picks through mid. But I think their timing was too fast. They didn't wait for that
getting bored.
to come through and make it
Dylan's
really
getting bored,
feel like
bro.
they were hitting the site from A. Are we keeping it simple for the final 2 rounds? At least on the eco here. Looks like XLG are just going to send it.
Try and send it though. The slow has been going up towards belt. Almost every other round that Jorgamo has been playing it. Slows down the initial approach. They could flash up and over. The weaponry is not ideal.
Okay, to be fair, chat, XLG is not coming into the event with the original 5 they had that they qualified with. One player is missing. You is missing. No, not you. You, the player.
Ults are ready to be expended. They want to, and the angle just not quite cleared.
Who?
At least it was.
You.
He thought it was.
Yeah, he peeked screens a couple
You?
times. With
Not you, bro.
Yeah.
You.
Valen peeks with the drone.
Definitely not you. But
He's got to be thinking about that.
you.
It's 3 and 10 right now. A brutal beginning, but so reminiscent of their first match here.
Who is you?
Some ways,
not you.
At this point, G2.
Jorg's waiting for a player to res. No one's died in a while.
No, just pulling it out for the fun of it here. Paranoia sweeps. Blinded up onto the 2 of them. XLG stepping up. They need a few stray shots.
What?
It's just stray shots straight through the wall. Still Viva will answer back. Instantaneous of the res. Jorgen's been waiting a hot minute for that one. Viva finally dealt with. Dropped. He's done the damage. Midi from below. Sheriff in hand has only so much.
Happy way.
Just down a happy way. Can he pull off a miracle?
They actually had more success with the Sheriffs. It felt like.
Every single time.
Sentinels were saying after they played against XLG that they respected them, they were a good team, but they thought that they were slightly easier to play against because they played a standard game. And I think that's one of the things that I really respected watching XLG play domestically. They played to the meta, they played good ideas, but if the execution isn't quite there, and you're playing against squads that they're comfortable in what you should be doing, in what the expected play is. Yeah. G2 are currently just tearing it to pieces. Even the more creative stuff is getting utterly dismantled. And this feels like a last hurrah for XLG as they head over towards B. Can they at least apply a curse? I mean, a 9-3 maybe. But they'd have to play better than currently in order to get to that spot.
They need anything they can get.
How old is that? This is a Red Bull, dude.
At this point.
I've been there.
I don't think Midi has used the Thrash all game. Can we get a Gecko ult out here and apply some pressure onto people?
Can our brother get a Gecko ult out here?
Set Raga up somewhere where they're not going to be hunting for him.
Through mid. Drone spotting a happy way. He can exit here if he wants to, but I think just feeling the pressure to at least get a ping, anything to turn the tide.
Wait, there it is.
Been going. And here it is. Hunter's Fury, Thrash, spend it up over towards the B side and catching into his sights. Leaf.
Oh my god, bro. Why is why was the Viper here? Why was the Viper on danger? What the fuck? Well, the Jen is back in yellow. The Viper is danger. Oh my god, that's actually so bad.
Last one left. Got to see those heroics.
Ooh.
Makes a decent go of it. But a go of it doesn't earn you a round.
Bro, the Viper was danger. I've never seen that in pro play. Why would the Viper be danger?
A little bit about Happy Way and whether or not he should have expected that corner after he got pushed off in mid. But the players on B had a Thrash to try to work forwards, and it was only Coconut who took any space.
No, that's XLG's map pick? No joke. I know this is the map they picked. It's probably the map. What the fuck? How's brother stuck into the crowd? I know this is the map that
Some of the loudest cheering I've heard, actually.
XLG have picked, but I actually think that the map,
It's 10-1 here.
like
G2.
Haven, I think they have a better chance on the map. They didn't practice as much.
What's left here in the first half of Icebox?
And you're going up against the Operator on one side, the Outlaw on the other. 3 players on
I
light
couldn't
armor.
form those sentences. I can't talk.
And a half that looks unrecoverable.
It's you hiding in the crowd.
Jiggle Jorgamo. Sole defender over towards A. Many angles of which he can be spotted at. And yes, he is plucked out of the picture.
Pays a little bit there for the hubris of holding such a out in the open kind of angle.
Lockdown's going to be expended nice and early though. This is what Leaf looking to try and push them back and away. Raga overstaying his welcome.
And remember now, Jorgamo dead.
I handpicked 5 chatters. No joke, we get more than 1 round that half.
So a lot of it's around the smokes.
Paranoia is perfect. Raga, that's instinctual. Right click with the knives and he's stepping all the way up and through. Finally though, dismissed and dealt with. Quick little peek though, toppling, and as the mollies are going to be going up and over, this could be the best chance in a long while. XLG, still Leaf, watching for it. Too many bodies though, and a bit of spam does the job. 10-2. It's the scoreline of what we're looking at.
If they bring this back, I go bald and move to China.
Difficult to watch for XLG.
If XLG bring it back, I go bald and move to China. I full-time stream from there.
Dominant opening for G2, who I think have come into this with a lot of anger after losing 2-0 as the #1 seed from Americas.
If XLG bring it back from 10-2, I go bald, move to China, and start a new life. Wait, I'll be back in 1 second, chat. Oh. Oh my god, I've got a soup. I've got a soup. Wow. Oh my god. Not noodles, but a soup.
Spectacular resurgence. These are the kind of games that he loves, where he can just run around on defense, take the timings, push out, abuse the lurker on the other side,
chicken soup.
And buy the outlaw whenever he likes in order to punish the other team's economy too. This is more of what I was expecting from him in their opening game. He didn't quite live up to expectations there, though I think Trent did, despite the fact that he's had to move off the Tejo. But definitely a player to keep your eye on now that we're heading onto the attack side too. Because Leaf will crack open mid if things get complicated, but If I was G2 here, I'd be trying to stick as simple as possible. Everything's been working.
I'm muted?
Absolutely
No.
everything. So no need to overcomplicate stuff. Now, having said that, I mean, maybe this is just a play for the turret, or maybe they're going to do an A split, which would be unusual.
There's a play for the turret, pre-firing.
What is that smoke
I should
for?
say, up towards top boiler, but it's a different spot.
Yeah, it's an unusual position, actually, for the turret here. You see it in a position where it covers the window.
Deploying drone.
But the presence shown here by XLG.
And a pretty similar game plan, right? Where they're going to fight over towards B, they're going to try to get information there, and play a retake style on A where they have a bit of plant denial. It could be straight out of the G2 playbook.
Wall up and over, a bit of spam to try and break this one early, but not in time. Still stands for now, plant up towards the top. Rapid approach. This is from the flank, and it's all going to be heard and received by Trent. Surely going to be common. He's just holding for any extra element that might be coming out through that one, and he's still tucked, so he is safe in this possible position, and now sees it off to the side. That's just a classic in hand. Raga has been dealt with, taken out. Now it's up to Leaf to try and step up to it and see if he can hold this one back in. Losing control to the flank. The players are dropping like flies here. G2. Not sure which way they wanted to look.
Bro, I can't move to China. Nah.
Just rips the head clean.
I was talking a big game, but I can't do it, bro. 'Cause I have to relocate my whole family as well.
I said to
It's just a big move.
As we head into
Also,
this
I want
half,
to speak a lick of
but
Chinese.
I was expecting him to get the value,
Ni
not
hao,
to
fine
get shut
shit.
down. That flank came straight into him. He dodged the dizzy.
That's all I know.
And yet Midi still swings around the corner, ghost in hand, and one-taps him in the head. Really big value there from the substitute player on XLG. That allowed the flank to thoroughly come through into sight. And the rest of the players on G2 got surrounded.
They need a bit more of that. Keep the energy up, spirits need to be lifted. The pistol round win.
Yeah, but look at this. Anytime you cut one head off the Hydra, suddenly the stingers all pop up. And even Jonah P with a Spectre. That's the wrong gun, buddy. What are you doing with that in your hand?
They forced. The G2 forced.
We've seen G2 rip the unsuspecting. Tear them apart with the stingers in hand. Peeks off to the side here with the Outlaw.
The Outlaw's a great purchase.
Yeah, it's shown. Jonah P looking
Wait,
up through
what's happening?
Chance of the timing
Oh!
Just snaps right up top.
Oh,
Midi's got the peaks of his own. And everybody feeling like they have to be the
Sean
hero.
Garris.
Like this, when you're down to this extent, snap it up to the
Check
side.
Midi.
That's 2 shots required. A G2 overwhelm. They swarm the back of the side. Coconut. It's
Wow.
the last one left to do it. And it's too much to overcome G2.
They forced on them.
Play where Jorgamo takes contact on the Outlaw, takes 140 damage, and wastes essentially Raga's shots. And the rest of the players with light armor stingers come in afterwards. Jorgamo was essentially playing a tank. He's running the Sage tank build. He's designed to just absorb Outlaw shots and let the rest of his team trade him out. A beautiful idea to counter the Outlaw, which itself was supposed to be a counter to the Stinger Force buy. And G2, they're back in the ascendancy.
Is it weird if I wish Rob a happy Father's Day?
Full armor and a classic.
Yeah.
Nah, that's not weird.
He knew what his job was.
Yeah. And just like that, wind out of the sails here for XLG.
Yeah, if they had a hope, it
Yes,
does
'cause,
appear
yeah.
to be dashed against the rocks.
It's a deep dart against the back wall here. Leaf might be getting pressured at a moment's notice. Backs himself away to...
Wow, people keep saying Happy Father's Day to me. I don't got no kids.
But XLG, having heard nothing on A, are not really rotating defensive players around to try to catch G2 where they might be. Instead,
But you're still my daddy? What?
This could be a clash, because G2, Valen is calling for them to go back into this site.
Yep. That's a deep drone, though. That was going to be offloaded nice and close, so G2 are aware that they pushed up deep through A main. What's the call now? Re-clear it out or go in a different direction?
You guys are 12. Stop typing.
Mid. Happy way.
If he just stayed where he was, he would have heard so much information.
Just getting antsy.
I think your comment, everybody feels like they have to be the hero right now. It's so accurate. When you're down like this and none of your standard ideas are working,
30 seconds left.
you feel like you've got to take more and more risk.
Stepping forwards, Raga cheeky with the shot.
What the
Flash
fuck?
does connect, but Smoke's going to be obfuscating, blocking. Any chance for XLG to capitalize on the back of it? Still, it is 4 versus 4. Plan is down. Now for G2, watching up through, just spots it, and okay. scope.
I need this to be a
It's
quick
optional.
day, so thank you,
It's for Leaf
G2.
now, and he's going to be making sure that he can stay posted
I would like
up
to
onto
rest.
this position. Catching it, and you never expect this one. You never expect it at all. Sprayed down.
12-3 aware.
G2 find themselves to 12.
One final opportunity here for XLG to try to stabilize themselves, but there are 9 chances for G2 to close this out, and they've barely needed more than a first opportunity, a first chance in any of these rounds.
Bro's eating soup and PJ's talking about I need rest.
They came into this so hyped up. The adrenaline was at a max for G2. When they won
This morning I was like, fuck, like I'm fucking,
losing it.
I feel like shit, I'm hella tired, like fuck, this watch party's just fucked. And then I thought to myself, like, damn, what if I felt this way and I had to go to an actual job? And then I got my ass out of bed and brushed my teeth like a good boy.
There's just nothing going right for XLG here.
No, happy way, even the movement. He ends up tripping over his shoelaces, gets caught there by Trent. The ults are good, and it's the same trio from XLG trying to make something happen again. They pushed out A in the previous round, now they've gone over to B.
Trying to P. Oh, he's in transit, he's blocked by the barrels. Could have had an exit perhaps, maybe, but Middy's going to be dropping him nevertheless.
I mean, to be fair, it's a very new map, isn't it? Those barrels only just got recently added.
A lot of changes to Icebox recently, so.
4v4.
Right. Rifles in the hands for XLG, and they're stomping, they're marching. They know it's the last lifeline here for them on Icebox. Time to make a go of it once more. Stepping forwards here with a flash, that's a bit of an indicator closer to corner.
Oh no.
What are you doing?
Oh,
Cycling the U-turn.
oh my god.
Loose and unleashed, and leaves it down to Coconut in a 1v2, all for the map.
I What? Am I drunk? I don't know this word. What's the answer?
To see our first Tejo of the tournament yesterday, and you guys had a lot
Well.
of success with that agent as well. So when it comes to the composition on Icebox, was there a debate or discussion around the Sage versus the Tejo, or was this the game plan all along?
This little fucker?
We think Teo is like completely nerfed to the ground, so probably don't expect too much of that. But yeah, Icebox Sage just makes a lot of sense. It's always been really good, so we just figured like we can make our own variation with the Sage comp. So that's how we arrived at that.
So no Tejo today. Valen said there might be Tejo.
I never had quail eggs.
I'll keep you guys like guessing. You know, maybe there's Teo, maybe there's not Teo, but you know we'll wait and see.
As always, thank you.
G2 have finally picked up their first map.
Saw Tarik at Arby's drive-thru last night ordering a meat mountain. What the fuck is a meat mountain? That sounds dangerous. Long drawn out story. Oh fuck. A text saying congratulations, you've won $1,000 gift card usually. Skamaz. Element between chlorine and potassium on the periodic table. Obviously fucking hydro, I don't know. Craft
using the Viper wall. But now that we're focused on the attack side, my eyes are on XLG. Can their double initiators combo?
I was gonna do it. I was gonna do the fuck out of that.
Up for success.
I was actually about to go crazy right there.
A million miles away.
They call me the fucking
running and having so much success.
The fucking Tarik bolt. Where the fuck is my mouse?
Already going exploring up through mid here with a flash and a horn top
Where's
towards
my
the top
mouse?
and wrapping around to the side. It's a lot of damage, no slight kill, but Valen might get that exit or not. Happy way, trying to catch him. Paranoia just barely there towards his back and peeking out through the smoke. Trent will be punished.
I can't close Gamba. I voted. Fuck it, let it run.
And yet, no kills whatsoever.
Better odds for XLG fans.
All going the way of XLG. They now have C control.
Wait, no, people are gonna vote for G2 after XLG win pistol.
Couldn't get a better beginning.
It's actually better odds for the G2 people.
All offside as well. No smokes alive. Valen has been dropped. One way propped up on top of it.
No joke, if XLG had any fans, they lost them last map.
Gonna be able to get that.
They lost them on the way to map 2.
Raga from behind. Just trying to tap away there, ghost in hand. Jorgamo puts him down, but his team has got it all handled.
It's a really nice idea.
This is the great battle of G2 versus XLG. G2's 3 fans versus XLG's 4. Who will come out on top?
Let's go!
Close the Preds? Should I actually close them?
XLG previously were running the Tejo Breach version of this composition.
I'll close the
Very
Preds.
similar.
Predictions are closing in 5, 4. I closed them.
Changes things slightly, but should still put Raga in a good opportunity to get some big entries. Which, honestly, every comp they've played so far has not really.
If you waited that long, you're a scammer and you shouldn't be in the Gamba. Gambling is for people that are...
Big group pump. Discipline going to be required here.
Not scammers? I don't know.
Lobby. XLG making moves towards it, but they're just contacting the barrel. Might just be sticking out towards the side and expected here by Raga.
Best start that he's had in a map so far. 4-1.
Gambling is for the honest and respectful.
Up over towards the top of that ledge. Happy way, happy to pop them and leave last one left standing. Not for much longer. 2-0 beginning here for XLG. This is what they needed to get the blood pumping ever so slightly.
And to get some belief, too.
Yeah.
I think they were playing with massively lacking confidence on Icebox. It does make some level of sense. They're a team that's had to undergo a roster change coming into Masters Toronto, which has hurt them. And then they've been rattled in their opening game. They got to pick Sentinels and got kind of destroyed. 13-6, 13-6.
Tarik's commentary is saying something cheeky and then having a shit-eating grin. Nah, you are definitely from the UK.
Smoke over towards Bricks, pushes Trent back, taking a bit of short and long control. No immediate reaction from G2, and XLG back it up. They are a team that's good at playing the macro usually.
Racist? What?
Taking a bit of A-long control. Giving it up now. Coconut going to be rejoining the rest of his team. Leaf. Flash and a drone up and over. That's the Dawn's dead, but a bit of spam for the wall. Yeah, it's not
Bit
going to be
cheeky
safe
in it,
for
bruv.
much here. Raga. It's off to an absolute heater. Beginning here of Haven.
Jorg's thinking about how to get past this trip over towards the C side of the map because he's pushed up and got good information. It's allowing them to stack 3 players over here towards A.
Players up. G2 might be able to put a stop to this. Paranoia's already going to be sweeping past. Vulnerability. All going to be used here with a snake bite. Aftershock into the corner. Clears out Trent.
I keep losing my mouse, fuck.
Puts a bit of fear into XLG as well. Now they're going to start scurrying into a different direction. Right into Jorgamo perhaps, but no. Right. B seems to be the goal.
Right into where the wall was. But they've gotten a bit lucky. The Leaf's already gone.
What?
The side stepping straight back into this one. Valen takes out Raga.
Wait, XLG might win bonus.
Try and hold this one down on through the bottom of mid, but here comes the re-exploration.
All 3 A-Link.
Through Link now, 3 players stacked up, grouped up. Ready to explode. They spotted it, just trying to see if they can get any sort of easy access to these fights. Open sight lines. XLG not willing to get them too easily still. Too much more to come. And a rolling G2.
Wow, I was wrong. I was so wrong. XLG will not win bonus.
Slightly better weaponry. Slightly poor crosshair placement from Happy Way in his position.
They got fucking owned. Oh my god.
No util for either team. And G2's coordination makes the difference.
What do you mean jinx, bro? They all peek one by one.
Really big bonus.
Oh my god, I'm not gonna yell.
In a nice spot.
Oh my god, I almost popped the vessel.
An avenue into B.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think they had full knowledge that all of those players were coming through the A connector. Raga did go down to 2 of them on A though, so I think they should have been setting up some level of crossfire there. It looked like they were just worried about other avenues. Now though, we could see a set play round. XLG usually good with these. Once they have ults off the rip, Raga pops the dimensional drift.
This one flying forwards, but the Thorns were dead nice and early. It's a shock dart sent flying in.
I'm back.
Gains himself backside control though, out towards into Gong, has a flash up and under. This is G2 playing this one fast with the flood defense. They want to try and take this one by storm, and they're overwhelming.
What in the fuck just happened?
Stinger in the hand of Jorgamo obtains
Nah, fuck these observers. I'm just kidding, bro.
One left. Can't stand against it. The might of G2, when they turn up the tempo, no stopping them.
Well, there's supposed to be a good match today.
But it's rare
RRQ versus Fnatic is going to be good, I think.
A little bit of a slower team,
as long as RRQ plug in their arms before they play today.
And wait for a plant to go down. Here they pop through almost instantly.
Nah, the Fnatic game might have been the best one.
The ult was going into B,
the map,
and there were
the
players ready to
13-11 on split.
Instantly. The C's as well, grabbing big value from Trent. And XLG, while they looked like they were in a position to go up 3-0, now the score's even and their economy's shattered.
It was overtime on split?
Smoke.
Oh yeah, you're right. It was overtime on split.
Placed down here by XLG, looking to hopefully get a few more.
Was it? No, it wasn't, you liar.
Trent stepping straight back up, and hello! I know exactly. 2 players toppled, XLG.
Yes, it was. I was kidding, bro.
Kick the doors down over towards A, and they're going to cause G2 to scurry their way around. It's only
It was 12-7 until a 14-12, dude.
It's unbelievable.
Just say you don't watch the games. Fucking cringe.
Picking up these guns. Jonah's got to try to stop them going for something quick.
Yeah, their only chance is Jonah P stalling this one out. Tucks himself into the short position, looking to try and get embedded. The damage on the Happy Way prize, enough to try and stop him. TP in forwards, but again, no one's covering. No one's watching it. Doubled up though, round towards it. You got to try and do the most now. The XLG rifles down.
Oh my god. One singular leaf. One singular maple leaf.
A small mistake at the very end from XLG.
Speaking of the Maple Leafs, do they have a good playoff run this year?
One of the players not going wide enough on the swing, and Leaf, he gets so much damage.
Big clutch for the boy.
Skewers them. A headshot from the Guardian. And
how about them Leafs?
Almost managed to make a pretty impossible.
They're due for a big one, bro.
One enemy remaining.
I think credit there, so much of it needs to go to Jonah P though as well.
Nice
because
job.
With that old pop,
nice
with
lineup.
Snake bite, with his killing short, he bought enormous amounts of time for Valen and Leaf to come through into A.
Who's the star player of the Leafs
also landed
on their hockey team?
As they were coming through long. XLG were not fast enough to actually commit off the back of the Cypher ultimate.
Matthews? Is anyone friends with Matthews? Can we bring him into the watch party?
Stalled all the way out.
For a half. Just one half. Does anyone know Matthews personally?
This is the reoccurring
I feel like we should. He's like Canada's hero, no? Well, actually, they don't win though. But still, he's the star player. It's not his fault. Is Matthews loved by the Canadian community? He's American? Oh shit. Now it just got political. Never mind, bro. Fuck it, dude. I'll stay home.
Might want to play a bit slower, though,
You guys always find the way, huh?
I think that's probably
just can't let me have my moment.
Discussing with them here is that you don't have to rush a spot like that. You actually could have gone and
we'll get McDavid. Fuck Matthews.
And then called a pause. You know that they're going to be panicking and running towards A. So just pump the brakes and play the player advantage. If you're not in prime form with your communication,
bro doesn't know puck. Do they actually say like
things need to be translated on the fly?
Do you know puck? Like you know ball?
Really
nah, no one says puck.
Game.
If you say puck, you're getting laughed at, dog. Yeah, I know puck.
First line of defense.
They actually say that?
No more Thorns in for
Please stop talking to sorry.
They are potentially facing into the operator though. Jorgamo's picked this one off.
A little bit of
facing towards C right now, but could easily swing towards Garage.
The one gate
oh, I know puck.
Spawn.
How about them Davids? That make
the
stop.
Card. KC is overwhelmed.
Leaf also just used his Vice Flash to re-clear towards Garage. They dropped the Viper wall, flashed in, and they know that there's nobody been inserted there.
Trent's doing a lot here. He's breaking a dart. A lot of presence here is going to be flashed up. And it has pulled players successfully over towards A. So working the map a bit slower from XLG.
Where are you?
And they found that avenue. Like you said, Jorgamo's now no longer on C with the operator.
Stop fake laughing at my own jokes. I say a joke, then I fake laugh, and if no one KEKWs, I stop laughing. But if you guys are KEKWing, I keep laughing. Because I know it hit.
They go over towards A anyway. It's being reinforced. There's players here waiting off to the side, including Trent, tucked to the corner. Inside the Viper Orb, and Raga's dealt with TP into the back. Nothing else to really supplement the rest of that one after shock.
Okay, focus. Stop.
Trent's pushed out into the open, but with that
Mother's in a goofy
mood.
mood.
Jorgamo short is on lockdown. Flash dodged up and over towards the top in supplementary.
Bro. Oh my god. I thought Jorgamo was an attacker. Fuck. What the fuck do Saibao mean? Saibao is a clothing brand, new clothing brand from Philippines. It's top clothing brand, Saibao. Google it.
This time, you got Jorg sending a cute little flash up and over the top, and then picks up Mini. You see Trent hiding inside the Viper Orb at A long. A really aggressive position from him.
Shut your bitch ass up, Saibao, motherfucker. What's a Saibao? You a Saibao? Come on, dog.
Cute ideas. G2 get 4 in a row, knocking XLG's economy down once again. And Happy Way, if he tries to take space,
damn.
Straight to the dome. Call it overkill.
Check Tyson's stream.
Immediate reposition as well. Jorg's going to be in a different spot. Nothing's going right now for XLG.
Oh, I mean, what? That one's supposed to be.
You gotta get a
replay of that. That's supposed to be headed towards backside, and Raga just walked in front of it.
And it is.
I didn't see what happened.
What the fucking Subway Surfers is this?
I'm innovating right now. I agree. All right, we go for duelists. Fuck it, we go for duelists.
What in the fucking Subway Surfers is this? Is he allowed to do this?
Get Sean on speed dial.
XLG TK'd with shock dart. That is unfortunate.
That's a brutal one.
I mean, this is actually Tyson's POV during practice. Your brother's got the match on.
Crazy damage to your own squad.
A brutal one, and it's fast going from XLG. Euroalter, or Omenol, I should say.
They were thinking about it.
TP up towards heaven is going to be broken. Raga forwards here to breach ult. Try and lay way.
Yeah, apparently he's fishing in old school RuneScape on his third monitor.
Perfect with the util horn.
He's fishing in fucking what's it called? Edgeville? Is it Edgeville?
Spots it out. Plenty of players left
Straight,
waiting around to the side.
Barbarian Village. That one.
TP. Flash waiting. Prime gonna let loose here, and G2 have pouncing on the opportunity to draw out even more blood. XLG not able to take a breath in these moments, but they may have an opportunity to go a bit further. There's a game of timings happening here. Happy Way.
Barbarian Outpost.
Drifted in through mid.
But I think that the round should just be dead. I mean, the spike is surrounded by G2 players.
No
XLG's getting clapped. Maybe they're enjoying it.
On the side here is Leaf waiting. And now, just Happy Way. He's earned himself that decent spot to play in, but like you mentioned,
yeah, I mean, what can you do? What can you do in this spot? It's not like you're going to be going for the pathing to get the spike, is it? I mean, how would you even begin to pull that off? Beautiful ideas, though, again, from G2. They're so aware of the
Happy Way securing his contract for next year.
XLG. They break the Omen
7-5 somehow, but they're losing 6-2.
And then Trent is on site, baiting out the breach ultimate, and then throws a haunt that is perfect, catches instantly onto Raga's TP.
Lady Rain.
Trent has been a nightmare for Raga to deal with.
Welcome.
On one of the A exec, Trent was hiding inside the Viper Orb. On another one of them, he's throwing a haunt and killing him through a smoke. And then they're instantly back through. That's just as Raga goes through his teleport. There's no chance for him to break that.
One enemy remaining.
And of course, the flash reclear with the teleport.
Almost 40K viewers. We only have 40K for this match? Yo, get these guys off stage. They're killing my viewership.
That goes there. XLG look to show G2 a bit of their own medicine here.
I saw tons, guys.
Stingers
I saw.
on 3 of the players. And it's overall, in case things get a little
bit 80K for G2 PRX. Damn.
This one.
Sentinels PRX is coming soon.
Much there for the Vice Wall. Obviously intended for the thorns that have been placed prior. TP into the back, and you just can't get out of dodge. Still, it's there, available, ready, and wasting. Jonah P wants to try and flood his way in.
What the fuck happened to G2?
XLG, though, the ones dominating. As I say that, he's going to take out 2 of them. Leaves it into a 1v2.
Wait, Zakin's in chat? What's he
this
saying?
guy in the clutch.
They just sacrificed Ragar to the gods. Oh, when he TK'd him?
Spike. Coconut's going to be able
Yeah,
to put
they've been sacrificing last map too, dude. They making hella sacrifices. I hope it comes back to, like, you know, and good deed.
To pick them off if his
They've been sacrificing for about 45 minutes straight right now.
Vandal powerful at long range. And I think he should start to get the read that they're playing.
I think it's time to cash it out.
Feels his position. Now time to send some util flying.
Is that a hit?
Here. Sees.
Whoa!
That's going to be cutting over close angle here. Slight tap. Trying to force these players out.
Geography.
It's Happy Way who takes the peak. Time ticking though onto this spike, and the spot just unwinnable now. Happy Way doesn't land that shot though. Still, there might be an opportunity. There might be a chance.
What?
But a difficult shot to hit.
Geography, or you like line up the angles and shit. You know?
XLG chose to play the time there, choosing to go for 2 1v1s instead of double swinging. The clock had been starting to
Geometry? Nah, in New York we call it geography.
Listen, dial back, big picture. It's a good round from XLG. They came into this one
It's probably different.
A light buy, 3 stingers, bit of a thrifty.
Are famous people dumb? I ain't famous.
6-3 though, they're gonna need more of that.
In New York is nah, it's probably
like
just different where you guys are at. It happens.
The get up and go that they've had all tournament, I would argue. But still, they've only been able to put 3 together.
Haunter up and over the top with a bit of spam from Jonah P. He's doing some work. He's doing some damage.
I don't get it, bro. You guys good or not?
Onto Happy Way. He's dropped down to just barely anything.
XLG have got a really nice read right now that this wall is up on front B.
Jonah P, you're hard stuck onto this angle right now. Raga's got you watched. Flash dodged, and there's the peek, and there's the get out.
I did take a comp sci course.
He's got
I
great
can speak in
information
Java.
just from the sound. Bit bold. I'm not exactly sure what Jonah was going for there with the hop up.
C++ Java, talk to me.
Trent takes a shot.
Speak it.
As Happy Way feeds into this B lurk position. XLG, they're
I can
playing
read better than I
something.
speak.
And a kill happened there on both ends. Raga
Alright,
also
focus.
punished Trent for an info peek.
Raga hasn't cleared that. I think he's missed it on top of the box. And he's just out into the open. Jorgamo, there with a trade. Raga might have just done enough though. Still that TV forwards. Midi, he's got to be sharp with it. Rifle in hand, finally putting a stop to it. Jorgamo's running rampant ever so slightly here. Midi
Another 1v2 for Leaf.
Left to do it now. Jump spot out into the
Jump
open,
out!
straight
Jump out!
shots and damage and spamming all. Oh,
Cover me!
Coverage inside.
Oh! A flying fat baby! Wait, wrong game. A flying classic!
Right click, magnetized onto the head of Midi. Leaf knew exactly that he had that opportunity to try to force the play. Knew that the player short was going to be trying to defend. He plays it beautifully, but also Lady Luck very firmly on his side.
How's he getting away with that?
It's not like Midi was 1 HP either.
No.
But he leaps out of heaven for a Red Bull clutch in a round where Raga, I think, had done what should have been enough.
1 enemy remaining.
Look at this again.
Joking.
Absurd.
Joking.
Okay, I didn't think of this until Benji said it, but he's actually so right. What makes this arena special is how close the spectators are to the players. Like people in the crowd that I guess probably have premium tickets are literally like right behind the players. They can see their actual monitors, which I think you don't really see in major esports events. So I think it's a cool component that we've got here in Toronto.
XLG can step no
Don't
further.
say the T.
At least for now, Raga re-exploring, risks to be taken with just the sheriff in hand.
XLG
I'm sick to my stomach, Bob.
There's a head. Clean off the shoulders. Valen's going to be done. No more.
I need to work on that.
Starting to get a feel of the game.
Heating up.
He's playing very much on his own, though. It's not like he's using that initiator util. Mostly just setting himself up for kills.
He's dragging most of the G2 players away, but a flash got a connection. Contact over towards A, and it's caused them scurrying back and over, but XLG are playing the long con. Going back over towards Raga, why not? But he earned himself the entirety of the C site.
It's a very dangerous rotate from Viva going through mid there, exposing himself to B and Garage. But they make it through. No casualties.
30 seconds left.
Should be a plant.
Lost shots fired up. Jordan looking for a lucky connection in all. Raga, he's forward again. And this guy,
Guys?
is it dominable?
What the fuck?
Send 5 more. We can do this again.
Right when they needed him most.
Damn. They weren't kidding about this guy, huh?
That's what you're hoping for
Damn.
from XLG's superstar.
Roger said, fuck this team, I'll do it myself. Roger said, I ain't playing a fucking post plant. I've been playing post plant all day. I've had enough. Viper's pushing danger on Icebox.
I mean, we were talking so much about, having watched the guy in China, how brilliantly he's usually set up by Initiator utility and by the team's game plans.
Right,
He
it was
does
nice. It was
occasionally
nice.
have
He's 15
solo
and 10,
plays
damn.
here and there, but this round was just all on his own.
He actually just randomly woke up, yeah.
Deadlifting XLG.
Ooh.
Barely
Almost got the fingernail.
Trent. He's going to need a bandage for that one. Dropped down to 33 health.
He hit him?
But you can't do that
Oh, he
consistently.
did hit him, you're right.
And he won't even get a chance in this round.
Oh,
Runs
he
into
did hit him.
Giacomo, takes an op bullet to the chest. And now the rest of XLG have to try to put a game plan together without their star player.
An eye for
Without the dimensional drift.
an eye?
And it's the last one in
An
the
eye
half.
for an eye?
Cover going out.
We're looking to spot out these players now. Dimensional Drift sees the two of them.
That's great info. I'm back. You know that the Cypher's lurking somewhere. You know that all 3 of the other players are over towards A. And Jorg, he's already anticipating
Thank you,
that they're
Tango.
going to be making a bit of a pivot. Happy Way's caught the timing past the flash.
Yeah, he has. No acknowledgement on that one.
Very fast timing.
About as good as a timing as he could possibly hope for. And it's still being jiggled, but yeah, Leaf unanticipating it.
Wait, he did not
Leaf even
expect
went
that
for
at
a
all.
reaction. Thorns popped there at 40 seconds. Jorg's on and
Wait, he did not expect that at all.
Happy Way.
Oh my god.
Making sure that he can really take advantage.
I told you guys they would be better on the map they practiced less.
Sticks it. He's all the way in through.
Wow, almost.
Still
Nice try.
cleaned up. In the end, XLG now. They do have finally open access for that C site.
This would be
work being put in.
This would be an incredible round for XLG to get a 7-5 half, more than they could have dreamed of early.
Happy Way. He's got the operator in his hands
What?
here. Misses the first shot though, and a bit of spam. Trying to run this guy down all the way. The ults though have been earned up midi. Stuns them all. Sends them packing 7-5.
Daniel.
Good finish here for XLG. Finally a bit of fire in the belly from some of these players.
And a poetic way to end as well. Round 11, a complete solo play from Raga to ace and carry his team across the finish line. And then in the final round, Raga goes down early and the rest
Do we
of
have
the
a
team get
game?
it done without him. Both
Probably
halves of XLG
fake
working
news,
well.
to be honest. I think this is fake news.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon...
I think they're just fucking with us. You guys like Pop Smoke? You cannot say pop and forget the smoke. I already subbed to Casual. I'm not subbing to this dude. Bro, fuck League of Legends, bro. Play a real fucking game. Play Counter-Strike. Wait, what? Am I ready for 2K? No. I need a coach. I gotta get a coach tomorrow. All right, here we go.
Put him right
Yeah.
on the correct track, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, especially considering that it was on an eco round. So he didn't even bring a weapon into that round, and he still somehow came away with an ace. That was spectacular, but that's what you need to be seeing more of from him. It's the first map where I feel like you're actually getting to witness the real Raga, the Raga that we've been seeing across stage one. Because if you didn't follow China, you'd be tuning into these XLG games going, well, this guy's, he's not a top duelist.
How the hell are they the top seed?
Right. But a combination of the roster move that they had to make before the tournament, a bit of nerves, having never played on the big stage before, and being a bit cold because they didn't play in the Swiss.
Do we want this to go map 3?
Until now, for us to really see that potential. It might be too little too late, though. XLG must win here on Haven in order to prolong their stay in Toronto. And G2, they're going to be looking to get back into that
Loser is
on
out.
Icebox, where they tore through the Chinese squad.
Both of these teams be bitterly disappointed of an early exit here.
Raga dead, round's over.
That's an early exit for Raga in the round. Tried to take a fight, hoping his hand was still hot.
Slow down called for here by G2. Injecting a bit of a pause, I suppose, into the play and re-exploration in through mid. XLG have got a lot of space off the back of this, a lot of information is going to be gathered.
That flash tells them that there's somebody either peeking garage or on the flank.
TP into the corner. Uh-oh. Snakebite round towards the back. Flash into your face on top of it. Jorgamo.
Oh,
he's
blind.
And he was set up relatively well. G2 though, can they follow up on the most of it? Get the trade onto midi, but this anchor smoke is brutal to get through. And
what?
Trying to weave in and out between it. Valin drops one. Dropped himself. Traded in a moment's notice. Up towards the top though. No more smokes. Up towards heaven and Happy Way. Just poking his head out. Spike has been dropped out into the open.
Yeah, and that's a little bit tough because they know there's a player over towards heaven. Happy Way with a ghost and very little health. How do you block this off?
30 seconds left.
This has to be the double hold as they reclaim it, retrieve it. Scurrying back now to safety, getting that plant down.
Yeah, and I think Happy Way missed
Winnable for XLG?
to have influence in this round.
He's low.
Could have potentially done it, but now
Happy needs one.
Going to be tucked in safe positions, trying to play a bit more discipline,
Nope.
and there it is. As soon as you catch the contact, Leaf is supposed to be the pivotal point. Jonah P, the one to capitalize.
And let's rewind
Is
to the
PRX
very
playing
beginning of
today?
this pistol.
Sentinel's
See
PRX
here,
is tomorrow.
a stun getting thrown out. In theory,
Wow.
you've got that breach sober composition that should be a little bit better at locking off A lobby and setting Raga up for the early fights. But G2 are through. I mean, they got fast into that area, wall up, wall down, and they're in. G2 should be playing slower mid-rounds with the Viper in their composition, the double smokes comps, set up people like Leaf or Jonah to go for lurks. But XLG are going to be wanting to force fights like this one.
Jorg's going to be dropped down, single digits. Charges.
They have a Bucky and a Marshall.
That XLG were going for on that eco.
If G2 buy an Outlaw next round, it's going to go insane. They invested so much. They have a Ghost. 3 guys will have light armor next round.
So there's danger.
Maybe even 4.
And somewhere close, although Happy Way's actually playing the Bucky.
I've never seen this.
Over towards A long.
Yeah.
Really bizarre. But it's also not an area that G2 are currently exploring.
All eyes towards C. Be onto Viva and Coconut to see if they can clear the way. Viva, a bit of supplementary there with a spam. He needed to defend the sliders of corners, and Leaf is catching a timing. You can hear it, the footsteps. Raga was anticipating.
Oh, he
There's
turns.
a Bucky coming into work.
Wait, they might get ecoed.
Upgrades, potentially. Downgrades, I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. Do you want a stinger?
He's keeping the Marshall. He should get a stinger and go short.
We'll have to get a run on, though.
He made the wrong choice.
Put a stop to this here. Over towards a oh my God, man!
That looked sharp, but he was also facing the haunt. So would have been lit up like a Christmas tree on Trent's screen. 3 players trying to come back in here. They've got a Bucky or a Stinger to work with. It's going to be tough.
Let's see what they can do. Util readily available here with a fault line at least. Alongside the dart, Paranoia.
What the fuck?
Down into the
How's he alive?
He try and land those shots though, and he still gets the one. We're eventually going down. Discipline being played. G2 just waiting for the game to come to them, and
Well played.
they know that game well.
There's been damage done there. I mean, if XLG can put together a decent buy,
Bro, I feel like G2 are hard chilling. I'm not going to lie.
because they only forced.
I feel like they're literally chilling.
They've actually chunked away the G2's economy a little bit. But this is now going to be a must-win round for them. G2 are coming in with double stingers.
Play clutch, play clutch, it's fine.
Oh my God, Josh Art's tweaking out in the 1v2.
In that moment. Hard when you're a coach. not to vocalize what you're thinking. Here's that stun like I'm talking about. XLG's comp is better for A lobby control.
Raga to take out Valen, but he is traded.
Yeah, so best case he's managed is going 1-for-1, and I'm not sure that that's enough in a round like this. G2 slow things down. XLG take the response into mid. This flash, Vice flash, up on their screens, always available to get the info.
3 players. I can wait now. Plenty of bullets left waiting, and more where that came from. Jonah P. He knows where that final player could be lurking around towards the side.
1v1, Leaf again.
Job of it still into the 1v1. It's Leaf versus Viva.
And it's a must-win here for Viva. It's G2's bonus. They can still afford to buy into the next. Viva
Wait, he
can't.
wiped his hands. Viva wiped his hands.
Neutral setup. Plant is down in the game of timing. Just missed by Leaf, but still, it's going to be wrapping this one all the way.
Oh, he has no idea he got out.
To the side, and a bit of patience now played as well.
Viva's had a nightmare of a map so far. He's 2-10. This would
Did
be
it flash
everything
him?
for the guy.
Flash doesn't seem
No.
much. He's got to reveal his hand. Deep dart down, and it clears one of the angles for him. Doesn't know where to expect Leaf, though. Creeping around, crawling around this guy. It's all over the place. Practically in the walls.
And it's a gorgeous plant position from Leaf. Makes it feel like he's playing
Honestly,
towards Cubby or Long.
that plant spot was kind of nasty.
Around there, there's no area where Viva can
Because, like, I think it's also planted for deep long, and it feels like garage as well. It's kind of like misleading.
But I thought that the double initiators might be able to pull through for XLG.
Thank you,
I think
chatters.
that round, though, was everything for the Chinese squad.
Nice, Nate. Good shit, bro.
Nate?
It's a bonus conversion here for G2. 10-5 now.
Can they hear the coach? Unless there's a pause, no.
Not letting their foot off the gas.
Time to jump.
XLG were given an in with the rounds that they accrued up on that prior half, but G2
What is this trip?
putting a stop to it here and now.
Oh, nice try.
Get cheeky there.
No way, Jonah died. Somehow Jonah died.
Sheriff shots are flying and rattling down that sight line. 3 versus 3. That's what it's come down to now here. Playing a bit offside still. Coconut is up. They're going to have smokes to play this one. You can't be entirely off the side, and G2 I think have just realized it. Now starting to play up a little bit more. Late lurk now from Leaf. It's going to be that backup policy, but with a bit of pace, might not get a chance to do it here. Shots already fired. Valen has been caught from behind. The TP down towards Long. You are completely out of the picture. Jorgamo is forwards.
Fuck, sorry.
Guns need to be out
Wait,
already. It's Viva
deja
again
vu?
versus Leaf once more. Can he do it? Tapping out, searching.
What is happening right now? I looked down and just watched the same round. I looked down, looked back up, I saw the same round again. No joke, I didn't watch the round. I came back to the 1v1. It's like I saw a replay. I was on my phone.
Tragedy for XLG. That's a round that G2 misplayed a little bit to get into a tricky situation. They weren't quite ready for what was going on with the trip. I mean, Jorg just beefed his movement.
If it happens the third time, you go bald.
And then things cascaded from there.
One enemy remaining.
To be honest, Jorg redeemed himself with 3 in the round. He really made up for it. But a couple of teammates got killed, and Josh is chuckling about that. So similar to previous.
And the pressure is just off them at this point. You could maybe make an argument, I think, at the beginning of this series that G2 are the ones that are feeling like they have to put their best foot forwards. They've been locked down into the lowers when all expectations are sky high for them. Playing against an underdog team, usually those situations at these big events, sometimes the pressure gets the better of them.
And I think it's really reasonable to say that both teams, while they have similar paths, Ascension teams, meta playing teams, #1 seeds, struggled in their upper bracket game here at Toronto. There is a different weight of expectation for these squads. G2, it's hard really to point at another squad that's been the best team of 2025 so far. It's not really definitive. Nobody has the crown currently. But if you were going to point at somebody, you'd probably point at G2. And that's despite them not actually
Edibles?
winning.
No, I'm not eating edibles, dude. I'm eating fucking cough drops. I think I'm popping fucking edibles over here.
That's where the pressure increases, but they've just got away to such good starts here.
And you can just see it on their faces in all the replays and all the cams. G2 are all smiles. XLG can feel it, slowly losing their chance. But staying alive here in a global event. Flash and a peek alongside that horn. Viva!
Ooh.
That's big. Okay.
That's redemption.
What's the name of that Coldplay song?
Back. 2, make it 3, make it 4. God! A bit of fire, a bit of fury, inserted into it.
Viva la vida! Viva la vida, brother! Ace! Ace! Ace!
And it would do wonders for the confidence. Lever's dodging, juking, desperate to stay alive.
No!
Denies him his chance in the
Wait,
sun.
But
another
no,
clutch?
hold on.
Now hold on.
Pump the brakes. There's a minute still left here. I've seen Leaf work magic before, and his wall gets dripped over towards C.
There's a 1v2 though, and he's walking
No!
knife out. Doesn't realize the happy way is already there.
Okay.
Nice 4K though. Let's play it over his
The
replay.
adrenaline can start seeping away for XLG. Those are good kills for Viva to get. He was hanging out at the bottom of the scoreboard for such a long time. I think he only had 1 kill in the first half.
Got to get the confidence back.
Go away.
So to be able to just step up and rip through 4 of the players, getting his team back into things.
Nice Viva la vida.
That's a big one. That's important.
Still a bit quiet from XLG's side of things. Mood obviously dampened, I think, by that scoreline, but 1 round at a time is how it has to be.
Double stinger. Valen and Leaf, they're both
Viva la vida translates to long live
but
life.
in theory, it's a weaker economy.
A Spanish phrase used to express joy.
Completely alone.
Viva la vida. I like that. I'm getting a tattoo. Fuck it.
Jordan with a dimensional drift clears all of the A site out. Spots it. Multiple players there. Raga taking a peek. Let's claim Jonah P.
And this allows them now to use the Vice ultimate for post-plant.
Midi to tap. It's forced out the ult early here. Players going to be colliding, clashing. Jorgamo tries to step forward. He's going to try and stem that bleeding, shore it up, at least momentarily here, round to the side, and the ult's going to be extended.
What the fuck?
Oh my goodness, he's just swapping around the weaponry. Valen just walking.
Ooh.
Happy way from on high. Operator in hand after shot, pushing him out wide. And it's just left down to Trent in that 1v2 scenario.
Ooh.
Sight set.
Come back.
Appropriate position.
3 kills, I think, with the op in that round in 2 different players' hands. Raga got the opener onto Jonah P, playing pretty aggro on site. But this round was all about the ults.
I'll play the song after the map because I'm down to listen
XLG
to
were
it.
anticipating that G2 were going to lead with something. Let's say Vice Ultimate, maybe the Dimensional Drift. So they ended up playing pretty soft on A, tried to come back in with a breach ult.
Brick by brick. Viva la vida.
And then skirmishes. Opportunities for them to peek a player in here and there, and Happy Way from Heaven getting massive value with the off. Now G2's economy is properly dead in the water. Still, the same 2 players with stingers in hand. But everyone else now, instead of rifles, down to sheriffs. This defensive setup is now working. Partly because they've had the op.
I don't want to ruin the
Partly because
viewer
XLG feel like they're
experience.
playing with a little bit more aggression, perhaps? Time to jump. An ability to take it to G2.
Pressure relieved.
There's 1 trip broken at the front of B, but Happy Way still has a 2nd trip in a deeper position.
Your face is ruined good already. Got him. Damn, good one. Hey, John.
Garage, though,
Dab me up, bro. You cooked my shit, dude.
pretty dangerous. They have this camera that gives them information into Garage, but it got smoked off.
It's cleared through. Jorgamo inserts his presence there now over towards B in the Garage.
And they don't have a re-clear protocol for this. I mean, if they had the breach on this side of the map, I'm sure they would. But for now, with their current defensive setup, you've just got to stay here.
1 big glaring question mark. Happy Way's going to be watching onto most of this here, but it does drag bodies away from it. G2, you got 30 seconds left. Got to start to decide where you want to go at some point.
30 seconds left.
Potentially a B pop for Jorgamo being a backstab. Looks like that is where they're going to be trying to go for here, but Midi has plenty of utility to dissuade this. Trip. Almost going to be triggered round from the side here. Sheriff not doing enough. Happy Way. Line of scrimmage that was layered
Yo,
down,
Trent
and it's
or
straight
Jonah
on
P
its
is owning him on the
traces.
spam. Holy
Time
shit.
has run out. G2 are up to 12.
A very fast hit coming out of the timeout there. Straight out of the strat book. Good input from
The
Josh
res
Arty.
is really bad.
Just gets them one round, but an important one. Yeah. The important one, potentially.
It's on, yeah.
That could have been everything.
Play the music.
Well. Jorg losing his life a little too easily. But the
Nah.
players in the clutch are rock solid as always for G2.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's so funny just hearing like that crunch, crunch, crunch when he's running through.
It's good to see that even the simple things can delight the players after their thousands of hours of play.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
This is G2 on the cusp.
Crunch chocolate.
Sending
Ooh.
XLG home.
And
Oh,
Raga
that's
with it
some
all
good
to do.
stuff.
Bodies coming towards him, fast and unknown.
Very tight angle to behold. Just catching the clone. Takes that first contact, forces the TP back at him. So Raga evacuating. And through the back though, this is Happy Way hard committed. He's decayed down. Thorns and a snake bite. It's all offloaded.
Oh my god. Wait. Is that a sick combo?
Foul concoction that G2 just brewed up. And now, with a player advantage, sight control is theirs. We're looking at Raga to see if he can be the difference maker. Peeks out wide, don't follow up at all. It's the Vice Sword offloaded now. Thorns scattered wide. And with it, XLG's hopes. Jorgamo taking point, taking contact. And
Damn.
a drop.
Nice shot. GG.
At a moment's notice, it's G2
XLG out.
who move on. And XLG
Oh shit.
sent packing.
Well played though. G2 looked good though. It was dominant. It was quite dominant.
G2 came in
Might be
today,
the start for
angry,
G2.
determined, very focused.
Might be the start.
Didn't run the Tejo, still managed to get the win. And they begin what could be an incredible lower bracket run, but they will have to have perfection if they want to make it all the way to a grand finals and a shot at another trophy. A shot like they had at Bangkok. G2 there, ready to go for the picture, the bow, before they'd even had a chance to congratulate the coaches. And I think Josh really deserves a lot of credit for feeding them good ways of being able to close this map out. Those final two rounds, fast hits, very different to what they were previously running. And it just got them over the line in important situations. XLG were just starting to warm up. I feel like we barely got a chance to see these guys.
I know.
This final map, maybe a bit more of an example of what they could have done. But alas, they ran into some heavy competition, faced both of the Americas teams.
We're going to send it down to the floor for Jen Lee on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview.
Congratulations, G2!
Everyone's walking away from the interview. Everyone's trying to run from the interview.
The hometown hero away for the interview. I'm gonna join them. All right. Let's see. Jonah P, I'm gonna ask you to do a little bit of multitasking. Snap a picture. All right. Congratulations. A clean 2-0. It seems like you guys came in here today to make a statement. Was that the mission?
Definitely was a mission. We got our warm-up game versus Paper X. You know, Paper X are a very good team. Their coaching staff helped them a lot. And now it's do or die. So when we're in do or die moments and our backs against the wall, we're a different team.
Right. Wanna snap another picture? No? Okay. Right. Time for another question.
Let's just do the interview. I think we skipped the pictures.
Multitask.
Like, at least for now, right?
Though, that is why you guys found yourself in this position today. But no doubt, you guys bounced back. So what were the talks? What were the issues?
The talks was honestly the same talks when we lost the Sen in the upper final to qualify for here. Nobody was down. We knew we were going to make a lower bracket run against 100 Thieves, EG, MIBR, Sen. And so we're going to do the same thing.
So no hard conversations?
No hard combos. Just watching the VOD, fixing our mistakes, and just had to be ready for today.
Lastly, I know Valiant said you guys are not scared of the lower bracket run, right? Yeah. I mean, pressure makes diamonds, and you guys are going for that diamond bracelet anyways. But do you feel like this is the position that you guys needed to be in order to get into that high gear?
I don't know.
I feel like the position we needed to be in was group stage, to be honest. First seed's a curse. We just needed to warm up into things, and now we're a very scary team in the lower bracket, And, you know, I got my family here, home crowd, my girlfriend, everyone supporting. And, you know, got nothing to lose now.
Right. Lastly, I know you don't like to trash talk, but we got some people talking smack about G2. Anything you want to say?
Yeah.
No?
I mean, I'm going to be humble because we talked some smack and then we lost. So we're just going to let the game show for itself.
All right. Thank you so much, Jonah P. Congratulations once again.
Shout
Leaf,
out,
are you
Jonah.
willing to talk some smack? Willing to talk some smack?
To who? Oh, no, I don't need to talk smack. The regional results speak for themselves.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations, G2.
Yo,
once
goddamn,
again, I'm
we
gonna
gotta turn
let
that
you
fucking
guys
AC
enjoy
on in
this
there.
moment with the fans. Meanwhile, let's get ready for our second matchup of the day. It's gonna be RRQ versus Fnatic.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't know what's going on down there with the interviews, but I think we have to, I don't know. It should probably like be somewhere else, maybe. It's feeling a little forced, but you know, that's okay. All right, we just played this song. What's happening? Boop, 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 boop. All right, let's check the stats. Congrats, G2. They've survived another round in the event. Sheila is our first team to get eliminated from playoffs. We send them our love. We hope for a safe flight back home. Leaf with a big 42. Kind of went crazy. And now we've got our next game, which is RRQ versus Fnatic. Match of the day, dare I say. Fnatic looking fucking good. RRQ not looking that great. Kind of got put down by the Wolves. So let's see if they can redeem themselves versus Fnatic. This is actually like a interesting one. All right, chat. I'm going to take a 2-minute break and go throw out my trash and get some air. I'll be back in a second. You guys jam out. Oh, I'm going to run an ad. Be right back. Oh, we're good, actually. Oh. Ba 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 ba. Banger, no?
Toronto. And one of the things that you can do as soon as you walk through the door, get yourself some awesome merch. And I'm joined by my boy Wyatt here. We're going to talk about all the amazing things that you can get yourself here in Toronto. So Wyatt, I just got to know right out of the gate, what's been like the big ticket item that people have been going crazy for?
Well, the biggest ticket item is right behind you. It's my friend right there with the spike. We've been selling out of him as much as we can. And I mean, you say big ticket, really everything is big ticket. We've got a lot of great products here and everybody's been loving it. We've been selling out so much and the community's been great. Like everybody's been coming over. They've been great personalities, great people to talk with, and so far it's been a blast.
Now for me, I've never personally owned a hockey jersey in my life, you know, being a Puerto Rican kid from the Bronx, but here's a fun fact. I got one now because this thing looks awesome. I absolutely love the design on it, but that's also not the other awesome item that they have here because I got to talk about the hoodie. Can we talk about this hoodie real fast? Because if you want to get yourself a high quality hoodie, this right here doesn't get better than this. You got yourself this embroidery right across. You can see the spike design, obviously our Valorant Masters design here as well, and you turn it around and you got yourself a nice subtle 2025. So you can remember the year that you got to watch Valorant Masters here in Toronto, Canada. In any case though, if you want to check out the booth, make sure you stop by here, get it while it lasts because it's been going fast, right?
It has absolutely been flying off the shelves.
Flying off the shelves. We'll see you soon.
I can't wait to go down and snatch myself some merch, and I think Lorax can be improved with a hat.
Or the hockey jersey. I think that's actually quite sick. I tried to get in line for that, but like 15 minutes after the doors open.
Interview that I think Zekin in his post-match interview said that you guys play more standard actually compared to like Wolves compared to Billy since they had to go through the Chinese gauntlet. Do you view your play style that way or how do you view it in particular?
I think sometimes we try to play more clean and maybe sometimes it's not good for us, especially now because we play with a sub. Midi is a sub guy. And since he has a crucial role, also we have like some communication issue because he cannot speak English and him and RRQ like literally cannot communicate, and it's just unlucky that this happened.
Dog, we can't find one guy that could like what?
But it's okay. We take it. This is not an excuse, and we'll see how it goes later.
Thank you. Happy birthday and good luck in your lower bracket match.
Holy fuck. I feel like I just went underwater.
So personally, I'm very happy that.
It was awesome.
Role. You think back to the double smokes metas of the past.
If I happen to do an interview in the arena with Jen, I'm gonna grab the mic, but we're just gonna hold it together. We're like Jing's interview. Dude, Jing grabbed the mic from her hand and just held her hand on the mic.
Astra Viper. Kill usage was really solid. He was winning a couple big clutches. It looked like he was finding his form here, playing almost exactly as well as he did in stage 1.
You know, when you look at
Embrace it. Ba ma ma. Bros not want to check Reddit? Nah, I do. I do. What the fuck is Boaster doing? Turn this shit music off. Excuse me? I'm trying to culture you, bro. Come on. Let me put you on, man. Can I lower it? Is it loud as fuck? I lowered it. I missed what Boaster was doing behind this desk. What was he doing? Crashies is chilling, bro. Crashies is big chilling, dog. Da da da. Da da da. Is there a world where Fnatic actually lose this? Yeah. Ah, shit. I just don't know if this is the vibe right now. It's a little too groovy. All right, I'm going in the GeoGuessr. Fuck it. Oh, interview.
Ashes and Boaster. Now, guys, you guys often talk about the importance of the vibes on your team. So what are the vibes like now that you guys are competing on a global stage? And also, can you give us a little bit of insight of your duo?
I think the vibes are really good. Despite our loss yesterday, I think it was a good learning lesson for the team. And yeah, vibes have never been better, so I'm excited.
You've seen pictures of Forsaken's muscles, Silfat BB's muscles. No one's seen Austin's muscles except me in the gym when he's spotting for me. I know that weight ain't dropping because my boy got me.
Wow. We have the trust going on here. All right, all right. Thank you.
Don't blame, don't.
Vans, this is your wheelhouse. You know, as an avid gym goer, how would you rate Crashies' muscles compared to, I guess they spoke about Forsaken and Sufa BB?
I saw him at the gym. They maybe
you've seen it?
Yeah,
Canadian Grand Prix is starting. F1.
Yeah, okay. He's got
What's
the
Buster doing?
You're not impressed by my muscles, Sue?
Mimi, I'm impressed by other. You're good at other things. You bring other things to the table. Yeah, yeah. We'll hit the gym with Vans. We'll hit the gym with Vans. But that man on your screen now, I want to yinstigate a little bit here at what I do best. Now, for those of you that don't remember Optic Crashies, where were you? I'm not happy with you for that. You know, you got to catch up on some history here. When Optic played against Boom Esports, Xfero, previously known as Deboto, had one of the greatest global performances we have ever seen anybody have, dropping almost 40 kills against Crashies and Co. So this is going to be an interesting rematch today.
I think it was, what, 35 just on Breeze in that series. It was outstanding for the guy that is now going by Xfero. But that was a long time ago, what, almost 3 years now to come back and have another match, at least against that one guy. They got close, couldn't pull off the upset then. I think he's going to want it this time.
Yeah, I look forward to it because RRQ, they're going to have to bring it if they want to survive in this lower bracket. But let's talk about the debut of this guy on your screen, Vansili. Everyone was excited to see him. Is he an onliner or not? Can he perform on the global stage? What were your thoughts?
I think he's still in line right now. Maybe not putting the superb numbers that we saw towards that split one that led them to be able to win the EMEA region. But, you know, it wasn't the slow start that we saw from Kayak when it went towards kickoff. I think he still had a really good opener and still found his groove going into these games. He was not afraid to go toe-to-toe or even go aggressive for these early fights against Gen G. You're playing against Gen G and you're playing these openers, I'm happy with that.
I do got to disagree with you a little bit because I think where he struggled was mainly on map 3, where the team as a whole was kind of failing across the board. That was more of a team issue in my mind. When they were competitive on those first 2 maps, I really thought he was excellent in finding almost the same form that he had back in EMEA. Those fights into mid we were seeing in the replay were amazing. His confidence, his aim, it was all there. And I think you have to kind of look back at the history of Fnatic.
Honestly, 14K on a women, not bad.
So good.
I didn't even move.
Their rookie players
14K no move, not bad.
In their debut. Think of
14K no move, not bad.
Copenhagen. Think of all of these
really,
different youngsters
w,
that
bro.
they've brought into the team through their history that have always thrived in these positions.
For me, I think it's unbelievable that Alpha and Kayak were able to recover after the ultimates. Missing 2 of those ultimates. Alpha barely even left-clicked at Kayak. It was a weird interaction as well with the Deadlock goal, but Vans, they managed to recover on Split. Not quite on Sunset, but this is what they do best, right? Fnatic don't often roll over and die after a loss.
What we had as a curse in terms of a small delay was actually a blessing for sure for Fnatic, because being able to calm things down and making sure that they're getting into the game, that the first seat curse doesn't really affect them that much. It was nice here to give a chance for Bolster to have those type of calls to allow here Alpha Year to calm down for those small mistakes that came through. So I still think that looking against RRQ, yes, it may look like on paper it should be a 2-0 for Fnatic here.
Is that French or
RRQ
Italian?
could be able to do it.
Yeah, this game absolutely should have been a 2-0 for Gen G, but Alphayer had an incredible rebound in the second half of Split, and I think his energy, his fragging did a lot to pull greatness out of the rest of the team to make that 12-7 comeback happen.
Yeah, we're going to check in with the players in just a moment, but before they take the stage, let's see what Golden Boy is up to.
Is French and Italian like very obviously different?
So I wonder what GB, what kind of goodies GB managed to get.
It's the first time that I had my nails done. I didn't know that this was like kind of permanent. I have to go get
I need
it,
to see Italian. I don't know if I need to see Italian. I haven't seen enough Italian.
GB got his nails done.
What's happening here?
So here at Valor Masters Toronto, we have a lot of really cool activations and booths, and one of those things is our Artist Alley with our amazing community. And I'm here with Kermi, who's, Kermi, who she's corrected me multiple times now. Kermi, you have a beautiful setup here. Firstly, tell me about yourself. Where are you from, and also what inspired you to do this?
I'm from Toronto, and I basically started art when I first got into VCT.
She makes all the beautiful drawings.
Yeah. And so at first I started with only Sentinels, but then slowly it transferred into mainly Tarik now.
Into mainly Tarik. Okay, that's completely fair. Actually, why don't you show us some of this stuff here? What do you have here? What's this? How long did it take you to do this and print out all that stuff?
Look at me in the desert.
It's a freebie of Tarik. It's supposed to be him with his like Final Mouse collab.
W
And I
Kermie.
also have like keychains and pins of him and stuff.
That's so cool. So now, how's the experience been for you here in Toronto, meeting people? Has it been a fun one?
I was like really
Check her out
nervous
at the Artist
first,
Alley if you
but
do go.
Everyone here is really nice, and it's just like a really wonderful.
Oh my God, the Go Valorant. Oh my God,
Look
the
at you,
Go
you're killing
Valorant.
it. I came around here. You had a full line. People were checking out your stuff. There is one thing that I saw that I absolutely loved. We can actually get a zoom in on it here. The anatomy of Wingman.
Wingman's
you have one here, if
anatomy.
you don't mind me, I want to. Yeah, it's a small version right here,
It's so
right?
cute.
This is hilarious. So how did you determine Wingman's anatomy?
I just guessed.
And I'm sure he'll just guess too, right? That's awesome.
Surely he has a lot of like squishiness, so thankfully I didn't have to guess too much.
Yeah. No. To be fair, that's what my wife says about me as well. So
I
it
gotta
makes
go
a lot of
there?
sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
No, look, honestly, this is amazing.
I'm gonna go to
Incredible
I'm gonna go
stuff.
check the booth out for
Check out
sure.
the Artist Alley booth. Check out
Check out the
Kirby.
Artist
She is
Alley if
an
you're at
incredible
Toronto.
designer, making fun things for the community at a good price, and it's worth your time. Kermie, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Shout out Kermie.
Now,
Love
if
you.
that is not hard-hitting journalism, I don't know what is. But Rob Moore still flawless in predictions, and he's gone with Fnatic going into this one. What do you guys think?
I think that, didn't he say in one of the tweets and the replies, like, I was going for the other team, but who cares? We're going to let him keep the 2-0 right now for Rob Moore. I want to
mean,
focus.
he's technically 3-0.
He's technically 3-0, yeah, but I want to think about me here. RRQ, I believe in that. Achilleos, the same. So I'm gonna trust Achilleos. I DM'd him yesterday. He's been the Achilleos Al-Gaib. I want to make sure I follow along with that, and now we're able to get our prediction right.
Give me the spark notes. Why do you think RRQ's winning? What's the sell?
Okay, so as I was mentioned before, Xfair was saying not used to playing against a slow playstyle of Wolves. I feel that they could do this against Fnatic.
Kermie's in the
Crazy
chat.
Guy was mentioned
Kermie
as well. He
W.
wants to leave everything on the table. They want to make sure that
Kermie,
they
that
don't
was
fall
awesome.
flat
You
going
did
into this
great.
game. And you also have
That was
Warbirds
awesome.
recently added into RRQ, and he is the anti-strat master. So having that many rounds in tape against Fnatic, I'm sure they're cooking something up here.
Yeah, you're selling me on the team running.
What the, Ohio?
With him coming into that roster.
Okay. Yeah, we won't talk about what happened.
When does Randy Savage play?
We just. Yeah. I don't know who that is.
Okay, I think I'm getting too deep in this one.
Yeah, right.
Randy
I do
Savage?
know who that is. Sorry. Renegades.
Yeah,
Renegades, Randy
yes,
Savage.
The Valorant team.
Yeah.
From like 3 years ago.
He sent me some merch, you know.
That's nice.
Yeah, sorry for egoing you just now. But yeah, we have the players backstage ready to take the stage. This could potentially be the start of a beautiful lower bracket run, and one team will be going home no matter what. So let's send it down and bring out Fnatic and RRQ.
Damn, Sova. Nah, this is looking crazy.
RRQ versus Fnatic.
Tarik, would you find it cringe to have a painting of yourself in your apartment? In my house, I will have a painting in the front entrance of myself. No.
It does not matter what happened regionally. What matters now for Fnatic and RRQ is if they can make a lower bracket run, and
I'm being
that
serious?
starts right
A
here.
painting of myself?
Struggled against a slow,
I mean,
macro-heavy team in
it's
Wolves.
kinda
But it was their
egotistical.
debut on stage for a very young
Low-key
team
kinda
who is
egotistical.
new to this global level
But
as
nah,
a 5. Fnatic,
I don't know,
they're going to be a
bro.
tough opponent, but they
A
have to
painting
put their
of
all into it
myself?
now.
I think that's important. An
It's
important thing that you bring up.
crazy.
It is RRQ's first time here coming on the stage, so I almost feel like you could come into this game with a nothing to lose mentality. Let's just have some fun. While for Fnatic, there's so much pedigree behind that name that fully flat into an 0-2
I'm not opposed to the
back on
idea, that's
stage,
what I'll say.
It's not something that they want.
If I had a penny for every time I rage in the Omen map select, I will have 2 pennies because I really was convinced that Fnatic are going to pick Icebox, considering RRQ have already showed it here.
Yeah, and they looked rough on that Icebox as well. But I imagine it will have been a focus, and Fnatic is excellent at, I think their Split, Lotus, and Icebox are all world-class maps. So I don't get it either, but I'm sure there is a reason, there is a read.
They're also a prep-heavy team. They like the VODs, they like to counter-strat, and there is already a VOD, which it doesn't happen very often in this tournament. So Vansili, they have to start strong and convince us why they pick Lotus.
I'd like to think from Fnatic's camp, the prep going into this game is because they know that most likely not going to play a tail comp on the side of RRQ. So what is the next big comp that RRQ has been playing during the kickoff? It's actually trying to mirror Fnatic without the exception of a KJ playing a Vice. So if you're going into that one, it's something that's in the wheelhouse of Fnatic that's always been very good.
I got Fnatic here.
Yet again, Fnatic having the easiest time of any team coming out of the Teo meta with their pivots because they just didn't play a ton of Teo. Both these maps to start, I would be absolutely shocked if they changed
Stupefy.
on both of them in EMEA, and both of them, the meta comp for a while was named after this team.
Yeah. And in the second round of bans, you know, they had 3 choices. They instantly take out the Sunset as well.
Yeah.
You
Get it gone.
Yeah, gone completely. But do you feel like maybe RRQ could have abused that and picked the Sunset for themselves?
Yeah, I would have been interested to see, but I think it was a risk, right? Because they also haven't really played a ton of Sunset. In some ways, when you're in a high-pressure match like this, you don't want to take a huge risk. You want to play more towards comfort, but it just comes down to how good their Haven can actually be against Fnatic.
And I think that's why they took it, because Fnatic just played against Gen G. You were just mentioned before, this is something that Fnatic likes to do, study the tape. That's something that RRQ does a lot here.
But one of the biggest reasons
what
I
the
think
fuck did
Fnatic
that sign just say? Did I just see
was
fucking
struggling
something?
to play into the Viper, which
my inner thoughts just take over my fucking vision?
I could see them pivoting into that as they were a Teo team before, but Fnatic's
the tape. That's something that RRQ does a lot here.
But one of the
You're lucky I can't see your face, bro. I would have pulled up on your ass. I'll be in Toronto soon.
The biggest reasons I think Fnatic lost that Haven game was struggling to play into the Viper, which RRQ hasn't been playing. I could see them pivoting into that as they were a Teo team before, but Fnatic.
Let's try our luck. Agent select. I can't do this right now. I can't.
And then you just kind of know how the map is being played when you're just not going to play against a Vice or a KJ. Everything else stays identical in terms of, you know, the slow pace default towards C, your lurks towards the A side. So Fnatic definitely knows how to play against that.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cushy here. He was playing the Sova mostly in the first series that RRQ played and was really good on that role. For Vice here, he has a lot of agency when he's on defensive side to make plays, to hard hold down that C site. You expect greatness from him.
It is my great honor to introduce to you your casters for this match. It is a real treat. We don't get this one very often. Give it up for Pansy and Kakuka.
Yeah, thank you so much. A bit of a surprise. Mike looking better than ever. So I am very pleased to be joined by you here, Bea.
Is it Kakuka's
love to be the side chick in this
first cast? I could be wrong.
Okay, you put me on the spot instantly, but let's kind of focus in on this because we do have an elimination here, right? Between these two, that first seed curse has been working wonders, right? Everyone seems to be suffering. But what's your takeaway from that first game when we saw both of these teams?
Not first, but she doesn't do it often, I see.
Yeah, when I look at the side of RRQ, I have to echo the words that Mimi was saying. I think that Cushy played a very big part, and especially moving on to Lotus with them starting on the attack. This Vice is going to be very important because unlike the Cypher, unlike the Killjoy, you do not have a utility that is going to tell you someone is in the back besides that wall. And that can be triggered so easily from the side of Fnatic. But both of the teams
also short for Poopa, and also short for Poop.
Especially Fnatic with how slow they were yesterday and whatnot.
I was supposed to be like
they want to test the
don't twist my words
here. I really like this though from Fnatic, getting proactive over towards Mount, taking space in the exchange of goods.
I did not cook.
Yeah, Rubble's not ours, so we're going to lean over.
That was supposed to be like funny and cute, but it wasn't, and I'm sorry.
Nice beginning, but RRQ's pace is tempered.
I
They're
mean
taking
no
their
harm.
time. They're not in a particular hurry.
I want to see how this change in the composition is going to affect the way the RRQ have been playing. Crazy Guy finds the first 2 kill onto Alvier and Chronicle, but Boaster gets the response.
Yeah, the third just felt a little too far away. Xfero just catching crashies.
Oh, mama.
And this is huge, though. Kayak and Boaster aren't going to be pleased about this, but Kayak's done brilliantly thus far, but gets outgunned.
Wait,
This
Fnatic
is the
could get
start
eliminated,
that
huh? Early
RRQ
days,
would be
though.
dreaming about. Now he asks
A little
big
bit of a
question.
whiff, yeah.
The main man himself. Can he lead by example? A 1v3, a lot to ask for. Sheriff to hand. And a glance left and right. The first couple of steps, almost the deadliest. This cross is in place
right.
on the contact. Jemkin more than able to do it. And a good, comfortable start for RRQ.
Yeah, Fnatic that definitely wanted to fight. We saw a lot of Sheriffs going onto that pistol round, and that definitely was a pain point for Fnatic yesterday. Yes, they managed to win like 3 out of the 6 that they played, but in 2
That
of
second
those,
kill on
they
Chronicle
lost the
sucks.
next round. So it's not looking good. Definitely some of the homework that they need to do if they get back to EMEA. Maybe they can start a little bit earlier today. But for RRQ, being patient, finding the kills, finding the space, and a very quick response if they're pushing and putting all of these numbers in C. Of course, A is going to be very weak.
So, can they continue this? I'd like to see what RRQ looks like with some more confidence. It was a brutal start for them. But Fnatic, once again, being proactive here, and why not in this round? A lot of classics, and an isolated player, a good reward, at least a Sheriff to be found, but you can see the
1-for-1, not
trade-off
bad.
here, straight towards C-site. RRQ, not really too fast now, a good idea of where Fnatic are.
Yeah, exactly. And leaving Xfero in the back just with the Sheriff. No weapon is going to be found for the side of Fnatic. 4 classics to play for this retake. Kayak has already taken the long round. It's going through CT. Still, all the utility from the Vice is already in play, and RRQ should have a very easy time closing this round.
And should is always the primary word, but I agree with you. They do have these 3 rifles that they really can't afford to lose those. They need to keep these, and they need to stay clean in this round. Fnatic would love to make it a bit more costly, trying to lock them into the site at the very least, but time to slip forward. Crazy Guy still farming up. Monyet as well, gonna find Boaster.
Oh.
So far, so good. It's that one loss of a gun that could cost them here. Crazy Guy does go down. I don't think that can be particularly gathered. Kayak gonna go for a wild play. And now they just need to back
keep holding,
away.
keep
So
holding.
2 rifles making it out there, the Guardian and the Vandal on Jemkin.
Yeah, comfortable so far
hold.
for RRQ.
We
Again,
keep
being
holding.
fast on those reactions, getting into good positions for the post plans. Monia being ready with that paranoia. Even though he was playing
This
one
guy's
of the
like
rifles,
kind of boring,
very
not gonna
good
lie. It's
position.
been
He
one
can
round,
react
you
to all the
fucking...
utility that all the team can use onto that. We also saw the Vice flash. So
Oh,
very
I'm gonna get a
comfortable
headache.
for them. By the way, the next map is Haven. I would
can't
love
yell.
to see Monia on a duelist. I think it's about damn time.
I'm with you in that, but I want to see them get there well. I want to see this team show that potential. There was a lot of talk about RRQ leading up to this.
This is a classic. Boaster with the Odin.
I'm having a little
Laying
look
on
towards
tree.
Kayak.
I think I've seen this film before.
It's the corner that's going to be
it's a hard
costly. He
shot.
sticks around too long, but he plays it well enough. Gets to slip away. You can see again patience being shown by RRQ here, kind of going through the paces of this map. The
Take a
protocol
Tano, I
looks
should.
reinforced here.
Yeah. One of the things that
Who
I was
won G2
seeing about
XLG?
RRQ is
J9,
this
wake up, bro.
later takes onto A, struggling a little bit to fight at the beginning of the round. And Boaster's ready, trying to deal some damage. He has already taken a bit.
Again, from their previous matchup, in my mind, I was looking a lot towards Jemkin, at least, with the entries and how he
My
was
Odin
faring in
goes.
that. And it was a bit rough for him. He wasn't able to find his footing. This could be a much better game for him.
What do you think about the teams not giving the Vandal to the? Well, he's low on HP right now, so we're just gonna give it the Sheriff.
Yeah, that's completely reasonable. But again, they do need to handle Boaster here to an extent. They can't allow him too
Wait,
much
Jemkin's
freedom
low.
throughout this game, but
A lot of
Boaster
faking.
respect it.
You see the paranoia, the TP, all that noise. Fnatic set to respect that. But the movement from RRQ already ready to enter C.
But that was very telling. Kayak noting the player crossing back through. It steadies the ship. Ready's Chronicle to receive, and Jemkin goes down. He was the player lower down, though, on HP. This is still a bonus round, but it's invested, so there is cost to this. And speaking of things that are running out, is time. 15 seconds, and Crash. Xfero, you nutter! Clears Crashies like
Oh
he's
my
not
God, what a
there
clear.
for the plant. Suddenly we're down to a 4v4 post plant, and RRQ are back in the driving seat.
Yeah, Boaster with that
I
Odin is
like
not going to
Nutter.
have an easy time. Crazy Guy that found the perfect timing to go on through Hobbit and support the rest of the team.
I like what Kushi's doing, though, playing that a little bit disconnected. It does open up risk, but they've got the support, at least for now. Kushi gets cleared quickly by Alpha, who needs an upswing in performance, but Monient's response is get proactive. Fight back towards CT. Kayak comes into the building, though. And now down to just Crazy Guy, a 1v3, not able to stand the test. A necessary round for Fnatic.
Yeah, and it's so important for them that even in that 4v4 with the time
They went crazy
running
on the
against them as
retake.
the spike was
They
going
came in
down
like
and all
fucking
the utility
SWAT
and
team.
no information onto where RRQ were playing after having a very strong rounds for those post plans is having that patience. You still have a lot to work with. It doesn't matter that crazy kill.
That was insane.
Crashes. But Kayak, yesterday, he was marvelous, wonderful on his debut, especially on Haven. At least good for two on most of the rounds. Good job, Chronicle is saying. Another player that should be
You are in the
comfortable
game,
for
bro.
today.
Welcome to the server.
Yeah, this is the round, though. I'm looking at Crazy
Oh,
Guy
no, it's
as well.
Crashies. They're just going to be swapping around the Odin.
If I wasn't a gamer, what would I have been?
So if they
I
have
don't know, probably a
set piece
doctor
in
or some
mind
shit,
they'd like
bro.
to run, they at least have that as an option. Alpha, Kev, that was a little bit too
Doctor,
risky
dentist,
for me.
you know.
Alpha, out on a limb. Could have been punished, wasn't, and there's the instantaneous ult. It's quick. They're not really pulling their punches, and we're complementing the pacing, but now Alpha's going to punish Moniette on the cross-up. Spike's still hesitant to commit through here, but now will be making its way.
Yeah, we saw at the beginning of this game, RRQ taking those ores, farming this ultimate, but Fnatic knows how to play around it. The spike is going to go down, but they're very ready. Kushi finds the first one.
Oh no! He bit it out the rocket.
The next layer, the next step, Chronicle catches Jemkin, and we're
Flank?
down to two. The flank feels almost out of place,
Good
but it might be the
seize.
heroics they
Good
need.
seize.
But they're dwindling in numbers. Only one alive.
Oh
and
no, where is
Chronicle's
he?
Awareness is just too
Big.
good. Fnatic keeping four standing. A big reply here to the early start from RRQ.
Yeah, the spike is going down, but these post plans are just not as effective. When you see a Fnatic on the other side that seems to have recovered that confidence that in so many occasions yesterday was missing. All that utility to come in, preventing RRQ from having an easy time on
Am I
the side.
drunk?
And
No, I'm
Fnatic's
just
also
sick.
taking on the
I'm
opportunity
sick.
to break the tempo, to not let them take those positions. We
control,
know
everything's under control,
how
let's go.
difficult it can get for any team to retake on C.
This is where it truly begins. See that depth of RRQ, the frustrations, I'm sure.
What the fuck?
And the dances.
Of course.
Wait, Bosa's
like
got
they
his
are.
shorts on today, showing off his legs.
Though,
We
please.
might be in for a
really
treat, guys.
short. Don't need to pause this early, mate. Let's keep it calm. But okay, Stinger's coming out, Judges there, so a couple of bits and pieces to
Wait,
look
what?
out for. How are they gonna? I mean,
And you know they've been playing the Odin. Are you sure you want to do this?
Oh, Kayak, potential to farm here.
Uh-oh. Pros don't clear corners.
Just has to wait. Chronicle sells them down.
Wow, that was so satisfying, bro. Nah, that was so satisfying.
Happy to make those
Dude,
plays
he's
and
like fucking
confidence
robot.
builders for the main
His
man on the
aim.
stage.
Absolute flawless round for the side of Fnatic. Yes, it wasn't the biggest investment for RRQ, and there was definitely an idea to
He's-
show a little bit of face on A.
The way
maybe
he's
drag
killing
some
them, it's
attention
like
from
he's
Fnatic,
fucking,
but
we're
Chronicle
charging
and
him per
Kayak
bullet he
were
shoots.
ready for this
Bro, once
aggression
you buy the gun, the bullets are
to
free,
beat.
man.
Timeout now being requested. It is time to slow things
He's
down.
like-
They're saying-
Good job, boy.
Oh, yeah. They were speaking about the vibes. Crashy said that they were immaculate, that they were better than ever, despite the loss from yesterday. It's definitely telling.
Did he
Yeah,
say
it
good
is.
boy or
And
good
again,
job boy?
This is kind of the, I guess, polar opposites in play here as well. When we talk about the big leagues coming out to these stages, you got one of the big teams against you. Fnatic has a very wealthy history of that, even coming off the back of a loss.
Is Kayak
You're
a
looking at
rookie?
what people were referencing is like that Shanghai
well, he's been on
nightmare
Fnatic
before
for a little
facing
bit now.
Gen.G, dropping into the
It's
lowers,
his first
and then obviously we all
international.
know what happens
I
up
want to
against
say.
Foot, right? The ridiculous happened. But
Was he at the
Fnatic, again,
last
when we're
one?
talking about the composure capability there, the fact
his
that they've
first
been
international,
in these
yeah.
scenarios, they
Many
can
times.
fight through it. Now, for RRQ, this is the first time they're taken to these sort of stages. The pressure is tenfold. It's not easy. So a nice early pause here.
Especially when you're still, like, there's the question of, did you really deserve that first seed? We were just in a crazy run. Especially with
First
how
year in
Gen.G
franchise, you
is
go
looking,
rookie. Yeah,
you can
that's
be like,
fair.
oh my god. And Paper Rex as well.
But would you
Just
say that
such
about
strong teams?
G2?
Listen, Lauren.
Yeah?
G2 played amazingly. Did you not see the first match?
I'm a
Leaf
G2
was
fan.
close in everything. That
I'm a
man was
G2
on
fan,
it.
but-
Yeah, and you are right. You're a Potter fan and you're a G2 fan, and you're right for that, Lauren.
Is G2 an EU org or an NA org? Does anyone know?
This again, this Odin in play has been something that we know is such a
Crazy Guy's
it's
ready to respond.
really frustrating. They do need to find the reaction to it, which I said maybe Crazy Guy doing this. So they found a way forward, right? They've made it at least towards rubble. That's something. It's a step in the right direction.
Again, this is vintage from Fnatic, just playing from tree with this Odin. We've seen it a million times. It was definitely not Crashes carrying it.
Nah.
Aww.
The
expecting a
bromance
bit of damage, at least, you know?
exchange here between the two. Picks up the mantle.
Booster takes it, so Crashes can start throwing some utility.
Ooh, the timing on this, though, actually not good. Booster left completely adrift there. Flash in hand and air punish. Crazy Guy unleashing. Now, they've got to know there's still a player towards that A side. They've got to know there's one towards door. They've got a good read on these positions early.
Yeah, we were speaking about it being vintage. That is probably one of the responses and one of the adjustments that RRQ made for this round.
happened?
Let's fight for bubble. Let's grab their attention and let's force some duels.
I'm losing my focus.
Now leading them into this 4v3. Xfero also with his ultimate. If they get to that post-plant position, it could be looking very good for RRQ.
Now, I like this pause. It's good. Gives you a chance to get a bit of a punish, but you are going to have to start moving. Maybe depending on the lurk. Maybe banking, you're going to get passed out, but he comes out well, but a good trade. Then Crashes plays it forward. 20 seconds now. It's getting down to the wire. The lurk could be an issue, but Crashes holding on so well. And Cushy, killed Fnatic. In all that chaos, looking composed.
Damn.
And this is another layer.
It's looking good from both teams, really.
Getting those trades. You are already forcing that very.
That was a 3v4, right?
You need the confidence to go one after the other. Crashes dodging that ice from the Fate perfectly. Just pushing at the right time, especially when the other player is playing the Odin. It's going to take a little while to get that gun out. A lot of players standing up on stage today.
And I'm
Crashes
genuinely very happy to see Crashes having a good performance here. His return to form has been
absolutely
meteoric near on. It's been outstanding. So for him, happy to see that. Obviously, a lot of stars aligning. And for RRQ, gonna need to see a fight back now. This is starting to feel like a drought of rounds. Fnatic starting to look more and more comfortable, more and more confident. You don't want to see that if you're RRQ. You need to break back in.
We see Kayak playing with the outlaw for this round. Of course, the economy not being the best for RRQ.
This
is one of the rounds that you can definitely take advantage. One bullet to any of the players on the other side, and they are gone, Lauren.
Yeah, and again, though, if you're looking at this, RRQ will have a lot of ults. I want to see them utilize them well. I don't want it just thrown out with a small chance of a win. I need to see them kind of build around that. A big opportunity maybe in the coming round with a good purchase behind it. It'd be fantastic to see. However, patience now being displayed.
Think so, Sabrina.
Slow and steady.
Focusing on getting the orbs, as you're saying, thinking about the next round. Almost everything is going to be available for RRQ. Man, that Odin is broken. It barely does any damage.
But this is keeping a lot of Fnatic players hit.
Oh my
3
God.
players on the site now.
Again, actually hit both a couple times.
The others reside. Alpha sat towards CT, but it's Kron again.
Monyet
just
dead.
punishing.
Spam.
Monyet's gone down. They're not getting given many chances.
Left.
Look how far they have to dig to even get a fair fight on any of these Fnatic players. Don't give up the site, but there's a lot of players spotted. It's so clean.
Spike down, C.
Crazy Guy. Xfero, there's just nothing landing for him here. Now it is done for. Fnatic up to 5, a flawless round to get there as well. I need RRQ to hit the ground running in this round coming.
Absolutely. Only 2 rounds on the board, and as you can see on your screens right now, it was the pistol and the next one. Nothing found in this rifle round. Fnatic also very knowing what parts of the map each person is in charge of. The movement that Chronicle is having today, the confidence that we're seeing, and the right moment into when to take some fights, when to back off and wait for the rest of the team. We saw like at least a couple of flawless rounds, and yesterday we saw a Fnatic that was barely putting a round together.
Okay, this time though, look at the fight, look at the adjustment. Most are playing over towards
so many ultimates.
Yeah, backed away from this.
On both sides.
Yeah, I did notice that Fnatic have got theirs as well, so a lot of counters here. This could get messy. Let's take note of what we've seen though. 0 pressure across the map. Not a default by any means by RRQ, right? So you've got an exploration already happening for Kayak with that operator. Deeper line. The battle for tree begins. The battle of spam is going to continue. Door gets open. Boaster needs to respect this though. The Prowler behind it. Fnatic need to be careful because they are at the door, maybe not believing the amount of bodies here. It's an explosion, literally. Jemkin takes away Boaster. Crashes tries to play it forward. He's still denying that there's any cross here. He gets called out to Alpha. They're coming back. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but RRQ are dropping these bodies.
Whoa.
Whoa! He's so quick! Flies through and finds him in the heels.
Double satchel.
And now they're locked in with them. A quick TP taken, gets him out of dodge for Monyet. He's on the other side of the map. There's the layering of these ults coming in.
All of them actually coming. That Viper's Pit guaranteeing the plant and maybe an easier position. This from Monyet is not going to find anything. Fnatic getting all together. And Kayak going in with the Odin. Everything is out for the side of RRQ.
Destroyed.
Nice ultimate coming onto play. Only those secondary weapons for Fnatic.
This surely is it for RRQ. This is a great reaction. It's a heavy investment. They've even got a nice disconnected position from Monyet. He sees nothing towards this playback in from CT. It's going to all come through the choke point. It's time to go. Crashy's still going to get down Cushy.
Pretty hard retake, saving.
Time, though, starting to fade away here. I think they know it as well. It's taken a great deal for RRQ, but they've managed to find a response here, Bayer. It took basically everything they had.
Yeah, exactly. They still have Crazy Cat's ultimate for next round if they want to use it, but it has not been easy at all. A lot coming into this round. They knew that they had to be patient, taking the space for them to use the proper ultimates. Kayak, yesterday, we did not see him with the operator.
Wait, both teams are looking good, right, chat?
Did not have enough credits to even purchase it.
Nice, guys.
Definitely should be a change for today. So important as well, the way that they played that post fight with X-Pharaoh. Yes, they were in his ultimate, but he had to be outside of that fight for that post fight to be successful.
That was 4
That's probably why I'm not talking that much.
That was everything near on. Yes, there's still Crazy
I'm
guys.
trying to lock in,
off
though.
Position.
Oh.
Yeah, it's stunning. Kayak gonna get away with the first. Jemkin punished, and he's had a quiet first half here.
I am so sad that we do not get to see the Icebox from Fnatic and see Kayak on top of any wall with the operator. Maybe we'll get there. Opener for them, and Jenkin is out.
Yeah, what's the plan now? They've lost the tip of the spear. So they kind of fall back.
I need this to get a kill eventually. Either way, I don't care.
Fair enough. As it stands, just a frustration, really.
That's someone called to join the call without less talking for me.
Lovely
no, it's probably more talking. I mean, I don't mind talking. I'm just watching the game. I'm chilling.
Over on this side.
I'm chilling.
And after the pause, we've seen RRQ just going for A hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble at the beginning of every round.
All of this just for Boaster, and he's still alive. They still haven't cleared him. He's still standing. Someone kill him. Finally goes
Crashies,
down.
avenge.
The brother in arms swings back in. X-Pharaoh falls, and now Crashies once again.
You won't go through. Ooh, that was fast, no?
To give away a little bit
I could just be fucking. I could be slow, but that was fast.
Catching Cushy, trying to take some space.
2v4.
They don't look comfortable in this post plant now.
That was fast, but I'm faster.
His ultimate is not gonna go down, and it's only
Crazy guy. What do you got?
To defend this postman. Already opening the door. They know where he is, and he's going to lose his weapon. Alpha, he doesn't care. Closes out the round. Chronicle diffusing. He's gonna have it. Probably just give it to another one of his teammates. Still, RRQ after that pause, just going for A hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble. They've been dodging Kayak and that operator. Oh, they thought they were.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that they're running out of steam here.
It's too early for that, isn't it, Lauren?
It should be, but again, they're finding no easy solution to having anyone to clear out whoever's going to be sat with that Odin on tree, right? Yeah, it's
You're the guy. You're the man. You're the man.
Literally, it looks comfortable for Fnatic, and I'm glad they've used both timeouts here because. Again, it's been Boaster or potentially on occasion why it was Crashy sat there as well with it, but they haven't found a way to clear that out without using what? There was a Fatal on it, there was everything put to this.
I think the most important part is that they are clearing out. They do get to kill the person that is in tree. The problem is the second layer that they have not been able to find a solution to. It looks like A is not the kind of site that Fnatic is more down to play for the retake because they want to fight their opponents as they walk onto the site. So maybe it's time to change the plan. Hey guys,
we're trying to set up NBA practice.
Onto A. But even though this is just the first half and this is RRQ's second timeout, they need to get back into the game. They've only won one rifle round, and that has to change.
Yeah, this is looking like.
Why are you guys retweeting? Stop retweeting JNAM, bro. You're giving him too much attention.
Really, after the loss to Gen G, I think a lot of us kind of walked away though. I don't say expecting it, but Gen G looked one of the most lethal teams during Swiss.
He unpinned it.
Like I think that's a really fair assessment. Those guys look like they could do a deep run. Anyone who doubts that.
They said it yesterday. Like I think it was Munchkin that said, anyone that didn't pick us as a team to fight, they're cowards. And he's so based for that. That was cold.
That is actually so cold.
Chronicle 9-2.
Yep. Kayak
no
up there
wonder he's
well.
smiling, telling everybody that they're great.
I mean, nothing's really hindered them. Wait and see RRQ's response. Again, this was the double timeout in the first half, so...
Double timeout first half?
Into it.
Are you guys watching the game?
Viper's Pit instantly put down towards the C site. That's just going to be Chronicle basically closing the door. You want this, you got to put a whole lot to it yourself. Now, Sparrow...
Oh, no.
Me and him, not much different.
He found the kill with the Odin.
Yeah, but...
Do we take that?
But I think that kind of sums up a lot of what we're seeing. This feels flat. It feels like it's flat-lining for RRQ, and it's devastating, right? We know that these guys are very good.
Nah, low-key, I got that cool. You're not wrong.
We know how much people are
and that's why I'm saying I have a place in the server, bro.
You look at Cushy, who's doing great. You're looking at some of the players, even in the loss, you're like, okay, there's a lot here. But today, it feels like it's compounded.
I think that maybe one of the things that we've been missing is xFaroe doing what he was doing just now, just being a little bit more on the lurk, trying to find something.
Oh, and all they find
why does Chronicle just randomly turn into Thanos?
Putting on a clinic.
Is this the third flawless round for Fnatic just in this half? 12-2 currently for Chronicle. Finally, these better performances in this.
I know, JNM. That's why I was last.
With the operator, something
that's part of the reason I stopped playing, bro.
Yesterday.
Don't tell nobody.
Saying the economy, of course, with all of these rounds for Fnatic is not looking good for RRQ. Desperation on their faces. How do you get back into this? 2 more rounds for their attack.
4 Breeze, 2 Sova.
And Fnatic has a lot to play with.
They do. They really, really do. Still have the ults here.
Oh,
Elves in the chat? Nah, I'm gonna get mad.
Okay, that's maybe not what even I expected, but it kind of baits
nah,
them
this
in as well.
This actually ruined my day.
Kayak, so again, he
this
can have
shit pissed
impact
me
with
off.
That ultimate
This shit pissed me off, I can't lie. TSPMO ICL in the chat. TSPMO ICL.
There's no getting out of there, it felt like, but still, a 1-for-1 trade, Cushy gone. And down to this 4v4.
Very similar plan
get that
as
shit tatted
what we
on my
saw
body.
In the previous round. Just go in for that mount control, maybe fight for those orbs, trying to get something going, especially for that
Double
last
XO?
round, whatever you could use for this one. Crashes is so ready with this Odin. Oh, this could be a lot of damage.
Certainly could be. Boaster ready, everything there. Look at the state of them, trying to back away. Boaster actually getting a bit hungry for this. And Kayak going hunting too. They've got no idea. Oh, Kayak!
This is the best player in the world.
Phenomenal performance already. And RRQ looking down in the doldrums here, Bayer. This is a hard performance to come back on into that second half. I wanted to see them maybe have a bit of life in these final rounds.
He reminds me of myself in my prime.
Past that first hurdle.
Yeah.
Oh, the days.
Still with 30 seconds left. He
Oh,
needs
the
to try
days.
and save this weapon. Of course, Fnatic, huge bank and nothing to lose. And apparently, should go hunting
Haters
for him.
will say the Lulu.
And it just keeps compounding the problem,
Real ones
right?
know.
This makes it feel like that you can't breathe. It's like a weight on your chest here, and RRQ are feeling the full force of Fnatic. 8-3. It's a strong showing, pulling no punches now.
Hey, RRQ has one more chance in this attack to get around, but the pressure for Fnatic has been wonderful. I would have liked, though, for Boaster to be the one having the Odin and Crashes to be sending in the
Actually
utility. Maybe
looking
that
good.
Seas and the Odin could have been the death of at least 2 of the RRQ players. But Kayak, and now he goes on the rifle. He has his ultimate. Chronicle back on that operator. And it looks like RRQ want to go for this rubble control for the last round of their attack.
The Odin is still here, this time obviously in the hands of Crashies. Has to respect it for now. Could assess the fact that there's already been maybe a cross towards Rubble.
No damage.
Wants to confirm that. He calls in the rotation.
The skin is kind of nice, no?
Leaning through towards the door. Boaster passing through CT. Now, this is a show of presence, and they go the other side. Now, they don't know about this, though. Maybe heard this rattle off a shot in the last round, but is that in the forefront of their minds? Chronicle waiting. Eyes locked on this.
Chronicle's opping? Nah, he's getting cocky.
And the patience just falling short. Calls for the one-way. Dodges the flash. Waits for the Prowler.
Oh my God.
Couldn't quite find the timing to thread the needle. But now they back away. He's read the next layer to RRQ's approach.
And all of Alpha Year's utility is already waiting on C for that second layer. He himself is also supporting. 40 seconds left, and RRQ still has to make a move.
Fnatic have done so well at clearing some of these question marks. That late haunt coming in, just making sure they know the lurk's still in play. Chronicle keeping that deeper line, but Kayak finds the stop. Hello, 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 hello! He's not down, but Chronicle's down on the other side. The spike!
Ooh.
Oh God, Chronicle! It's a massive Massacre over here.
Yes.
Not yet trying to take steps forward. Delayed by the util.
Tragic scenes.
There is no easy
Tragic
there is no
scenes.
straightforward way
Fnatic
through.
are owning.
And for Xvero, he's got 10 seconds. And it's certainly not a dream now. 2 kills, yes. But to find the other 3 was never going to happen here. 9-3 Bayer. This has been a statement half from Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. They can be more than happy. They're usually on the other end of a 9-3. But you know, we still have the second half to care for. So let's take a small break and we'll see you on the other side.
Oh my god, I thought for a second she said smoke break. What the fuck? Did Boaster just wink at me? What the fuck's happening? Boop, 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 boop. Do, 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 do. Go Fnatic! That's hilarious, J-Nim. That's so funny. Bro. You being a professional pro player before on stage, what happens when you want to pee during the match? Can you pause and pee the game? Dog. We are all adults. You can go take a piss before the game starts, man. Why am I answering this question?
To talk about Jemkin, right? Yes. We see that 15, but I think it has to do with the difference between him playing on the Euro on this map and him playing on the Raze. I think that is going to play a very big and important part now that we move on to the defense, because he loved getting aggressive, trying to get a little bit of a pick, put in a little bit of pressure, and then go back with that TP. He's not going to have that facility now.
Can you please play for my college tuition?
What the plan is going
Brother,
to be
ChatGPT exists.
Yes,
you don't need a fucking degree anymore.
The Omen, the Viper, and the Vice.
You just need to find a job, and then ChatGPT will do the rest for you. Fuck, I said the word.
Time.
Yeah, I'll go for easier. Again, though, they did pick up that pistol in the first half. We could either call that a blessing or a curse if you look at the rest of it, but they did pick up the pistol. So maybe this could give them a bit of a stabilizing factor, something to take off the stress here, because you saw by the end of it how aggressive Fnatic were being. It felt like it was trying to prove a point, but early contact
ChatGPT will soon replace you,
B, a little towards C.
You think AI me streaming? Nah, AI is me streaming.
Some utilities falling down.
What if AI me streaming is better? What if AI Tarik is better than real Tarik? Fuck.
No, be it a mini-map moment. It was a fumble there from Kushi. And that's the gates open. He knew they were there. The flash confirmed it. The early peek confirmed it. And Kayak, he's going hunting. Again,
but the thing is, like, you would be wrong to fuck with AI Tarik because, like, it's fake.
Proactive in every angle.
And I'm real.
Again, explore CT. A little deeper look towards Waterfall. Any flanks? No.
How do we know you aren't AI Tarik?
They are making RRQ reinvest.
Trust me, I do not give AI.
Close space.
I actually give the furthest thing from AI.
Again, on red alert down here, but the site's being retaken, but there's no bullets being placed towards Fnatic. Jemkin does draw blood, but there's still 4 more to clear. They've got to get a move on. Got to get towards that spike. How far? Sharp as ever. Xvero's gone down, 21 HP, but the time he's buying is precious. 10 made for Fnatic.
Trust me, I am not AI. Watch me do this mini crossword.
Then finding the kill.
Trust
3 people pushing on to see finding
This is not AI.
the Vice, getting that first kill. We see Kaya going on the aggression. Alpha waiting in his back, just going with him as well. A bit slower, of course, because race is what it is. But loving this isolating fights. Alpha, you're just moving like a dream. It's not only the vibes. This team is
He's
feeling
rounding it up.
And I'm just worried that RRQ are crumbling under this. Genuinely, I'm worried because...
Happy Father's Day, Tarik. Thank you,
They're
son.
looking almost scared in this scenario. Oh, and that's maybe why Kayak's not missing a shot. This shouldn't be much of a round, but the problem is it's going to put Fnatic on 11.
You say that, you should have seen Fnatic versus Genji.
Well, I like this, though. Paint Shell could be big. If the timing's right, maybe it's too late in the day. Surely Monyet. Hello. Oh, a second. Maybe the hero they need.
Clip this. Rex win this map 13-11. Clip this. RRQ win this map 13-11 off the Zico.
Dreamy stuff. Wait. Sorry, where's Alpha? Someone is looking. I think Xfero's keeping a glance on this. That's really smart. Okay, they've seen him. Alpha. Oh my god, stop. He still takes down Jemkin. That's a 3v2 though. The numbers are good here. Gifted by Monyet on his third.
Spike here.
Knows where the spike is. Fnatic have to come to him. Crashies and Chronicle. Oh my god, come off it. He's taken down Monyet in command here. Crazy guy now filling the void, and they look a bit
Bro, why didn't you grab the gun?
And it's just shooting.
Why did he not grab the gun?
Crazy guy left with just that Marshall popping off shots. He's down to the ghost here. He could back away. He could give them the spike if he wants to. He could fall off from this. He doesn't need to take the fight right now. The drive-by attempted. Oh, it's huge!
The Marshall.
With the Red Bull clutch.
Wow.
Necessary in this moment.
Wow.
I do not want to say it's spoken into existence, but Fnatic were struggling with this yesterday.
Good thing he didn't get the Phantom.
I like the look of them being a little bit faster in this executes, Monyet and the rest of RRQ so ready in the C side to stop Fnatic from taking the site.
Okay, let's see.
Just that heartbeat back in. Revitalized by that. Monyet setting that up is everything they could have dreamed of. It opens up a chance. Just a little bit of confidence could give them everything. But Chronicle doesn't want to give them much more.
Eco for
Crazy guy
Fnatic.
was like, do you know what you guys are doing? I'll have a bit of that.
Have a taste of your own medicine.
That's
He
the one.
actually finds a couple of kills. It's 3-3 now.
Cleared. You can kind of see the shades almost of the protocol list here for Fnatic, even in this sort of round, identifying where that one was going to be, kind of going through the paces, getting the test over towards Rubble. Okay, what's that B site looking like? Cool, let's have a little look towards C.
Yeah.
Everything proactive in this. Does catch. I thought it might have been a bit late, but Cushy's got to be careful. They are ahead of this. Yeah, they are very ahead of this.
Oh, like
Crashies from down
Shroud, but not
below.
really, dude.
Gonna get the reward as well. Yeah, Vandal found. That could be a plant.
Yeah, Guardian and Vandal, both are going to get that spike down. Of course, RRQ respecting this position
And if
taking
Boaster
their
goes
time.
towards Mound Bayer, he's had some mad clutches from here.
I think a couple of 3v1s, well,
Yes.
1v3s
Yes.
from his side.
But can Crashies alleviate some of that dodging?
Full pack of
Out
utility.
paranoia. He's still here though, and they fight forward. It's Crashies. Oh my god! How have they stolen that? A MasterCard Thrifty. It was meant to be the turnaround for RRQ, and it is
Damn,
crushed.
Crashy's popping off, dog.
Back-to-back Thrifties now. We thought that for a second things were looking better for RRQ, but Crashes, he just has a different opinion. He has a different plan for today. He's been having it the entire tournament. Time to stand up.
Come on, boy. You and me, baby. You and me, baby. Him and me. Him and me.
Just get a room.
I-Series
Just get a
Boaster
room.
back at it. Giving it large, but let's look at what the protocols look like here. We were kind of seeing Fnatic going on that fact-finding mission in
Oh,
that
that's
previous
in?
round. That actually
Did I say
worked out in their
13-11?
favor. Ball's now changed up though.
Nah, I'm
a quick
sick.
rotation from RRQ, looking to try and keep pace here with where Fnatic are kind of hurting towards.
I have the spike. Would have liked maybe Crashes trying to fight for that orb, having that ult for the execute.
Ooh, what a shot from Monyet.
Spike down. Those damn stingers, man.
Crashy's head ringing after that one. Monyet's been the one to keep a couple of these rounds competitive, but a 3-play stack. Kayak, you're good, you ain't that good. Ooh,
Oh.
that has cost him a lot. Ball does get cleared.
Surely. No, not back to back to back, right?
You look at this map, again, I love that there's still control on this side, right? You've got Monye.
Don't let your girlfriend stop you from finding your husband.
Looking to potentially set up, I think it's Crazy Guy over there. Yeah, it is. So Kron, he shouldn't have been able to get this far. That's my issue.
Chad, if you post a funny enough message, it could get pinned by the mods.
Kayak's fallen, but Chronicle's still alive. He's pulling all eyes towards this way. Lurk coming in at the same time from Alpha. This is getting messy. Monyet is down low on HP as well. And Alpha's taken this space. Yes, there's a player nearby, but now has to respect that smoke.
Ban Sogo.
To watch out when they go into the site.
Great from Crazy Guy though. Nice re-clear here. Tries to swing off it. Good spacing, good trading. This is good from RRQ. 8 seconds now, and Fnatic have found no easy approach. It's Chronicle last alive, and the time has gone from them. RRQ holding on to this, Bayer.
Absolutely. Now back to back to back. Doesn't matter what you bring into the round, it's more what you do with it. And RRQ, a very good idea of how to play with those stingers. The damage that they can do.
Don't let your
like
Tarik stop you from finding your
we saw him
J-Nam.
right after the pistol in the eco, him getting a couple of kills. Him also feeling himself.
I think it's the other way around, no?
I mean, Monyet, for me, has been pivotal so far.
Oh, yeah.
He isn't sitting towards the very tip top of the board. That's Crazy Guy. He sat down, you know,
Yeah,
9
but
to 14.
the difference is...
But the value is there.
Totally.
It's been exceptional for him.
Love the fact also we saw Crazy Guy using his ultimate. The round, you know, you can 100% win it. You should definitely invest in that.
And
This is a buy.
Yeah, a pace change here and a punish.
Wow.
Chronicle going to catch Crazy Guy instantly, off the rip.
A lot of Odin in this game.
Yeah.
Almost in every round, I must say.
I mean, and look at the buy that Fnatic have forged around it as well. This is, they've got what they could. Kayak's got a Vandal, you've got a Stinger and a Sheriff.
So here's the thing, now with the man advantage, having Kayak's ultimate and also Crashies to get that information onto the site, you trigger some of Kushi's utility. Are you going to try and go for the C execute again?
Why no Hypox? I'm not sure.
I quite like that actually from Cushy here. Wonder if it does pay dividends at this point though.
I'm going to think maybe it's on B. They still haven't explored that part of the map.
You can see the Prowler going through that side. You can see maybe it's going to be Crashies testing for it. Yeah, doesn't hear it either. So I quite like this adjustment. It is testing the protocols. Because if Kayak does go in, he probably would be alone at this point. Now, it does have the ult if he did want to use that as almost the bulldozering factor, but as it stands, the correct read until this rotation comes out from Fnatic. If they leave this C side of the map, the rest looks very vulnerable, Bayer.
Wait,
almost 4 players from RRQ already ready on C.
Yeah, everyone they have is on that C side. They believed in it firmly, and it's wrong for now. It looks like it's going to be towards B. That's where the spike is. They've cleared through A. They've also seen nothing. This is getting curious. This should also be setting off some alarm bells about this retake potential.
The fuck? Where are the defenders?
Plants
No
now
joke,
down.
I'm pressing tab. Do they lag out?
And Monyet is walking carefully, slowly, cautiously. 2 players waiting to punish. All eyes turn towards the site now. The Flood waiting to come back in. Alpha a mile away, but still here comes the pressure. Jemkin clearing Cushy there. He needs to speed up.
Oh, the
He
flank.
might just make it back in time, but now we're in uncomfortable positions. The C's, the Orb, the Diffuse.
What a
gets
trade.
ripped away from it. Monyet wants
Flank.
to go back though. A 2v2 in Alpha. Completely
Wow.
unconsidered.
Wow,
Gets
well
away
played,
with
well
the
played.
night. Fnatic forcing it
Well
up to 12.
played.
I doubted the timing on it, but it worked out in the end.
And Fnatic were so slow yesterday. We know that they're so comfortable when the clock is running down, they still think time is on their favor. And for this round, at some points you might think it's a little bit overcooked. We saw Alpha so far, but taking such advantage of this advantageous 5v4 right at the beginning. Yes, the trades were coming in for RRQ. Are you really going to expect that Chronicle is pushing from behind with an Odin? You expect him to be playing from main and whatnot. Very good round, and now 7 rounds for Fnatic to close their map pick.
And already Monyet has fallen. Kayak, how have you found 2 so quick? Jemkin feels like a footnote in Kayak's story so
All right,
far.
I'm
The top
chilling.
5. It
He
has
had to
been
show up.
one-sided.
Jemkin
I'm
had to show up in
dying.
this
Yep.
round.
Yeah, and he sadly hasn't.
Kayak has
Now-
the nade again. Got everything for a Kayak round.
Waiting here though. Again, I like this tempo from Fnatic, pausing for a second. And
Good
RRQ,
freezing. I think that they need this
Did
too. You know,
RRQ
you already
use
have
any
the
timeouts?
advantage.
They used both their timeouts
Wait
in the
and
first
see
half.
if there's a response for them. You have
So
all
yes.
the utility from Alpha behind you. You can rest assured.
Yep.
Go on, buddy, out.
contact made. Sfero's got to be careful here. Doesn't take too much damage, but look at the util. Yeah, it's just such an easy punish for Fnatic when they tailor-make this sort of take. And Cushy
Nice
falls.
trade.
It's
GG.
just
They got
too
owned. Well played,
simple.
Fnatic. They played so
Fnatic,
well.
I've got to say it, looking like they have a point to prove. Boaster up to his usual business, but the pacing, the tempo player, they came in looking mean today.
They've got all the moves, Lauren. Everything is ready for a lower bracket run. On the other side, we see an RRQ showing off those
I mean, all I eat is beef, lamb, and chicken. Nah, I'm not getting this, dog. That was a crazy guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Hog?
Milan. Long day yesterday. You guys obviously had to choose your priorities. So what did you guys decide to focus on coming into today? Was it trying to keep it as clean as possible,
I don't know if I would have got that.
resetting the mentality, or making sure that you tweak the strats to make sure you counter RRQ?
We focused a lot on ourselves. I think losing yesterday sucked, but I don't think any of us were like particularly stressed. I think we just made it difficult for ourselves. And even in this first map here, we made some like critical errors, losing another pistol, another round 2. So we like to make it hard for ourselves, but overall it gives us reps, it gives us, practice. So I'm happy with it.
Thank you for your insight. My neck hurts, so I'm gonna let you go. Thank you.
What the hell?
Welcome to my world,
Oh,
Jen.
he's
I've
so
had
tall.
that problem all year long in EMEA. But you heard it there from Coach Milan. They like to make things a little bit difficult for themselves, but this is a win, Mimi, and a dominant one.
It really is, and I think the biggest difference you can see from this and the last series Fnatic played is just like the energy they are bringing, the confidence in all of these players. I feel like it was really only Kayak.
Fnatic 2-0? I'm down, to be honest. I'll say it. I'm freaking with it. I'm freaking with it. What song should we play? Boy.
Now, Ewok from Breach Teho to Vice Fade. We see you guys kind of making those adjustments to adapt to the non-Teho meta. Has that process been more challenging than you thought it would be?
I think challenging so far in our matches. I feel like in practice it's been good. But we didn't really play like ourselves. I still feel like we're not taking enough fights. So hopefully now we get to take some more fights.
Okay, thank you and good luck. Go fight.
What am I doing after? Shoo! This would be a test. Woo! Agent selects map 2, Havan. Havan. Here we go. Bro, you should DJ on my birthday. Come to Amsterdam before Paris. Shit. All right. All right. Everyone wake the fuck up, dude. You motherfuckers are sleeping in the chat. Let me get a fucking ooh. Let me get a fucking ooh. Here we go. Map 2.
RRQ need to remind themselves of who they are. That first seed comes with a lot of expectation. They need to live up to it now. Starting out on the attacking side, of course, Fnatic on the defense. And if you're spotting out Kayak, you might be having to start commanding that flea on site. The man was monstrous in map 1. Can he get handled early here?
Little bit of contact over an A. Look at the positions for the rest of Fnatic.
Oh, but it's been spotted. Monyet knows about this. A bit of a trade out. But I like this. I like what we're seeing, kind of drawing this eye towards B, trying to draw this. But if anything, you've now got to brawl with the big boys down towards Long. A pop with the shield, but it doesn't save you now. Justin! Surprise
We're going map
appearance
3,
behind,
dude.
gonna find
Just
Poster.
like that.
Clears all 3. It's beautiful work from RRQ.
Absolutely gorgeous from their side, getting all of that
Yoru
attention,
ISO,
all those
yes, that's
eyes
Fnatic
onto
comp.
B. To then
They have
that
Neon
beautiful drop,
Yoru.
forcing Fnatic to have
Wait.
Sons put in some pressure somewhere else
The
in the map.
RRQ
If you
comp
have
is
3
crazy
people defending
too.
on A. Chronicle is going to be stopped by that trap wire. His position revealed now for RRQ.
And I love that. Whether or not they were aware of how well they manipulated Fnatic once
Game
to
is
take
done
back
after one
space,
round? Yes,
it
bro.
worked perfectly with that
I know
pressure
Puck.
on B. Now, can they close this out cleanly? Chronicle and Crashies to try and mount some sort of resistance. Not looking likely. Last now, Crashy's a 1v5 asked. And I think we know the answer. And it's Crazy Guy to close. That is exactly what the doctor ordered for RRQ. A flawless beginning in map 2.
The resurgence for this team still has to begin on this second map. It would be the first map win in the tournament. So starting like this was such
Map
a
is
beautiful
fake,
play,
bro.
such a good
He hasn't been here in
read from the
years
side
or
of
months.
Fnatic, reinforcing Kayak not playing alone, getting that tail and reacting to it instantly. Clean round for them. We know that there's been some thrifties.
Just keep it clean, right? This has to be a really methodical build back up for RRQ. And Fnatic gonna make a bit of a wild play. Why not? You've only got classics.
Yeah,
it's the sheriff in the hands of Alpha that you've got to keep an eye on. And I do want to check it.
Oh my god, he didn't see
Actually
anything.
didn't get the full information at all. A lot more players have slipped the net than they expected. You can see the surprise on their faces. Crazy Guy, doesn't matter. Monyet looks lethal. Already flying back in here. They're dealing with it well. No
Wow.
threats to be found. Is out for the last one alive.
That looks so fun, but
He's
like,
not in the action. You can see them trying to find a bit of stability, slowing it down. Now, at this point, they were still fine. They haven't lost out on too much. It was a couple of pistols here and there. But these remaining weapons, they'd love to keep. Alpha. Oh my god,
Imagine.
it's good on one, but it's not
Imagine.
good enough on the rest. RRQ pass the first test.
A lot of classics coming in from Fnatic, just that one sheriff. I think it's a very, very fair trade. This is also one of the reasons why we're so excited to get onto Haven, see Monian on the duelist.
Lovely.
I expected a different one, but I'm going to take the Neon. If it means this kind of reaction, this being fast, being on the game,
damn, dude.
all eyes on,
I'm
I am
hella tired.
so for
Fuck.
it.
But we
Wake
saw
up,
this
Tarik.
before, we saw this on Lotus. The first 2 rounds are picked up by RRQ, and they only ended up with 5
All right.
in the end. So,
Tarik, are
this
you
would
okay?
be
I'm looking
where
down. I'm
we
looking at my
start
phone,
to
bro. I
build
gotta
it.
stop
This
that. Okay,
would
I'm
be
focusing.
game on. You can see the early beginnings
I need
of
to chill out.
Monyet looks hungry, already starting to try and take
Unk
that
is
space,
tweaking.
pop out the chest a bit, but it's Kayak to win out this fight. So, backs away, job done. That's a tick in the box for him.
Still, Alpha here in position in case RRQ still wants to go for this A hit.
But I like the proactivity elsewhere on the map from Fnatic.
Good bait, good bait.
It's a bit audacious
Alpha?
in a 5v4. You don't need it necessarily, but I like it.
Backing up.
Jemkin, the one to be tested now. Is he up for it?
Good
He
clear,
is.
good clear.
Clears Kayak. This is good. This is heads up.
They already
work.
look more comfortable on
Now
this
they can
map,
pause
to be
for a
honest.
second. No, it's certainly not. They can pause. They can slow things down for a sec here. They have got a nice 4v4. They've now shown presence across the map. This keeps Fnatic wanting that back, but the freeze doesn't work. Crazy Guy just maybe eyes off the prize for a moment and gets punished. This now encourages Xvero to go for his own wonder, but Alpha's no slouch in this. He's already on the case. Maybe not clean on the first attempt, but that does open up a chance for a trade. This now feels a bit scrappy. Individual near on,
Wow.
but a clear sight is a clear sight. Kushi's done
Wait,
well on
they're
this.
actually heating up. This is bonus.
But Bosa's not going to disrespect the
30
dart. He's
seconds
going to wait it out a moment. Has to wait a couple more for Chronicle to get closer.
He's going to take a small peek, going to force out that drone. He's going to be spotted, but as you're saying, Chronicle's just joining the fight. 2v2 situation.
They heard both.
Hear the steps as well. Jemkin going to be blinded. Now it's game on. Cushy
Wow.
forced to swing. Punishes!
Wow.
It's dreamy from Cushy. Converting this bonus is everything they would have wanted here. After a shambles of a first map.
Nice
that
round by
is how you
Cushy.
start things off.
Love the patience that they've had working around the map, thinking about the tells that Fnatic could have. If Kayak was going to have that presence on mid that he did not only show at the beginning of the round yesterday, but also in that position beneath the window, finding that kill, just forcing Fnatic to keep clearing. We know that they've been very insistent in keeping and retaking that A control. Cushy as well, seeing him on the Soba, he's been so good this tournament.
So good. A standout in what was a bleak beginning for RRQ. He
Half
was
five
the one
for
who picked
Fnatic.
up the pace. Speaking of
Big
pace,
bonus.
Monyet back to business.
Oh, Bosa's doing the smoke.
Fighting down long. And speaking of fights,
Ooh.
Bosa's failed his
I feel
there.
like
Jemkin all too
if
aware.
they did their homework,
He
they should know
smokes
about
these
that smoke.
plays that Fnatic can make him feel, I don't want to say readable, but similar, right? There's a lot of tape of Fnatic here. And someone I do
Yeah,
want to
we've
talk
seen
about
that.
in this round, unless it gets a bit messy, is Alpha. It's rare he underperforms. But
Yesterday he did not have a good Haven.
no, he did not. And even he was saying on his socials that, you know, he wasn't that happy about it. It's something that I want to see more from him on. We
Is
know the
Kayak a
potential is
replacement
there.
for Durka or
It's
just
rare
a
to see
step
him
in for
having an off
today?
game. This is a chance to make up for it, but a
Damn.
slowish start.
How long has it been,
2-3,
bro?
Not exactly the worst in the world, but again, you hold it to a high standard when you talk about, you know, the young wonder kid. But this round shouldn't be the one that they get too much of a fight back on. RRQ need to be able to handle their business here. I don't want to see silly mistakes.
Ooh. Would you consider that a silly mistake?
I mean, Kayak hitting that shot, it just feels like it's a Kayak moment. But in the meantime, what they've done is really good. They've taken control of this C site. They should be able to get into a good post plant here, and there shouldn't be too many worries.
Giving Jenkin that spike, so he's one away from his ultimate. That could definitely make the difference on the next round.
Jemkin is the one who's probably going to receive the vast majority of Fnatic's attention. First player swings off the back of the clone, but now Monyet there to support, slows down the tempo. Crazy Guy going to try and disconnect away towards Long as well. Time being bought here.
Retake's impossible, no?
Kayak on the flank now.
They're already playing post-man Long.
And it is Stingers, though. You can see the range being held by Xfero as well. He wants to keep it at arm's length. Having a little bit of a back and forth, but again, for Kayak, it's... Oh! Okay, wow. That's a shot. But Jemkin quells that threat. Down to the 3v3, but time is going to start ticking here. They still have the smoke towards the spike. He's still got one. Yeah! Beaming him down! This guy's aim is nothing to be underestimated, as Chronicle is a formality.
Wait, you guys did it without me telling you.
You are here to play.
Wait, he died though. Wait, he died. No. He died to him. Damn, you guys got baited hard, I'm not going to lie.
For what could be
he didn't even die to the bomb. It was almost flawless. Damn, you guys got baited so hard.
On track and to get some money in. But if Monia and Jenkin keep finding the effect that they are, same goes for Cushy.
We're back, boys. Let's play the game.
They could actually be very back.
I don't disagree. You're starting to see them firing
Let's
as well.
play the game.
Individuals.
In the way that you're doing it.
And look at the ults as well. Near on snowball round now. An operator for Boaster. It's not
13 ult chance is
I mean,
crazy.
if they've done their homework, it wouldn't be a surprise to see it in his hands either. Normally sits towards that B side, top side. Gets that nice deep line to play with.
Constant fight for A, but Kaya gives
is
up very, very quickly.
Yes, it is.
He doesn't want to go up against Monia and Jemkin, not in this state.
Again, just trying to keep Fnatic making these kind of very hard
What's
calls,
the E?
right? A lot of
I don't
question
know.
marks on that.
I just had soup. Should I order noodles again?
If they're aware that, you know, generally there's a play, you know, tucked maybe towards sewers, hearing them already back away is pretty good, and I don't think the Outdrone actually managed to press that corner, but Monyet's got two players to deal with. Kayak wants the information, Monyet wants a fight, he wants blood, and he's going to only get his own left on the floor here.
Damn.
Nice follow-up from Kayak as well. It's clean. The spike does go down. That's a big bit of info, but pressure on the C site as well. I'm a little bit baffled by this one. Jemkin almost over-succeeding here, pulling the players away, and now they want to make the most of that.
4v3, Boaster now peeking on to see with that operator.
Ooh, Kron, that was kind of nasty. Boaster, shot goes astray. Thought that was his all day, not to be.
2v4.
But a 2v4, Bayer, these are the rounds that can break the spirits if you lose them.
Cage triggered.
How
Spike
can they
is going to go down.
Jemkin goes walking. I quite like this. He's got to get proactive. They need to get a kill.
Timing.
Yeah, he's been spotted. This would be a miracle if he even survives. He does get down Kron. That's still valuable damage, but a very heads-up jump spot from Crashies. Noting out Xfero. Swings in. Can't deal with it. Fnatic re-clear the site. 3 stay standing.
Yeah, Boaster, a couple of operator
How
shots,
much do I
no
tip
kills.
my driver
Maybe
that delivers my
just
food? I buy them houses.
Just give it to Kayak.
Each driver
and
just gets a
speaking about
house.
Kayak, him finding
Those
2 in
people
almost
deserve the
all
world.
of the rounds was something that we saw
The
yesterday.
people delivering the food, the people making the food, they
on the
deserve
side
the
of
world.
RRQ,
So I buy them
expected
houses.
Jenkin to go with his ultimate, put a TP out, something that I have seen him done in the past multiple times. Gather the information on one side of the map. If you do not like it, you go back, rearrange with the rest of your team, and just go on a very hard execute somewhere else in the map. Fnatic, they find their footing a little bit just for this round.
Now, historically, Alpha, when you're talking numerics with his ultimate, was very, very good. He seemed to always get that. But it has not been a good couple of days for him. He's had a hard couple of performances as of late here. Again, this became the Fnatic comp, right? So people started to read into it well. How do RRQ...
Chat, would it be weird if I called you guys twins?
As well to throw into the mix. Player spotted
Because they
Monyet on
say
the
that
hunt.
chat
This guy
is a
so
reflection of the
bloodthirsty, I
streamer's
love it.
personality.
Sheer aggression. And it doesn't look like he's particularly stopping either. He is off to the races.
He didn't clear it. Wow. Xfero again. Again.
Bounding into the site. Crashes, left isolated, he's in trouble because look who's hunting him down. Does well on one, but it doesn't matter. Oh my god, this is unreal. And again, Boaster needs to start landing these. He's got to start landing these because Cushy's just taking away Kayak. It's time to save. You're going to be walking away with that.
You have to. 100 credits.
J-Man, you want a tip? I got a tip for you.
The tempo that RRQ are playing with is just gorgeous, Bayer. I love this.
But it is so necessary for them. They've been struggling so much
There
dealing
it is.
with Kayak. Boaster is going to go down. 4 alive for the side of RRQ, back on the board with that 5-1. But as I was saying, they've been struggling so much with that A control. They're like, you want to fight?
Let's
you
go.
sure you want to fight?
Yeah.
Okay, let's freaking go. We have 2 duelists. All of
That
them.
guy clears his corners.
Shooting when he saw Monye walking in, just trying to work with that trigger discipline. We see all of the tells.
And I have to point out Xfero here. For me, yes, obviously, Monyet looks super explosive, exciting, taking the space, all of this sort of stuff, yes. But Xfero is still checking that
Am I
cover.
feeling better?
Still checking that corner. Great
He's that second
spacing.
player, right?
Yes.
Monye is nothing without him.
Correct. And that great spacing, even clearing back towards quad as well. It's so nice seeing this. It feels like they've suddenly got confidence after a
Came up on map?
felt
Oh, maybe.
lacking, I think is the best, fairest way to put it. But this is the team that scares people, right? They can shoot so damn well. Jemkin's on 8-1. Easy to miss when you've got Monyet flying into the side. But this guy is right there. It's cost Fnatic an early time out here. Round 7, they think, right, coming into this, we kind of need to slow the roll. We've got a bit of a weird buy, but we've got plenty of ults.
Exactly. They're going to have 4 ultimates to use. Boaster's also 1 away from his, so it could be a full bingo for them with the ultimates, as we're saying. Buy is going to be not the best.
The way you drink water is
so
so
many
tough,
things
Twin.
that they
Chill,
can
bro. I'm
do.
not gifting
we
you a
saw
sub.
it in the past. What we also see is a judge in the hands of Monye.
This guy glazing too hard
and
now.
look how fast he's been entering onto every single one of the sides. I'd be very scared. This is giving Jing. This is giving Jing with the race and the god.
Oh wait, no.
Disgusting.
Has he gone for the stinger instead?
No.
Half.
Devastating.
Actually, no, it's eco for Fnatic.
Okay,
2 Guardians,
5 to
though.
1.
Oh.
Make it
I
hurt.
thought of Heretics for a second. Sorry.
Make this hurt. RRQ, you had a rough map 1. Show us who you are. Show us why you had that first place in APAC. Show us why people were eyeing up Jemkin like he was the second coming of Christ. This guy was everything to them, and I like this change. Again, this early kind of expectation, right? They've set this idea. There's going to be pressure. There's going to be a lot of players behind it. And Fnatic have reacted as they feel as though they should. They put 5 players to this. And all the meanwhile,
He saw the trip.
middle. They're already in the door. RRQ getting that
What a
farm
fake.
down. Fnatic are being out-called on this.
Spike planted. Spike's gonna go down. A lot of noise from Monye. Nothing is going to
Twin,
be
you gotta
spotted.
focus on the game.
And all the positions from RRQ. Cushy already taking control of that garage, clearing it out with the drone. The paranoia. Oh, not going to hit.
Nice shot.
Crashes is going to hit on Farah.
Yeah, okay. Let's
Mhm.
don't make
Okay.
Boaster jealous.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But
Forgot
there's
he's
still a
taken.
post plant, right? There's still a post plant here that is going to be hard to break because of the time. You can hear it. The clock's already ticking. So it's going to be down to the wire. And Monyet will happily invest the ult if it means the round's secured. And he's just going to go nuclear. Look at him farming them up, dropping
Nice
the bodies
try.
until Crashy's denied. But this is round 1. Again, I love what we are seeing. RRQ playing with the conditioning. They know that Monyet's been in there.
Some of you got it.
They know that they've had to try and deal with him. And they punish
I guess
this
that's
here.
justified.
Especially with a lower buy, a force kind of, to getting a couple of rifles in, having this response, as you're saying, putting in Monye, making all that noise, using all of that utility, but especially in this later
Hate
moment,
from Brazil at
we
Tarik.
see Monye getting
Love
the kills.
from
Yes,
US.
it wouldn't be anything without
At
the Cushy using
whoever said that.
the recon, without Crazy Guy. Like, there's so many things going on to why this was such a good round for RRQ.
And they can't stop those.
Still, full bingo, full house.
Come
from the
to
side
Sao
of the offensive
Paulo.
Fnatic. We
You
saw
want
that
the
round
picanha?
on the attack that RRQ got on Lotus was with all of those ultimates.
Hold on. Just wait and see if anyone would dare disrespect that smoke. You can see the temptation for it. Yeah, they're going for it. And it's all a ruse. They're going to leave Xfero out here. That's fine. Backline player, and all in the meantime, they're building towards C. It's a win out for Boaster, though.
Guys, I recently found out Chupa Mi Culo does not mean how's the weather.
Over on this side. He does have support from Kayak. They've got plenty of
fucking
ults to play with
devastating.
if they feel like they need this still. A lot to be utilized. Into the post plant, we look at the utility. Monyet still got plenty. Jemkin still with a bit. Crazy Guy has the full house basically in place, so a lot to be done here. And this
Money is key.
position could be everything. Timing, patience, pays with one. He gets the info on the others. They now need to ready themselves for what's coming. spots out the player and gets the kill. Jemkin's done well. Layers to this though. Kushi's still going to be in position for this. They can't make the most of this ult coming out from Kayak. They've been denied this. Kushi's in trouble though. Overwhelmed by Kron. And now down to 2. Jemkin and Crazy Guy, can you hold on to this up against the 3 of Fnatic? Defuse started. Denied the first player peeking, but the defuse is coming in. They can't take him away from it.
Ooh, nice try. Good retake.
Fnatic finally manages to get a round on the board. We said that those ultimates were going to be important right at the beginning of the round.
Viva la vida.
She's trying to create some conditioning for it.
Long live life.
The booster don't have a weapon because he got a kill with the classic. I don't know if he ran out of bullets.
Whose smoke is that?
It wouldn't be the first time.
Wait, the Omen smoke filled the one way?
Still,
or armor or anything.
Such a good round. I think
oh my goodness.
Still saw a little bit of that face of that disjointed Fnatic.
Crazy guy.
They've been so good on this
Crazy
retake.
fucking
but
guy.
it did come down to a 1v1 with 3 ults invested, right?
Yeah,
this is still, if you're looking at it just kind of bigger picture, I wouldn't say it's even bad for RRQ.
Alpha needs to ult, get a kill, go back on the board if Fnatic wants to bring this back.
And they are avoiding that A side of the map. They don't fancy it this time, at least not early. Glance towards B. And a patient Kayak waiting for any pixel to show, but speaking of patience,
both
sides trying to get a read. Yeah, it was. I like this though. A change of pace, a gear shift from RRQ. They do have this ult to bank on. Util being cleared. Chronicle just trying to drift in behind that though. So they've got to be quick on their toes if they want to try and punish it, and he doesn't. Doesn't swing the window by any means. Backside now controlled, and they're going to get the farm from this.
I'm surprised that Alpha does not stop that from happening. He lives his ultimate, that kill contract for the retake, trying to get someone out of the fight.
I wonder what's the
XL
best
way
utilization of ISO ult in pro
Fnatic
play.
to, again, push through A.
Well, they
Like
have
in
been
this
punishing those
post
flanks
plant,
a
is
lot,
it going to
right?
be
The amount of
helpful to
times you see a
ISO
player
ults
behind,
and
but
make it a
this mostly is
4v5 or
because through
4v4
CT,
retake?
Through Garage, there's that ult, and there's
Yeah,
the
so
catch.
he is.
Jemkin taken. In the meantime, the Paranoia then pushed in. You can see Monyet picking up the space, and the 1v1 is not won by Alpha against the odds. Monyet cleared backside, but then Jemkin.
Oh my god, the guy that killed Alpha got 2 more. Oh my
to see.
god.
That is the Jenkin that we were
Maybe we
promised,
shouldn't
and
have
it's
ISO ult,
finally
fuck it.
arrived in Toronto. 7 on the board for RRQ, looking like a renovated and different team on this Haven.
They look revitalized, Bayer. This looks like confidence. This looks like the team we wanted. They are taking Fnatic to a map 3 if it keeps on at this pace.
They needed to believe in themselves. They
Alpha.
needed to believe they deserved that top seed. That they could do such things against a team like Fnatic. This composition for
He's
them
16
has
and
been
2,
stolen
bro.
and tried out by
What was
many
that
teams.
one guy in
of
Tier
them
2 NA
is
who
that,
had
so they know
55 kills on
exactly where the
Haven?
weaknesses are.
Paint. He's having a paint half.
And again, in my mind, that makes the problem for Alpha worse.
16 and 2.
Yes, he's absolutely nailing this. And this is now compounding issues for Alpha. The confidence.
What did
won't
that guy
be there.
do,
The ult
Paint?
didn't
He had
go
30
well.
kills
Felt
in
like
one
he was
half,
hesitant
right?
To invest it. But
Is that what he
walk
did?
is their
Paint
reaction.
had 30 in one half.
Not
What
gonna
round are we
connect,
on?
a little
10?
Close, but not close enough. Gonna
If
try
he
and
gets
prop
2
up Alpha.
aces,
Play him into
3
this.
aces, 15 kills.
But
He
again,
has to ace
RRQ
every
no
round the
slouches.
next 3
They're gonna go
rounds,
through
and he'll get the same thing as Paint.
checklist. Yep.
If he gets 3 aces in a
Shouldn't be
row
making
here, he
errors.
can
They
hit
can
it.
take their time here. They don't have to play at the tempo that Fnatic would want.
Fnatic, of course, money's not the best. Too many rounds on the side of RRQ. Taking their time, and Alpha is trying to go for time in here.
Oh no.
Crazy guy going to be the end of this round for him.
Yeah, this is exactly what
Paint did it
RRQ
in
were
10
dreaming
rounds. That's
of.
crazy.
Played in well with the curiosity of the Fnatic players, and also probably just Alpha wanting to feel like he can get into this game. 3-9 is a quiet game from him.
I think he must have felt a little bit, unlucky when he got on the ult, and it was like, oh, is the guy that is 13 and 2? Oh. Ooh.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Please.
I think he needed that for confidence.
Yes.
And RRQ just walking
30 seconds left.
onto A.
Yeah, this is just beautiful to witness.
Just passing by.
Really solid. I normally would get a bit nervous around this time just because it does get a bit late here. There's always a chance it could go wrong. As the way they're playing, I don't have that much fear. And that's why RRQ continue
They
their
look really
path
strong
here.
on this map, I'm not gonna lie.
8-2 Fnatic
I think we're going map 3,
floundering
chat.
under the
I'm not
pressure
gonna
of
lie,
this.
Fnatic is not
Really
out the
upset
park yet.
potential in the making.
I don't know what Ascent will look like, but I think we're going there.
RRQ knew what they were doing, choosing this map. They knew the Fnatic played it yesterday. They saw
Not jinxing, not
no
jinxing.
surprises in the picks. They said, ooh, we know this song. We know where we can fight you, and we know what to stop it. We know where we've struggled against.
Good job, guys.
And just like we saw on map number 1, Fnatic are now requesting their second timeout. Of course, in map 1, it was RRQ using both of them in that first half. But with a couple of rounds left on the attack, they need to get something else on the board. We're speaking about, what was it, the one after Pistol and Eco, right?
Yes.
And then we had, no, it was after, because they won the bonus. It's coming back to me. But there's been rounds with a lot of utility invested, a lot of ultimates, very expensive ones, and never
Fnatic.
We're speaking about a Fnatic that was going from flawless to flawless in Lotus, and that right now RRQ are defining this haven.
Why do I
this
sound down, bro?
duelist.
I'm just
Champion
sick,
is
man.
back online.
I think I'm getting
and
sick.
just following
and
him is Monier.
yeah, that's basically the big thing.
Oh, I want a big cheese.
Go Valorant
I don't know what a
sign.
big cheese is. Should I say that?
I don't know either. I wasn't going to bring attention to it. I was just going to say that, honestly, and I'm not even trying to, have it up to the crowd, so I'm not going to yell it, so maybe they won't even really notice, but the Toronto crowd's kind of been sick.
Yes.
They've actually kind of been, they just cheer for good Valorant, which is rare. I like that. Big fan.
They remind me a lot of the Japan
That's a
ones.
nice spray, yeah?
It was so good.
Yeah. Okay, all right, glazing over. Time to focus.
I got
Fnatic,
meet and greet in a week.
Let's
Lock
see if you
in.
can recover anything these last couple of rounds, right? And again, though,
Hey, anyone here pulling up to my meet and greet?
The script themselves,
Can
right?
you
They
bring
come
me
back and
like
go, nice time out, guys. Anyway, we're going to just change
chocolate?
things up. Good luck. Now,
Wrapped up though?
it's going towards C. Chronicle is deep within enemy territory, and he is
Packaged.
dead. Bye-bye. Monyet back to the side. He did actually get Jemkin down. Which is
Your
wild.
favorite chocolate.
Hold on. I thought that was on the money. It
That,
wasn't for the
but if you
second
can,
time.
it's great. If
The
you
block's
can't, it's all
coming in
good.
now. Garage pressure probably from Alpha coming in soon, but Monyet's doing wonders.
You can't bring
Didn't
it to
even
the
catch
venue?
that.
Fuck.
But for now, you look at what they've got in the post plant. Still got that paranoia. Still got a lot to play with here. And Alpha's got to
Trying
be
to
an
sneak it in
instigator.
for me
We've
if
got
you're
to
a real
see the
one?
man, the Wonder Kid himself. He needs to make an appearance. And it looks like RRQ trying to bolster the numbers on the site, and here he goes. Alpha strides in, kicks down the door.
I'm
Couldn't
kidding,
get
I'm
the
kidding.
second. Crazy Guy denies now. Boaster fills the space. Pressure from CT. Looking to try and close the net together, though. It's not working out when Monyet is doing these sort of things.
RRQ are heating up, bro.
Defying expectations now. Keeping Fnatic on only
What's
2
the
rounds.
best chocolate? Dubai chocolate? What's the
The
best?
2 timeouts that we've seen this half, we see such curated rounds for the side of RRQ. Again, just being very, very fast on the execute. On the other
Cadbury.
side, we see an Alpha that is not hitting the shots. It
Kinder.
doesn't matter that he has a shield to go with. We see
Dove.
an RRQ that is hitting
Coffee
everything. And it
crisp.
didn't even matter that Jemkin went
Holy
down at the beginning of
fuck.
the round.
And now
You know
it's,
what's
it's
good?
not
The
an
Ferrero
over game,
Rochers
right?
are
It's still
good.
not even an over
Those are
half,
good,
but
no?
I do start
Ferreros?
considering map 3. And a loss like this
Who are you?
weighs heavy, right? We have to talk about the mental effect this could
Lint
have
is
on
good too.
Fnatic, even after you
The
throw
little
in
chocolate
what
balls,
happened
they fucking
in
explode.
game 1 they played. But back to what was working, Monyet on a run. Tries to keep the tempo high here, sets an expectation, and they bite on the bait. Look at them, 4 players. They're quick to react, though. They've decided, yeah, there's nothing behind that. We've cleared it. I like this late pressure through Sewer as well.
Kit
That
Kat?
could potentially catch him. No. Monyet
I
wins
mean, I
that
guess.
fight. Boaster goes
I don't
down.
know.
On towards C. They want to try and take the fight on this. And look who's winning it! RRQ demolishing Fnatic. Kron trying to hold some space here. Blonde's
Nah.
not in, but it doesn't seem to matter.
You know what the
as it's only
good one is? The
Crashes
coconut
alive.
chocolate. What the fuck is that shit called? The coconut chocolate.
Oh, this
The
is
coconut chocolate is
outstanding
fire.
from RRQ.
Bouncy. Bouncy. I haven't had that motherfucker in a minute.
Fnatic
Them
was
bounties be hitting
after
diff.
a 9-3 on Lotus.
Speaking of
but
acronyms.
a 10-2 with Fnatic looking so lost for answers. Let's see if they can change things up on the second half.
You guys don't like the bouncies?
It's over.
Bouncy, the paper towel brand? Never mind, bro.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it
Never mind, bro. Fuck it. You guys like Central C or no? Oh, was it Bouncy or Almond Joy? Or is that the same? Nah. I don't know which one it was. I think it was Bouncy. Yo, does anyone ever had that I was trying to think of the name of it. I don't know what it's called. It's a little drink. You get it at the deli. It's like it's the shape of a grenade It comes in different colors, red, blue, green. It's like maybe like 50 cents, 25 cents. There's aluminum foil on the top. You peel it off. Hugs. Is that the name of that? Oh my God. What the fuck? I never knew that. I don't even think I knew the name of this thing. Damn. Damn. Why do I have ads? Why don't you Twitch Prime? LXV Piggy. Why are there ads? Because it's halftime. You have a Twitch Prime or no? No? Well then. We're live.
All compounds, Bayer. It all becomes a little too real, and those echoes of Shanghai get closer and closer. We get ourselves ready for the second half, but this is starting to feel like the tempo is
Tarik,
shifting.
please don't eat anything people give you, whether it's wrapped or not. People are crazy, better not risk it. LMFAO like it's cute until it's not. YK.
Yes.
True. Never mind. Anyone that brings chocolate and sneaks it into the venue to my meet and greet, you'll be escorted out by security. So hopefully the people that were planning on bringing chocolate are still here. If you bring chocolate, we will escort you out with security.
Defeated after that first Lotus, and a map that has always been so good for Fnatic is about to take them onto somewhere they might not be as comfortable.
Yeah, we don't know yet. That is into the dark, but it's not over. 2 rounds isn't a lot,
Why?
though. It takes one mistake, one snowball round, one all ultimates online.
And with the pistols have been going, Lauren.
Motherfucker will eat a chocolate and wake up in Thailand. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What kind of movies you watching, J-Nam, bro? You're
round. Look at the
a
score.
crazy guy,
Look at
man.
the state of those two. Absolute monsters. We go into the second half now, and it is going to be sweaty palms for Fnatic here. They need a pistol, and that's not how you
What are they
start
saying
it.
to you? Squeaky bum time?
Yeah, Alpha cannot seem to connect on this Haven. And him going first with that Sheriff. Not finding him out. He's about to buy as well.
Well, the start of the end, potentially. As we wait, look at the presence on this side. 4 players for RRQ, all here. With that smoke going in, they feel confident in the hole. They know where they are. The paranoia divine. It divides the approach, but actually Chronicle 6... Hello? Hello? Sorry, how is Cushy alive? And how did Fnatic just win that fight? They had no right to be able to do
Oh
this.
my God.
Somehow walking in towards A, deep in enemy hands, and they walk out with players' advantage. Xfero has a mountain to climb. Right, left, center, just about every position.
This guy clears
all
every corner.
complementary. How do you try and divide that? You don't. Chronicle had a round when they really had
What
no
the
right to.
helly?
Yeah, Chronicle, brilliant on
What
that
happened
first map.
right there?
And a round that, of course, Fnatic needed. If they want to even make this competitive, of course, it had to start in the pistol. Lauren, they've gotten pistols before. We know what happens on that second one. Maybe that overconfidence. Even though this corner wasn't checked, and it meant the death for Kayak, it's a round that goes in Fnatic's favor. And that is something that they haven't heard in a while.
It's been a drought.
So that they can keep their head in the game.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
He needs a bit of it, old Boaster, given the
Revealing area.
battle cry here, but
Oh.
what a shot from Kayak.
You cannot doubt in second round if there is even one rifle, it has to go to Kayak.
Yeah, this guy is monstrous in his work. And
down.
Crashy's concise as ever.
Potential?
Plays it well. No loose threads being found here.
I like that. You use the second round, you've gotten that opener, you go and farm some orbs, thinking about the length that this half could have.
Oh god, oh god, oh god,
my.
what are we doing? What are we doing? Stop faffing about. What are we doing? Okay, thank you, Alpha. Thank you for remembering who you are. Bloody hell. I didn't love seeing that, Bayer. That made me get nervous.
Chronicle just going to be...
I don't know where Hypoc is. Did we get an answer on that? Did someone say he missed his
Now
flight
Alpha
or
is going
he's
to be
sick
the
or
one
something?
farming his ultimate. The spike can be planted anytime. And Crazy Guy's just wandering around with his classic on the other side of the map.
Yeah, so plant in play. Alpha going to get a lot of farm for that. And again, you're looking at him getting close to that ult. Going to need to see him do probably better than the first half.
Oh my God, no, I can't do
which,
shit.
again,
I'm
you've gotta
flying
feel
in a
like there
couple
will be
days,
a
but I'm
lot
not
of
ready to
attack for him if he
fly.
can just get himself activated here, and he needs a farming round, right? Get the confidence building. And normally we wouldn't have that discussion, but a couple of bad maps can certainly make those issues occur.
Got my one.
Now, overall, bigger picture, Fnatic would be happy with that.
Hey, calm down, bro.
Rifle there, they're counting yet, but celebrating is also important. Now, on the previous half,
I need
we
bone
saw
broth.
RRQ getting that bonus as well. Thank God that Alpha didn't go down here because I think that that would have messed with his confidence massively. But again, Fnatic, they're no stranger to a comeback. I think to me it
Bro
starts
got
in the
rich,
bonus
but
round.
at the
I know that
cost
they're
of his
comfortable
freedom.
with the scores, he hits 11. Sure. But for them, I think confidence-wise as well, for the rest of the tournament, it goes over there. And for the side of RRQ, you want to continue here. You want to go to that third map. You
Am I
already
not
proved
free?
it on the first half.
Yes.
I'm free.
Again, they don't need to overly hurry this RRQ. I don't want to see them making kind of not silly investments, I guess, but they don't need to overplay their hand. They've got plenty of rounds
Free and
to play
ranked,
with
maybe.
here.
Good one, actually.
See them keep
No
some
joke, good one.
composure. Yes,
Someone said
Fnatic,
free and ranked, maybe.
always solid in this. They'll always give you a fight back. You know, there is caliber to this team for a reason. And a nice attempt there from
Go
Kayak,
cook
but
my
forced
shit.
away. Now,
Oh my
RRQ
God.
with a clear sight. They now know it's a deeper off-site post plant. How do they manage this one? Well, that's certainly not going to help things. Sorry.
Am I watching G2?
Someone stop it confusing! RRQ! Shut
Crazy guy. If there was a guy.
They steal the
Oh
defuse.
my God.
Everybody just put in their bodies.
Crazy
in
guy with the
front
1v5
of the diffuser.
ninja.
A Red Bull clutch.
Not really a
for
ninja,
the side
but
of RRQ. All the kills
What
are
do you
going
call
to
that?
be there, but of course that is the 11th.
Look at this. Look at this. But you watch this round to this point, you're like, nah, it's fine. Wait.
he 1v5.
Crazy guy, oh
It's
my
like the feet and everything.
But it's so selfless, as said, just diving
Wait.
in front of him.
Wait,
Ready to
why are we
die
showing
for
the-
cause.
Yeah, did they
RRQ
realize that Fnatic
make
lost
it
that
up to
round?
11, and
What's
Fnatic
happening?
will be reeling from that. Devastating, but a costly round, of course. Xfero takes a moment.
Nah, it's a paid actor,
to
dude.
get out of-
It's one of Fnatic's
or
paid
could've been
actors.
danger
Has
there
no
for
idea
you.
what's
Never wait
happening. He's
again,
just
I'll tell you
cheering.
Look at the position also for Monier. Speaking about how Fnatic wanted to fight that A side, it's just him with all this space. He's going to find a lot of friends very soon.
Wait,
How much does he get?
he 1v5'd.
The danger on the first half, and now he's got a lot of players, and he can't get past the first hurdle. Kayak with a good clear, keeping Fnatic on the warpath. And a re-clear towards middle as Chronicle is waiting. Very good read from Kron.
Where is everyone hiding?
Great impression. And this should be the slam dunk now, really. No surprises for Crazy Guy and Kron. Good tag as well towards Xfero.
Having the position in both of
Good,
the
good,
players.
good, 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 good,
Think about how
good, good.
Crazy Guy and Xfero, well, most of the people from RRQ, even though they were able to get that round, hold on. Okay.
Standing.
The economy wasn't the best. So getting the kills here is also very important for Fnatic. Remove those rifles.
Yeah, and even in the loss, obviously 5 of them were
You guys are
alive, so
trolls
they
with
get
the
to build
hold.
their finances pretty
Anytime there's a
substantially
post
throughout
plan
these
with
last
like 1 or
couple
2
of
guys left, hold.
That Judge, not really gonna be brought in. Crash is gonna catch him. And it's a step back now for Fnatic, slowly taking the walk.
Very important as well to have Chronicle getting those 2 kills on mid. But he saw them. I think it was Jenkin with pushing with the... Was it an overraid or was it a Vandal?
Wait, you know what we should do, chat? It's hold.
See?
And then if
Never mind. We're not.
they don't die to the spike, we go ooh.
Prius on the replay is crazy.
But if they die, we question mark. So if they don't die to the
Now,
spike,
we've
you
got
go ooh.
classics, right? So it's just weather the storm here. It's that slow build.
So we
back,
hold
right?
for to
Again,
wait and
normally I'd say
see,
you
and then
wouldn't
if
get
no
many
one dies
rounds
to spike,
against
we go
Fnatic
ooh.
like they did in
We'll
the
try it out. We'll
third.
try it out
So
once. Try it out
you're gonna
once.
have to do
We'll
it
try it
the
out
hard way
once.
now. Fnatic start
We'll try it out
just
once. Let's wait for the next
rebuilding, and
one.
It's a lot off the back of, I've got to say as well, Chronicle, he's doing very well. Crashies too, having very good performances here. It's not your big dogs really though. Kayak and Alpha haven't been, 1v5ing rounds like we've seen before. It's been somewhat average from them, which is surprising when their average is normally excellent. But Kayak, he heard it. He fancies getting back into this. Clear's Crazy Guy. But this round isn't one that I'm all
I mean,
that
this match
mindful
is,
of. It
yeah,
is
I mean,
just
this map has
classics.
been
And for Fnatic, as
one-sided,
long
and
as
now
they
they're
don't,
taking turns kicking
forget
each
to
other's
kill the
ass.
person defusing the spike, they should be fine.
This
It's
is
like a
also very
superhero
important,
movie,
right?
no?
They're clearing the rest of the site. Yes, there are 3 players alive, but you want your finances to be as clean as possible. Yes, the bank is wonderful for them. But again, if they want to close this in the second map, they're going to need way, way more rounds. RRQ just trying to find something, but probably just waiting to die to the spike. Those ultimates already building up. Kushi also, one of the players
this
that we were
might just be
highlighting.
a
I
question
really
mark.
want to see his development on this second half, especially for Sova, so close to his ultimate as well. I don't want him just as a support player. I think that he has so much more to give to this RRQ roster.
Very much
Hold.
with you. Oh,
Hold.
it's a cute shot.
and Jar looks very suspect. Kayak, oh, I thought he got the second.
Hold.
I was about to take my headset off.
Now's your time.
It's all good in the end though, but the ults have been farmed. You got to look towards it. Kayak's got his. Alpha's got his. Crashy's only 2
I see a
away.
couple oohs in there. Those guys did not get the
A lot
memo.
of them building
To
here.
everyone that's
Now on the
oohing,
other side for RRQ,
you have to go back into the
this
VOD,
is a
I think.
big purchase for them, Bayer, and they are just on that verge now where this becomes a potential turnaround for
Exactly. I mean, if RRQ is to lose the next round, it's time to call a timeout. First, because he would be a 5-1 in the half for the side of.
Why do I feel like Fnatic actually flew out like 10 fans from EU?
To cover up from B.
Cutting through.
What's the look from Fnatic to begin with? It looks like an early fight towards A. Protocol, normally a safe pair of hands, though. I don't see him making
I'm so
many
curious
errors.
how many
Kayak
motherfuckers in this
quickly
chat have actually
clearing
played
that
the game.
C-site.
Over there.
Breaking that utility. Spots the camera, spots the trip.
Good choices. These are all the right choices thus far, right? They've managed to navigate away from most of the threats. Clean plant, deep post plant as well with a lot of ults to bank on. This is very, very good thus far.
Same as Sex, Pharaoh Chronicle has to be in the back. Probably find him Moni fairly soon.
This retake means so much to RRQ. A tag could be lethal now.
Okay.
And into the site. Paranoia going to find Boaster. Going to get himself out of dodge, but that's 3 players now pushing back in, and Kayak misses his opportunity. Backs away towards Long, and now Hunter's Fury layered on top. They're all now literally shooting fish in a barrel. It's a very clear straight shot. Defuse! It's been happening again! How are we seeing this again? Get me that on the replay. How the hell have RRQ stolen away another round?
Just defuse spike and win round?
If it
Forehead?
don't change it. It worked for RRQ 5v5 retake. And just by that ultimate, forcing players out. Fnatic thinking that they had what it takes, that maybe that Alpha was going to remove the player defusing the spike. Where the 2 rounds that they've lost this half have been those sneaky diffusers.
What the hell is going on?
The gods are smiling on RRQ today. But they
to.
have to get across the finish line, right? This is all lovely stuff. They still need to land that final round. Now,
So what the
Fnatic
hell
still have
is so
finances,
troll?
because most of the time they've lost the round when there's like 3 of them alive. So
Bro, I want a game 3. It's
for
out of
now,
our
they
hands,
can
bro. We're
still
going
get this
game 3.
purchase. They still have Crashy's ult, but they need to stick the landing.
So good for RRQ to save the distances in the previous round, something that they also are doing.
When is Rumi Rumble round 2? Tuesday, NBA.
Is the exception.
Jemkin! You absolute beauty. Now they start firing back. Insult to injury.
Who should I main, like
Salt to the
KD?
wound. Alpha trying to play up some space here, take something away. Crashes does well, Jemkin goes down.
Oh, Kyrie
trying to secure
Irving.
this plant, trying to play for a bit of safety, but they're surrounded. Kayak going to try and find it out, but Xferro going to find him. Trades out effectively. Alpha,
GG.
1v3, isn't going to happen. It's map 3, baby. 13-6. RRQ turns the hell up.
This is the RRQ that we were promised we were going to get in Toronto. That first
They both
seed
want a
coming
convincing
from
map.
Pacific, a Jemkin that is the absolute
13-5,
star
13-6.
of this show.
Map
We're
3
definitely
elimination.
going to see that 3rd map. We will see you at a set.
GG. Yeah, we're trying to figure out our team. I agree.
Valorant esports team, they are competing in Masters Toronto and wish them success in the competition and performing their digital frontier at Singapore Prayagraj. The date today is 14th of June 2025.
It's like washing away their sins or something? Is that what this is? That's cool.
This is Valorant.
Oh. Hey, can someone send a picture of that guy, or send the picture of myself to that guy, and he wash me? I'm already washed, so I might as well give it another fucking wash. I'll get it done for real if you want. I'm dead ass, bro. But send them a good pic of me. Maybe a shirtless pic. You got me, JNM? Not that picture, bro. Everyone didn't know FNS was at Canada's Got Talent. What the fuck? There's an interview.
In the arena right now, we have to come and check it out for ourselves, didn't we?
How is the atmosphere?
Wow.
Hello. This is FNS as a baby?
What is your name?
My name is Yuvan Marasani.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever
3?
on Canada's Got Talent.
Yes.
What?
So, Yuvan, what is your job?
My job is to sing.
Oh.
Do you know what you might do with $1 million?
I will buy a big ambulance.
Oh.
Toy truck?
Yuvan,
IRL size?
It is time to hear you sing.
I'm on vacation every single day because I love my occupation. I'm on vacation. If you don't like a life, then you should go and change it. Everybody shower like a lemon tea. I'm just mine down upon my enemy. Do the sit or love it on the daily. Say what's your job, but you never leave. Never leave it down. Gonna beat me, down. Gonna beat me. My brother called me up, titties on me on TV. I said I would be easy, but right now I'm weak. Easy, but the scissors from the ground I feel me. I say, too greasy for me. Every single day, every single.
Free tickets to Saturday's games. 3 friends backed out and I have extra tickets. I won't be charging anything. If you want, please DM me. Maybe get me a Sprite or something. Winky face. Hey. Shout out to this fucking guy. Praris7. I hope whoever he gives it to actually goes and doesn't sell them. So someone hit him up Saturday. Unk competing with Faker. I saw this. We got nominated for Esports Personality of the Decade. Alongside Nadeshot, Shocks, Faker, Abai, Scump, Fallen, Simple, Hex, Nobrew, and Cadril. Of the decade. 2015? What was I doing in 2015? To be honest, out of this list, personally, I would give it to either Hex or Nadeshot, to be honest, I think. For esports personality. Faker? It's not for GOAT, bro. It's not for GOAT. It's not esports GOAT. If it was esports GOAT, it goes to me, obviously. It's your esports personality. I don't know. Anyway, you guys are welcome to vote. esportsaward.com/vote. Foozly asked the stranger if he knew Tarik.
I must be a pro player. It's not like I'm unpaid.
You're
pro.
definitely not a pro player.
I'm unpaid pro. It's a little bit different.
Have you ever watched professional Counter-Strike?
I do charity work, okay? So get my back.
That question was, have you ever watched professional Counter-Strike?
Of course, you have to.
Do you happen to know who Tarik is?
No.
He won the Boston Major in 2018. He was a
Oh, fuck. Okay.
MVP. Well, I know him. I know him personally. I'm friends with him. Whoa.
Got it.
He doesn't know me, Leslie. Why are you telling him?
I'm like basically pro by proximity.
I guess. Yes, like osmosis.
Exactly, osmosis. Top mid.
A few moments later.
Sorry, I said spike, whatever.
Whoa!
Oh my god! Foolish! Let's go, that's my pro player. Let's go, Green!
I'm proud. Did you touch his balls or something? I mean, like proximity?
Excuse me? Bro, excuse me, what are you talking about?
No. What? I was talking about like the other guy.
Which guy?
The pro player.
Ew! What? No!
Yeah, the pro player.
No!
Not you, foolish.
Oh, foolish? Yeah, that guy.
He's like, not you.
That guy definitely did.
What balls did I touch?
I'll just say that was a pro play. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, he did. Oh, for sure. Without a doubt.
Wait, Tarik's?
Definitely.
That's funny. Show match poster. Damn. Someone cooked. Someone cooked. Don't let this poster distract you from that. Never let him know your next move. When he's sleeping, I'm practicing. I'm on the flank. Where's Calm? Oh my God, I got nothing else. What is a good female equivalent for Unk? We're doing agent select right now. What is a good female equivalent for Unk? Auntie. I'm high and thinking for an hour. All right. Nice Reddit we got here. Why is Tarik sick so often? I haven't been sick in forever. Wait, what? Are these guys trolling in here? I literally never get sick. Alfier is on Chamber? He is. Tarik on 2K. What's happening? Am I gonna show up? Jason wrote a song for Kaide's sister. I don't think I'm gonna watch this, bro.
I bet. Here.
Record for defense rounds won on Lotus. I believe it. Wait. Wait, what? 12. What is this? We're live.
The set. Do you like this?
Oh, BA.
Oh, fuck.
I'm
Fnatic.
so sorry. I'm so
Fnatic.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll leave.
Seriously,
I'll leave.
what else do you want from me?
I'll leave. I'll go home.
Do you reckon they misclick the agents? Maybe all that hovering. I'm gonna
Oh
say
my
no because I
God.
want to live on this.
Surely not. Wait, I'm looking at the stage. Is anyone moving anything? Is anyone doing anything?
No, I don't see it. I just see the Kayak's chilling.
Yeah, even the admins aren't like rushing over. Oh,
Chrono's
the
chilling
ref's
too.
closing in. Hold on. Ref commentary time. Dun, dun. No?
Oh, even Alpha is relaxing.
He doesn't. I don't think he looks that relaxed. He looks terrified in my mind. Because look, if we can actually
He
talk
does look
genuinely about this,
terrified.
it's a lot of pressure on that man. Now, the amount of praise we've sung of him throughout the years now is never ending, right? This guy was the original wonder kid, the one who came in and surprised everyone, the Turkish talent, right? You know, all of these accolades and epithets put towards him, and deservedly so. Last map was not good. ISO on Haven for him has
Yesterday
started.
wasn't as well.
Exactly. These have been some really rough performances. Now he's the crowning piece, you know, in this composition potentially. This is pressure. If he doesn't perform here, Bayer, that is devastating.
Absolutely. And we've seen different faces of Fnatic on this ascent. The last 3 iterations, different compositions. We've seen them running the deadlock. And I want to see how this composition fits with them. Because as I'm saying, like,
Why have the
we've seen
only
them play
text
the
been
Vice
with
before,
Fnatic?
especially Alpha
I
playing
mean,
on
bro,
that
let's put
Vice,
one
but
and two
now
and two together,
Chrono's
dog.
over there. We've
Obviously.
seen a lot of double Sentinel, but it never had the name of Vice
Not a
and
coincidence.
Chamber on it. So I want to see
Live.
how that makes a difference. It looks like we fixed it. Thank freaking God.
It was one of the coach's connection issues. It's fine. It's all good. Let's remember where we were. Fnatic chose to start here on this
Chamber.
attacking side. They chose this composition. They think it's got something to it. But these pistols have been elusive for them. They've not had the best of times. And Jeffkin right off the rip does good damage. And it wasn't pretty, that fight, but Chronicle will take it. He'll be happy enough with a win on this.
4v3 now.
Big.
RRQ moving on the defense. Moni
This
already
flank
approaching
is
mid.
being watched.
And Chronicle's just
Timing.
waiting for him.
He's ready like an apple.
Wow.
Control
Nah,
from
Chronicle.
Chronicle. There's now Boaster should be set up as well. Yeah, this
X-Sparrow,
is
where
just
the fuck are
perfect.
you going?
Everything happening the way they wanted.
Little cousin?
I like also getting the orb, something that has been very present, say, throughout this game. Getting those ultimates online.
Bro's
If
got a
you're
hot
going to start
date,
with the back,
dude.
if you have to do it from
He's
the
rushing
attack,
out the door.
you're going to need those ultimates onto the sites. And for those executes, the spike is going to go down. No opposition on the other side. Cushy just coming in from the other side of the
Wait,
map.
we got Chamber?
And again, we roll our minds back to the
They
fact that
got
we have
Chamber.
seen
You ain't got
RRQ
shit, buddy.
Here. It was up against Wolves, and it wasn't a great performance in my mind. It actually that was the first time I was a bit worried, right? Seeing Jemkin not look
30
quite as
seconds
well
left.
played in on, maybe
planted.
suffering a little bit. Cushy was great, but it
There's-
wasn't the
there's
same
no
sort
point
of
of holding
effect
here.
that we'd seen them have before. Their ability to kind of play around with Jemkin, play him in a lot.
I guess
and
you could
again,
ooze,
it
though.
was one of those, I shouldn't be worried about this, right? I can go back to the whole
Right?
narrative building thing, right? I can
Yeah.
talk history. Right, okay. If you kill Alpha... Oh, the crowd. Cushy! He takes a second glance.
Wait,
Oh my
scan
God, he's
both.
seen both of them. Stop it. Cushy, Cushy,
my God.
relax! Woof. What a little-
I'm sorry for
little
coming at
something
you,
there.
Richie. I take it back.
You were saying.
I don't think oohing it
yes,
makes sense.
this isn't the first time
I don't
we've
think
seen
oohing
this
makes
map,
sense.
and again, it's Cushy looking pretty good here, though. Gotta say, credit to him.
I think it's very important that you resemble and you speak about that match that we saw against Wolves, because it was a 13-11.
We got a pistol.
Yes, you got pistol, and it was very defined by those pistols. Wolves won both of them, so you're
What
in
the
that
hell?
scenario that advantage is
What was that
already
emote?
going onto the other team. After how devastating for Fnatic that Haven was, they need to start off strong. Just the same showing that we saw from RRQ on Haven.
And also, I do want to put a little bit of a caveat to me watching Jemkin. I want to see him back on really good entries as well, because he kind of fell off a little bit up against Wolves in that regard. Didn't see him having that same level of impact. If he can have this sort of like Haven resurgence, it's game on. For now, though, we're going to see Fnatic going through the motions here. Quick pressure up towards Cap through short, glancing down by Tree.
I think the stage is not that, like, I think it's warm.
He's playing over towards
'Cause I've
this
seen
side.
some of the
so
players,
a little bit of
like,
info already early towards Kayak's
You know, sweat a
position,
little
but
bit.
popped up
Also,
out
both
for
of got shorts
RRQ
on.
just leaving the
So maybe it's a little
space.
toasty.
Crazy guy looking, using that knife. I think didn't catch anyone.
Take flight.
And he's going to go down. A is completely open for Fnatic to take the spike down. They're going to do it with no opposition. Again, 4 players from RRQ on the opposite side of the map. Easy entry onto site for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is good. Nice pathing so far. Kind of getting their scaling right as well. Just kind of getting some time on the server too. You talk about both these teams. They need a couple more reps, right? Feel out the tempo, get themselves situated. And for Alpha, it'd be nice to get that confidence up here too. Kayak looks like he's fine in that regard. Kron's having a lovely performance so far. Crashy's doing well, so mostly just eyes towards Alpha when it comes to that. But for RRQ, knowing position there and they don't allow any build of those.
Can I hold too?
Fnatic are going looking.
Yeah, I am holding.
Slowly but surely. Oh, they want the orbs.
Alpha, nice. Nice. And a third, not to be. But for him, that's great though. Again, you're building that all early. You're building confidence early. Kushi, again, bro.
That's better than a Marshall. Yeah.
Like, the round's done. It's very similar to the first, but he's still farming up. He's still, I mean, you talk about farming ults. Kushi was
Well
the one as
done.
well. His ult before up against Wolves was one of the
Well
key factors
done.
that kept them in the game at times.
Another
really
successful
doing
hold.
incredible work. So for me, it put him
Oh my
really
God,
on
my
my
head is
radar. But
fucking-
gonna need to see this now in this sort of
I need
bonus
to take a
situation for
Red
Fnatic.
Bull or something. Tylenol.
Evened out. Fnatic, as you say, not having all the credits in the world, and RRQ still looking to make that break in the scoreboard. But still, is very early in the game to see. I think that they obviously, I'm going to say they did not predict Fnatic to come out with a composition like this one, right? So they have a time of grace for Fnatic to come up with some very set plays, something that RRQ is just not prepared for.
Yeah, this is how well does RRQ learn on the fly too, right? This is going to be a big test here. Jemkin goes for a swing and he certainly misses.
Ooh,
Alpha
good
looking
TP.
clean with that, but Monyet is not stopping. This seems a bit too risky for me. He's not really got the get out of jail
Wow.
free. The plan was flawed from the
Too
start, it felt like.
ambitious.
Try to make something happen over towards A main, but it's just fallen apart.
We just need a highlight reel of Stinger kills from this tournament, because some of them, massive impact in the round 5v3 situation for Fnatic. Getting closer and closer to securing this bonus. But still, they're being cautious. Chronicle looking up for mid. Everybody just gather up, waiting for RRQ to maybe go in the aggression again.
What's up, Inspire?
Still presence on this side, and this will confirm that they want to stick towards it. 3 players will be here. So Fnatic need someone to deal with this, and it is dealt with. Crazy Guy doesn't get cleared, but I think that they've got a good read on it. Doesn't get affected
They have
by
a
the
stack.
shutdown.
Still has Yuto.
We're getting down to 30 seconds. This is where things can go wrong. It's when if crossfires aren't cleared, corners aren't checked, it can go terribly wrong, as Crazy Guy already does well.
20 seconds, they have to
Where
commit.
are you going, Fnatic? You got to keep fighting forward. And Crazy Guy reads it. He reads Chronicle's position absolutely perfectly. The smoke keeping him alive. 13 seconds. We're running out of time here. Flash here buys a couple more seconds. And they
Wow,
are
what a
doing
crazy
it. They're
flash.
digging in their heels. Fnatic leaving it too
Time.
late in the day. 4 seconds. Xpero just needs to live here, surely.
No,
Buy his
there's-
time.
He forgets.
He sticks the landing as Poster falls. And the timer
Wow.
then forcing them forward with a Red Bull clutch in the end for RRQ.
They had no business throwing that round for the side of Fnatic. Such a big amount of time.
What was the plan?
+2. Not thinking. Crazy Guy being alive, just having that knife delayed them even more. This was such an issue yesterday. Again,
you can see it.
Yo, they both went directly to take notes. Holy fuck.
How can you be?
That's
That's
so
a
funny.
5v3.
They both immediately started taking notes.
Chernobyl through his hat.
Yeah, you're going to hear the ult though for Alpha. That is a big investment here and a very similar start. You're going to want to have Jemkin tapped in towards Wine. Paranoia is good, forcing the TP back. This time around,
Good ball.
RRQ plant the banner towards A main. How far do they search this though? That's my question. Alpha's still having a go. He's still on the line here. He's checked in front of that smoke. He's cleared it. So Fnatic now focus towards middle. Keep an eye on the spike though, deep towards spawn. They can't make any quick moves really.
Can secure that part of the map, and that is something that RRQ has learned to respect, even from just this 3 rounds, with everything that is at stake and how close the previous round was. Chen Kim is waiting.
I'm looking at the rotation of Monyet too, is where does he decide to go? That deep smoke towards middle I think is causing him enough worry at this point, but they are coming back round towards A, so they are going to have their 3 players here. And holding the line is Jemkin. He's the one. Kayak, excuse me, just on the other side here, tries to play forward. Catches one, catches two. Kayak kicking open the door with a third.
That boy's cracked, man.
He's there when you need him.
That boy
When
is
Fnatic
cracked.
needs
Okay, I need to
something,
find
a
talent. I'll be
spark,
right back, chat.
He ignites. Xfero and Kushi, I think we know their job now is to try and survive.
That play from Kayak, though, was everything. The TP, the fake, everything, all the flashes. He just got into Jemkin's head, and that is not an easy matter at all. 5v2, surely this one, it's secured. We already see the players from RRQ saving for the next round. I want to see a very good repetition of what Kayak just did there.
My camera is destroyed. If he can find consistency in that level of form, he is arguably one of the best players as it stands. And there was a lot of discussion about it. Of course. There was a lot of standouts from various regions. Obviously, with the Teo coming in, how much does that affect it, or the Teo going out, should I say? But Kayak overall was, mostly in people's top 5s, top 3s, if not, maybe even higher.
Yeah, and seeing Fnatic for the first time without Dirke in the international stage, with the name that he had made for himself. Now you're seeing someone else, and he puts out this kind of plays, and you know that he earned that spot. Kushi's going to find crashes at the end of that round.
I'm getting worse.
And again, the interesting factor about Kayak for me is that when he first joined this roster, he wasn't the superstar instantly. There were rumors, there were whispers of his ability in Tier 2, how good he was at dominating that space, but he didn't hit the ground running perfectly. But the potential was there, and now it's absolutely actualized.
Jemkin walking out at the perfect time, just getting the free kill for him. What a play from the duelist.
Now,
RRQ, the money ain't good. The ultimates are getting there. Kushi already has his. And Alpha's just going to be investing into that Outlaw. Again, when the money's not good and when the shields are definitely not going to be heavy, it's a very, very good investment to make. Keeps you safe for the rest of the round, for the rest of the half, sorry. Building up that economy.
It's not double stack though. It's not worked out, but I like it. Oh wait, this is a big old investment to throw in from Kushi there. That felt maybe a bit too desperate.
This composition is a pain in the ass because there's so many TPs on the Yoru.
Oh, and
on the chamber.
And again, for Jemkin, you could understand the temptation to want to play into it. Maybe them lingering around in middle just encouraged that. But again, just walks into it. He was meant to be maybe the ace up the sleeve, but it isn't at all. Let's see there from Crashies. Xfero gets to keep his life. And if they continue this pathing towards B, there's still 2 players here. They are only with Classics, but there's a lot of damage done here. Oh my god. Xfero with a jump scare on Alpha, who stays alive. 3 kills for himself. But this site is not free, Bayer. 30 seconds remaining. Nice clear on towards Crazy Guy.
30 seconds.
And that is Diligence from Chronicle. Very good. Very, very good. Now, Kushi, you're not gonna do any more. That's fine. This was a bit dangerous from Fnatic, but it worked out. And again, I get the temptation. Again, even from Kushi, pop the ult, maybe catch him on Cat. It's a bit closed in. But this composition is so slippery. Those TPs to get out of danger.
It's so annoying. Like, you think you have them, you think you can have a refrag, you think you can go on as 2 and maybe have an advantage, and it just disappears. Alpha Year snaps out of it. Kayak just embraces and gets out of it as well. Poster can get into almost any position with those TPs as well. Yeah. But those 2, especially those 2.
I'm feeling sick seeing him
with that trade denial potential.
Right,
Jenkin with the operator now, he has to make a difference.
Yeah, he's been a bit hot and cold in middle so far. It feels like he's just behind.
Big
the
round for RRQ here.
On the timing.
Alpha has an op.
Layers between them here, but Alpha's been on 1-2. He has been having a good start. Yeah, some eco farming, sure, but 8-3 nevertheless. Trying to be played in by Crashies. And this should be Jemkin now ready himself. Yeah, gets out of danger. He's not fancying sticking around here. Almost tailor-made poison on the catch there towards Market. Jemkin's got Alpha though, and they've still got control of B main. The initial plan is not going to be keeping coming this way. Surely they adjust.
Yeah, I liked what the utility we were seeing from Chronicle.
Hold on, I'm looking towards A, right? It doesn't even seem open either. You've got Monyet sat with a judge. Controlling this space still. Oh my god.
Timing.
Timing. He was within lethal. Good.
Oh my god.
Ghost, no sweat. Crazy Guy's still here, and this kind of adjustment of plan is difficult for Fnatic. Kayak going to clear through Jemkin though, opens up a chance, and Crazy Guy feels
you guys are so fucked.
There's no safety on this site, right? Look where that spike is. They're up in... Oh my god, Xfero. It depends where they go with this now. This could be everything or it could be nothing. That dart does not...
What a clear.
The Crashies heads up.
What a clear.
They are taking the the tour of Ascent.
They're going
and they are
B.
seemingly winning it, navigating past most of the danger. The TP is here. Monyet makes it in time, but he still just has that judge. He's got the ghost, he sees them, paranoia in play. He's still trying to make this one work. 15 seconds, can he buy the precious time here? Kayak watching for it, waiting. Plant comes in. Monyet can't affect it yet. Waiting for support to come in, but Crazy Guy's a mile away, and they know it. By this point, even Kron's made it over here. He's up by Market. Oh, Crazy Guy lives up to the name, pops the ult, but it's Chronicle, ice cold in these situations. But there's a timer on what he can do. Gotta get going!
Big.
Chronicle, always so damn cold.
Chronicle's been nuts today.
Such a close round in the end, though, with Crazy Guy getting those 2 kills, but the Red Bull clutch goes for Chronicle this time around. Little bit of the overcook, and as you were saying, the tour that Fnatic went on that round, just giving us a different version of themselves in each of these rounds. At the beginning of it, enemy remaining. I was looking forward to what the Vice could do on that B side, but seeing Fnatic getting round after round here, 5-1, celebrating. Please don't break the coach room. Of course, it calls for a timeout on the RRQ side. Now, Lauren, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So RRQ have already played Ascent this tournament, right? Like, we have seen them with the changes and whatnot into this patch. This is what they bring. Who do you think has the bigger advantage coming into this? Is it RRQ because they have already gotten that rep, that, you know, with the first seed curse, not getting the reps onto stage, not getting a feel of how you're doing? Or Fnatic with a completely new composition that God knows how it's going to work, and not having that official practice on it?
I mean, Fnatic get to walk in with no one else to be like prepped up against them, right? Which is a dangerous Fnatic. Now, of course, the comp could have fallen on its face potentially, right? Like maybe Alpha has a terrible start, but again, for RRQ, it becomes the question of their ability to learn on the fly. Can they
5-1 on attack
Ascent? Hit round
Ascent.
7, they've gone for the timeout. That's fine, that's fair. But it's
When do we pick
unlikely they're
seats for
gonna
the watch
convert this
party?
one. To get a beat
Should have
on
been
this round, you're
emailed.
always going to be
For
behind the
Sentinel's
curve.
watch
It
party,
gives
should
that
be
nice
emailed.
little step up for Fnatic because they hit the ground running, and it's hard to adapt now.
And this round for RRQ would mean a lot. So
Guys, by the way,
is one away from his
Pansy
ultimate. He
is
secures
not
one
casting
kill.
with her
He
usual
could be
partner,
the
Kakuga's
difference
filling
maker
in because Hypok's not
round number
here.
7.
So she
Very
doesn't normally
close.
cast,
Fnatic
so
again
she's
going for
slotting
this
in.
mid control.
That's a good spot.
So I would just say,
We've seen similar scenes, right?
Um,
But you can see the Fnatic,
nice.
we talk about learning on the fly, they certainly are, but Monyet picks the right target, plucks away Alpha and backs away. Crazy Guy now gets contact. They've read a lot of this. They've got an idea of where 3 players are out of the 4 that still stand for
4v4.
Fnatic.
And blocking the eye side, of course, we see Kayak ready to get on that TP. He also has
My
his
six
ultimate,
and
but...
six, yeah.
Oh. He
I think
decides
it's
to go
fine
for it,
too.
gathering all the information onto A.
I mean, it's a bold play. Fnatic still have to walk into a pretty stacked site here. Change out of Paranoias as Monyet waits. Tucked behind Dice. Kayak can't really challenge the back of the site here. They might get stuck in towards main. Not again, surely. Kayak just pries open the site.
Oh.
Apparently that's all they need. Kayak just strolling in. Is
They're
enough
getting
to get them over
stomped.
the potential hurdle. Sparrow just a second behind. As now, this is a pretty much done round.
Pretty much done. Still, Fnatic, they work for those orbs. Crashes, gets one closer to his ultimate. And speaking about ultimates, with this plant, Chronicle gets his.
Gap.
Kayak wants it.
Oh, that's brutal. Fnatic, though, another step in the right direction, and they needed this after map 2. It was a blowout, pretty much. Embarrassed in map 2 by RRQ. The way those rounds went down in that second half should be haunting them. This is exactly what the Doctor would have ordered, though. A quick, decisive reaction. A lot in the hands of Kayak and Alpha, and both of them doing exactly as they need to.
And RRQ need to make a decision. We saw that timeout, yes, the previous round. The economy wasn't the best, but maybe some aggression, maybe just setting up
All right,
some
6-1.
of the plays.
RRQ, wake up.
Something else beside that bonus.
Or
that
not,
it wasn't
honestly.
theirs to
I'm
take
down for a
even.
13-1. Fuck it.
3v5. We need to find that
Fnatic
kind
has been
of
fun to
energy.
watch. I would like to keep them in the event.
Deadly. Not only in the previous map, but also here. Definitely being a nuisance.
And I like this. I like the way they're using the Vice to kind of scale up on the map. Again, kind of using the Vines to go down the Thorns over towards short, kind of then using that as a way to take space safely off the back too. It's really nice layering for this mid control that they've been trying to, I guess, work through for most of the opening exchanges in this map. So far so good. First time we've seen Fnatic start with a little bit more pressure towards that B main, but it doesn't look like they're particularly sticking around here. This high attention to detail over towards Cat once again re-emerging.
Taking their time.
Who played before this?
We know that Fnatic are definitely good at doing that. Feel comfortable.
I need to see some discipline from
XLG versus
G2. There's obviously that want to play into it and be pivotal and be
I'm not gonna lie, all the maps today have been stomps,
been caught on a couple of timings by Alpha in middle. I want to see
Was there a
find
close
way
map
to
on
deal with that
XLG?
tempo now.
Speaking about tempo, Kayak is ready to walk. He's going to be spotted.
This isn't over, yeah. This one could
coming in
spice
from
up.
RRQ. And again, they might find each other at CT.
20 seconds. TP, and this is now running really, really late. Okay, this will help things, but I think Monyet might have been out of it, but
what
Kaya's
a
going to catch the
fucking kill,
rotate.
dog.
Jemkin goes down again, 10 seconds, please don't make him.
10 seconds left.
This could be unthinkable. If he denies the plant on this one. Oh my god, Monyet! That might have been everything.
Yes, time.
Look at the
No time now.
It's too late. I'm pretty sure this is way too
You
late.
get a blind kill, yeah. Wow, Monyet won them the rounds. Well, his teammates as well. Damn. I mean, that could be a
I just cannot
start.
believe it keeps happening. At some point, you might think, no, it's not going to happen this time around. They know how to play with the time. They're going to leave for at least a couple of options. But with so many players alive, you not having the information of what is on site, what is on main, just leaving this onto the last second when you've worked towards the map, when you've worked that information layer by layer, corner by corner.
Yeah, good hold. Good hold. Exactly. But again, though, these are the cracks that will be there in this attack from Fnatic. It won't be perfectly smooth yet. They won't be in that complete
And that was nice by Fnatic.
I think some of
They
the
just
issues
got
of this
fucked by
round
Wine.
started before that point, how late it was. If RRQ leave them a little bit of space, sit a little bit deeper, make them work for their dinner, how do they navigate this? Now, normally it's been Kayak kicking down A and just getting 2, but if they are made to slow play through this map, how does that fare? Really need
I'll have
to
to ask
see
that strategy.
Jemkin playing this perfectly. Though,
Maybe
because
give it
again,
till tomorrow,
he
guys.
might be the one in that crosshair instantly.
Give it till tomorrow. If we don't hear something,
pushing.
I'll check.
With that operator, but RRQ, they're not giving a single inch. They know what they're facing, and they know what's worked for them.
And I like this, sitting a bit deeper, as I said, I think is a good reaction. Fnatic do like this late control towards tree, they've been playing it, and I also like this push out towards B main. This hasn't been an area they've been contesting often, this gives them good information. This is solid, this is a nice approach, 45
This is
seconds, and
elimination,
none of
yeah.
that contested space has been taken by Fnatic yet, barring maybe Cat and now Tree. They can't late play back into
Time.
because they're going to be so behind the curve on the information. And that's I mean, that's divine from Jemkin. The spike is pivoting.
Double B man.
Now it's going to be a crunch. Chronicle's good at this, but if they keep their eyes on the prize here, they and again Xvero does
Chronicle
do well
is
towards
so
Kayak,
fucking
but late in
good.
the day they've made the run work here.
He cleared
Chronicle
that
saving them
shit.
from what could have been a disaster. It felt like RRQ started to get the read on sitting deep, making them explore further, but Fnatic saved by Chronicle's diligence, but it's still a 3v3. It's not impossible, just a little improbable
Ult,
when you look
Silva?
at who's here. Chronicle's control is legendary. Swings off the pop of the ult, but that's a player without a gun in their hands. They can try and gap close, and they are. You can see it
Wow,
turning away, but
nice.
Boaster with a shot through the smoke. Catching Jemkin. Monyet looks for a target, dives in on site. Can't quite control on the first try.
Nice,
Can't get the
Boaster. Good
spray.
shit.
Crazy guy now needs a 1v3 as Fnatic holding all
Wow.
the cards.
Great
Chronicle,
rounds. Great rounds.
That was a brilliant round from him.
You're speaking about
Great
diligence,
round.
and Chronicle has been
That was a
all
4v5
that
as well.
this entire match. The condition and also that he's been making in this map. 30 seconds. Constant pain here on me.
I mean, if he didn't do that, I think the round would be done. Yeah, genuinely. Coming back to these sort of late
Ooh.
rotations, if you aren't clearing this space as well as he does, you're done.
With two of the players, like the movement from RRQ was good.
Yes.
Two of the players just waiting for this to happen. We also saw the utility from Cypher on site. They were ready, they were prepared, and then Chronicle happens.
And now they might fall into the trap of got to get proactive with these ults, play, in towards this fight on Cat. The temptation, obviously, so sweet, but again, for Fnatic, they've been really good at clearing this. And you can see Kayak is so locked in. Oh my god, he snapped back so quick. And again, this was kind of off the back of that want of maybe playing in Jemkin a little bit, taking some of that space, but Xfero's the one to do well here. Taking away Chronicle is huge.
Absolutely. They've been putting up a lot of utility to those drones that we were speaking of. Not only he gets the kill, he also
Wait,
gets
what
to
happened?
use his
Fuck,
ultimate.
I didn't see it.
Oh, I like
I
this
left
as
someone
well, though.
pull
You
on my
take space on
chair.
one side, but in the meantime, they push so much deeper towards A main. They don't need to go further than this. With him being here, you get so much information. And again, it was a mistake that was made before that Monyet managed to punish in that wild round with that timing. So they can cheat the rotations over towards B. They can get these players here way earlier because of that pushed out position. This is now going to be one of those later rounds. Now, can Fnatic somehow find this information themselves? I don't think so. So in reality, they have the players in the right place here. Last time, Kron was the one who was god tier at playing from this, but it looks like a focus towards top middle. RRQ doubting themselves, it felt like, wanting to check, wanting to make sure, but they were right in the read. But the timing now wrong as Fnatic get the red carpet rolled out
Eco
towards
for
B as the
RRQ
pawn
here.
next in the steps to be taken. Kushi trying to thread a needle that I don't think is potentially there. Takes away one. That is a Vandal picked up. Good util still left here as well, but Crazy Guy just about making it over here. And Crashy's making him do the dance, right? Putting him through the paces. We're going to need like a shot in the dark, right? We're going to need something. What do you have here? Kushi taking the first step. Nice off the flash, but he couldn't quite land it. Bolster in the back lines, doing what is necessary.
Bolster's
That
getting
makes it
active.
sound like I was saying
Chat,
the
my
dance
stomach
was
is
necessary.
running.
That, less
I'll be right
so.
back.
But 8-2 Bayer, they're in control.
8-2 and looking very dominant. Yes, those 2 rounds that they lost, big mistakes, very big mistakes. Good to see them back in the board. And RRQ in this round made the worst decision that they could make. And it's giving Fnatic what they want. They're waiting for such a long time for you to make a mistake, for you to take the step.
When was the prime, do you think, of Boaster?
The prime of Boaster? Astra.
Oh, right.
He's a very good Astra. Like when Astra was on top, he was very, very good.
Now,
especially even like maps like Fracture and whatnot. Yeah.
You actually answered that honestly. I was just flaming.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But RRQ gonna burn this time out here, right? Because I do feel like they've had the right reads a good couple of times. I think even that first time out was correct. I think them playing deeper. I think them playing into that, but they lacked the conviction in the right call in that last round, and that's the devastating part. They were right about it and then just misplayed it at the end. So, as said, this to me feels like they're watching this game fall between their fingertips.
These first halves are being so one-sided. Both of the teams using both of the timeouts, or their timeouts, in the first half. But you have to get back on the board. You might say that they have the right read, but it really looks like Fnatic are doing whatever they want with them. You think like, oh, the Euro wants the TP here, I'm not going to allow it. I know that Alpha's going to try and get that space. But actually, it's working. So for Fnatic, a couple more rounds. Already 6 rounds of difference in the scoreboard. Alpha, you're just feeling so comfortable pushing with that operator. Jenkim needs to go back and prove to us that he has what it takes. What he had on Haven. And I feel like we've seen this round 3,000 times.
Hey, if it's working.
I'm already tired of this comp. Nah.
But aggression down middle, it's not looked good, actually. Again, I think that Jemkin's been very, very willing to go for it, but it's just not worked for him at all. Alpha's generally been having his number in this. It's not looked easy for him by any means.
This time they go for the little aggression onto mid, trying to force something complemented with the utility, and the one shot that he hits is on Kayak's lone. So not looking the best there.
And he does have a little bit of utility to play with, I guess. Invested kindly by Xfero, but now he's on the chopping block. Like, what do we do? Okay, well, okay, you just headshot Kayak, I guess, is what we do, but it's a one and done. There's no furthering that. And now the map's split in half. 2 on either side. Where does Fnatic decide to go? They've won the mid-fight completely. That's the spike going through
30
market,
seconds
though. That's
left.
Again, really, really isolated.
Yeah.
Okay, the rest are coming up here. But I was a bit worried he was on his own. Now, no one was there to punish him. We're seeing how deep RRQ are sitting. This is Fury, gonna find a man. Ooh, and the follow-up to Alpha goes down. Okay. Now, do they scarper? It's messy from Boaster there. Couldn't get back in time again. Feel like a broken record, but running out of time and running out of options. Fnatic luckily have 8 rounds, so it's not been that much of a big deal. But this is how they've been losing them. 2 seconds, they're just going to let it fizzle out. It's not the most explosive way to get to 3, but RRQ will take it.
Absolutely. I think that timeout, maybe for the side of Fnatic, is guys, you're doing well, keep it going. For the side of RRQ, take the right timing, learn when to push. Let's put a little bit of pressure onto them and see how they respond to that. Super important, this ultimate from pushing and this kill. Ammonia. Again, the numbers from yesterday, an average of 1 minute and 9 seconds to get the spike down for Fnatic. That is outrageous and obviously the highest in playoffs.
Oh, it's got 5 years in the cake.
First. Happy 5 years, everybody.
Yeah, congrats. Now, what do we see here? I'd like to see Fnatic almost kind of playing with a gear shift, which actually looks like they are now, because again, you've almost lulled RRQ into a sense of safety that is not here. Kushi trying to find him, but it's actually Xvero who's caught Poster. And Fnatic have really held up towards B main. They have managed to burst through, banking on Kayak's ability to do something with this. Commits towards Boathouse, crashes now and comes out, but there's 3 players on site. This is
I'm not sure about this, Lauren.
Fnatic could be caught up in the blender here, but they still need to land the shots if you're RRQ. Easy, this is so tense. I like the idea of the gear shift, but something slowed them down towards main that just stopped them actually committing.
4v4 on site.
God, please be disciplined, RRQ. You don't need to do too much. We said it before when they made that play towards top middle. They got almost, they got into their own heads about it. They're once again right about this. They don't need to change. They hold these positions, hold this line. They make it hard for Fnatic, but here we go. Alpha unleashing Fury, but the site is still not clear. You've got 30 seconds and 2 more to find. Kushi. Are you the hero to step up for RRQ, or a Fnatic just past that hurdle? It's perfect. Takes one, doesn't expect the follow-up though. Alpha was the one getting those kills on Cap before. He loses his head for a second. And with 14 seconds, the plant is in. That doesn't make things easier. Chronicle is, oh my God, he's so low on HP too. 3 HP is all that's there. Alpha, back of the boathouse, sends Crazy Guy back into basically the second half, 3-9 Bayer. Fnatic look good in this form. They've given themselves a buffer. It wasn't perfect, but it's better than nothing.
But when you think about those mistakes, those rounds that they lost, they could have perfectly won. They need to get back on the drawing board. This composition is giving us so much, and I cannot wait for what we're going to see on the defense.
Hola, Toronto, as we get ready for our next half of play here. What I figured what we do, because Vansili did this, so I thought it'd be fun to do it myself. A little hydration break, that's right. Take a swig for the working man and woman of the world today. Now, of course, the most important thing is, if you have a drink in your hand, if you want to give a toast to the 2 teams on stage, if you see yourself on camera, give yourself a toast, give yourself a drink. Let's do this right now. See? Cheers to the invisible person. I just spilled it on myself. Like a tonto. Unbelievable. All right. Who we got next? Look at him. Take a swig for the working man. Do it.
Yeah. Not vaping in there, bro. You guys are sauced. I'm feeling better. I'm getting worse for sure.
Fnatic's creativity giving them a solid standing here in the half. Bayer. 9 rounds to their name. Yes, some fumbles. Yes, some missed timings. But 9 rounds is solid.
And from the attack, something that they chose themselves. Now moving on to the defense, but our eyes have to go on to the other side. Yes. RRQ might have not been able to find some solutions, but now they should be the ones setting the pace. It has to be night and day for a player like Jemkin.
It certainly does. We saw his potential in Map 2. We've seen his potential during that regular season. The guy is damn good. But it's been a hard first half. A lot of those timings and tempos was rough for them. So the Coinbase Econ report kind of highlighting some of that here with, again, small number, not good.
Most for me is going to be Chronicle and how much of a pain he was over onto A, something that, sorry, onto B, something that we're probably going to see also from the defense. But I want to see how deep this composition goes. Having the chamber, having the Vice, you have so many things to work with that probably the opponent did not expect for today's match. This is
I
not
missed
the
an
way you
ace?
expected
I'm sorry,
to
no, I
close
was replying
things
to a
out
message.
if you were RRQ.
I missed an ace actually, or are you trolling me?
Everything is set. Starts with a pistol though.
Was it 4K?
As we always say.
It certainly does. And Fnatic weren't.
All right,
loving them
9-3.
before.
I'm here. I'm
Right,
locked
they
in for this
were.
final
I mean,
half.
even if they got the pistol, yeah.
But here we go.
Big
Final
pistol.
half
Big
to be
pistol.
had. Map 3 between the two of them. RRQ bringing out all the big guns in map 2. But map 3 could be all over in a blink of an eye. They need this pistol.
Okay, here we go. Wine, the dagger wine, yeah.
Instant aggression, gathering of the orb.
Orb and
Nothing on
main,
the
2
other side
outside
from
B.
Fnatic.
They get a main control, go back B,
Walks
execute.
away. And Kayak takes an advanced position on B main.
Yeah, I like it. Again, you can get out of jail free. Just
It's
gotta
been a
keep your
quite
eye on the
one-sided
timing.
day, yeah.
See the consideration of a mid-walk, not happened yet. Double stack up towards market. Kayak, the early warning system. And Alifa, one of that does.
My God.
Get out of there. Xfero now will control that corner, but it's only seeing a Cypher doesn't give you everything you want. But now not alone, walks back in with Kron, but he falls. Body blocked almost. Kron though tries to play
he
it
wanted the
forward.
second guy.
Didn't want to back away, and now they speed up on the execute. Bang!
Oh, good
shot
damage.
from Boaster there, catching just the corner of Monyet and quickly threads ahead. Now you've got a fast rotate coming in from Crazy Guy, who's all the way over towards that A side of the map. So late positioning towards main, but Boaster's ahead of it. Paranoia still in play. Smoke still there.
Yeah, the KO.
Dart as well.
Oh, nice
There's no
try.
synergy on that? I don't know if I loved what I saw then from him.
I think
Rather
Boaster
than
tried
maybe
taking
hold
his
that
timing.
space and play back in together, but now down
But-
to the two, Alpha and Crashies. Still got util, as said, this is pretty big for them. But that late positioning towards main is rough. It's keeping Alpha's eyes towards it. Timing, the factor, gotta get a move on, gotta get going, and they're playing the game. This is gonna be doing the dance with them, right? Gonna make them work for it. Crashies, damage!
Time.
But 2 more to go, and Crazy Guy's position is the checkmate. Monyet just
Hoppin'.
needs to live, and he does
All right,
more than
9-4,
that.
a
It's
chance.
a pistol for RRQ, and a little bit of a weird choice from Boaster there.
And it's so good that they were patient in that round. We got the orb, we just still follow the plan. We're lucky enough to get this first pick onto Kayak, who had already taken a bit of damage. We secure it with the 1 for 2, and we go on to plant this fight. Boaster, I think in that situation was just
That's our pistol,
it's kind of a dilemma, right? You don't have the information
Does
of where
Rex
the rest of your
believe?
players
Does
are.
RRQ
If they come in
believe
from
in
A,
themselves?
You need to move. You do not have really the time to wait for the rest of your teammates. No ideal scenarios, but for RRQ, only 5 rounds separate them now for Fnatic.
Or is it fake news?
And this should be the 5th one for them.
Xfero's been a pretty safe pair of hands in my mind as well. He's been rather good in these sort of positions. So let's see how he plays.
Who
if
is the
they
winner
do
of this
decide to push
play?
that corner and explore further. For now, it's
G.
just a stack,
Wait,
leaving Alpha as the
is it G2?
pretty much the bastion of hope
No.
on the A side, right?
They play the
one
loser
man
of the next
turret
round?
over there, but it's patient again from RRQ. Maybe trying to get the
Oh,
lay
they
of the
play
land
loser of
themselves. Is there
Genji
a
Wolf, I
mid-walk? Is there
see.
a stack? They need
Winner
to use
plays
util
loser
to
of Genji
clear
Wolf.
this at some point. Maybe waiting for that util to cycle back up.
With the
Oh, God.
composition that they're playing up
Nope,
against,
that's
taking
wrong
this
as
time
well.
in. Also, Fnatic
Winner
has
of this
been
plays loser of
fairly
Sen
aggressive
PRX Sen.
in the rounds
Sen
that they've had
PRX
no
Sen.
economy.
There, I'm scared.
They're walking towards it.
Yeah,
The
but
fuck did I just
hopefully they
say?
use some of that lovely utility they've got loads of, right? I'm still a bit nervous here. Yeah, okay, I think they felt the danger in that, even just the cam being cleared as it was. And here comes, let's see if that control is in play. No, Crashies quick on his feet. As Alpha does need to back away. Expected reposition. Jemkin, eyes already trained
Wait, I just
towards it,
predicted how
plants
the
in play.
series will
It's
go
dangerous,
tomorrow.
but
Sen
they find
PRX
stability.
Sen.
Now they need to keep Cushy and Jemkin
It
living
was a
in
fucking
this. So those two
subliminal
battles
message
are
that came out of my
precious.
mouth without me even thinking
Cargo.
it.
Cushy layering in the util, keeping him chipped down as best he could. But Crashies with that Bulldog is the dangerous factor. They are all eyeing up coming through from here. Knife fantastically timed. Catching at least
Hold.
3 of them, denying this springboard in. Paranoia goes,
Never
Cushy
mind.
now out of the situation. Alpha finds Crazy Guy. Jemkin goes down, suddenly crashes in a 1v2. Again, difficult, but desperately tried. Monyet, once again, the final man standing. And suddenly that scoreboard doesn't look so impossible.
Both Vandals just moving on to the next round. RRQ, as you're saying, 5 on the board. This looks perfectly doable. We've seen them having very strong starts, converting the bonus. will almost make this a very, very even affair. Again, we still have to see how this composition from Fnatic really works on the defense, and I think we're going to get a very fair showing now. How Alpha's going to be positioned, how they use
Here's the start,
that
bonus.
and the Euro as well.
Let's see it.
We can see now as all the utility from Chronicle on his first Vice over onto A.
Yeah, big.
Am I gonna get some rest? I want to get some rest after this,
For
but
the pistols, they did have
there's
Alpha
something I have to do
soloing out
off stream. I'm
towards
just
that A
trying to
side
move
as much as
it.
they could. Put a lot of faith in towards him here. And the walk back comes in towards B. So trying to steady themselves here. Kayak has been solid.
Oh.
That's a player spotted here. And he's sticking around on this. I'm a bit worried he stays
Kayak
so
is
close
like
here.
chatting up.
Thankfully, that
Good
wall
shot.
now reinforced. A little less of an issue.
Nice shot.
3 people spotted. That's what we see. All that utility coming down. X-Pharaoh actually gathering that orb for the
He's a brave boy.
Just in case someone else gets the kill.
Ooh, did they spot? I don't know if they spotted Alpha. They kind of looked down, but I don't think they did. Lazy clear. Oh my! What is that? You do not see that every day. A mess made by Alpha, being gifted the chance of the gods from that. And now that all comes into play. That is
I've
perfect.
never seen that from Alpha.
Where
That was
heading.
something.
It's Kayak and Crashies though. Big boys on the server here. Big players. 25 seconds getting late in the day. They decide to slip towards the site. Waiting for the util to come, but it ain't even here. They're just powering on in. Crashies find some safety in the smoke. And I say that very tentatively. Chronicle gonna catch the heels of X-Pharaoh. It's game
Wow.
on. Fnatic, they thrive apparently.
Chronicle
for
got
time so
2 as
late.
well.
Monliet can't find this
What a
many
hold.
players in this
What a
little
hold.
time. Fnatic, it got dangerous.
Insane.
But Alpha just stood up.
Oh no.
Oh
He stood up.
god, the Alpha curse.
Okay.
Where's the glue gone? Someone find the glue. Stick him to that chair. It's dangerous because this round as well, I like what they did. Alpha. Oh.
He
There it
celebrated
is.
for
kissed
the
his
rest
hands.
of them. It's not for him.
He kissed his
Okay,
hands.
so that's okay.
Nice Gron!
I
Nice
love-
Gron.
He literally kissed his
Nice
hands.
anchoring Kayak. You're doing a brilliant job over in B. Doesn't matter. Was the bonus for RRQ. There's still plenty of chances. 3 to be exact. Well,
And
3
again,
rounds
they're
of
still
Fnatic.
having to learn to face this comp, right? Oh my god, what? Kayak just
Jet
drifted
finding
out.
the opener again.
Yeah, Jepkin's starting to get these entries going, and that shot wasn't clean enough to truly punish Cushy, so he keeps his life. But Alpha's temptation is still here. He's trying to be proactive. Oh, the timing. Oh my god, you are lucky to be breathing, crazy guy. The spray off with Vandals always seems like a terrible idea, but it's fine. So far, they bully their way up Cat. Looking towards the safe side, but Chronicle has been the safest player. Always so deadly in these situations. Let's see how well he does in this new role here. Chronicle's gone down, but Alpha stomps into the site. 3 for him! Back-to-back damage. Now down to 2, 45 seconds, much more time, but the final boss of Alpha seems to be standing.
Time for Lurk, time for
The
Lurk.
net, but it seems to be considered. Already pinged out. Boaster eyeing this up, but timing is everything. And he's got it. X-Pharaoh falls, leaving just one man alive, and Alpha's corner has not been cleared this time. Gets away with it with 4 kills,
Big.
but apparently the curse is broken.
The curse is broken, it doesn't matter, but he's not standing up this time around. It doesn't
4K
matter
Alpha.
that he got the 4K. You know, you don't play with lag like that. Not a second time around. Struggled to find the first one, it doesn't matter. He
Yo, they're
closes
blind for
up
so
with
long,
4.
wow.
But it couldn't have been possible without the paranoia, the flash from Vice, putting all of that pressure on a team that's trying to execute on you. 11
What did Alpha
for
just do right
Fnatic,
there?
2 away from continuing a lower bracket run. RRQ now, as you can see on your screens, the economy is not the best. Jemkin 1 away from his ultimate. Working with the shorty,
Oh, he almost whiffed on the last kill.
trying to get that orb, or at least they're gonna try and fight for it.
Oh, paranoia.
It's no follow-up though.
Yeah, kind of scarpering, but timing-wise, Fnatic coming into their own in moments like this is dreamy for them. After a brutal map 2, their creativity being rewarded here as that 12th round looking ever so likely. Alpha strikes, 20 kills for him after what was genuinely a very hard map 2 and not a particularly brilliant map 1. He has found his form when he needed it, when Fnatic needed it. Hallmark of a good player. Shot goes astray that time. But RRQ looking for ways forward, and there aren't too many. Again, got to say it, Chronicle in this role. Lovely to see, but Jemkin tries to close in. Oh, it was Laven
Oh my
who's
God.
got the job done. Caught on the cross though, Alpha.
Oh!
That is the man we were just talking about.
No!
The beast himself, the Wonder Kid, is back.
And he's stepping
That
up
was
to
fucking
celebrate. This is
sick.
100% deserved. What a crazy run from him. I need to see that shot again. I need to see that
That's
shot
Turkish aim,
again.
bro. That's fucking Turkish aim, man.
I know Kunkun's not here, but it's nice to see shots
Elina
out of the sky
Sağlık,
like
bro.
that. I'll take that every day of the week.
That's fucking nasty, man.
Now, is it over? Was RRQ's hopes and chances
Match point,
dashed
elimination-
by this brand
elimination
new
point.
composition that looks so
Wait, he
good?
actually got mad
It
after
looks
he whiffed, and he
creative.
got back-to-back
It
4Ks.
looks like it's on the money, and it's given Alpha that real resurgence here.
Absolutely. Sphera forced out. One of his cages gone. 7 in a row needed for RRQ, and Alpha's waiting on the other side.
Oh, he's the right side.
3 players, 3 bodies to try and drop. So far, they make it past the first hurdle. But he's not
Big.
missing now! Alpha stepping up to a new level here. Crazy guy, Cushy, Xfero, that's all that they've got to bank on. And
3v5.
Cushy's a mile away. Position noted. He's got the spike too. If he goes down, that could be just done for. But no,
Oh my
they don't swing
God.
into it. They play this cautiously.
What a game by
They play it
Fnatic.
right.
Taking their time. Slowly but surely.
Flash needs to be perfect.
Double market.
It ain't gonna do the job. They're waiting. And
Nope.
Kayak there. It's been a 1-2
GG.
punch the whole time. It's either Kayak or Alpha. And Xfero has to face the music. It is done. Fortune favoring the bold. Fnatic bringing out a brand new look, securing their safety and survival in the lower bracket.
Is not
So
been
dominant,
an easy
huh?
road for them. And the
Both,
road
like,
ahead
on the
does
wins?
not get any easier. But they can be happy of getting the win today. Worked hard for it. And on the other side, we see an RRQ that had no response to all of this shenanigans. That map 2 is what I'm thinking of when I think of RRQ. The showing on Haven, what they can do with that double duelist, Moniet, and Jemkin.
NC's RRQ,
What a show
but they
in
kind of dropped the
Fnatic.
ball. Number
Yeah,
one
and
seed curse,
while we wait for this one,
or
obviously,
I don't know,
all good sportsmanship
because they
here.
were number one from APAC,
Oh,
so.
bless. But for RRQ, you can
And
see
they
the
had their full
potential,
team
but
here.
finding it consistently in stages like this is the next layer up for them. First time stepping out to a stage of this caliber, they still did do well. We saw the moments there on Haven. They just
I was
could
trying
not
to
find
sleep, I
it
know,
in
I
the
would
others.
love to.
Here's the thing, they were playing yesterday. Both of these teams played and lost yesterday. Fnatic even had that very long pause.
Yep.
So they got home very, very late. This is not something that was cooked from one day to the other.
And for them, a massive relief to make it through that, shaking off
Well
the
played.
chance of that Shanghai nightmare reoccurring. And you can see them taking themselves down the stage there towards the fans. And in a moment's time, we'll pass it over to Jen Lee, who'll be standing by for the Verizon post-match interview. I believe even joined by Boaster. So as soon as that's ready, we'll be jumping down to it. But again, a moment for them to give them a good bit of hope here, because that third map, they had to bring out the big guns, right? You needed an Alpha performing, and to put him in that role after Haven, that was
They look
dangerous.
good. I'm glad Fnatic are still in the event.
Rest of the
Like I
play
said, they've
teams
been fun
are
to
going
watch.
do. Jen Lee is ready, so let's throw it over to the Verizon post-match interview.
Let's hear it for Fnatic! And once again, I'm gonna join Boaster over here. He's pretty busy. Hello, Jake. Having fun? Jake? He's busy. Turn around. There's a camera for you. Yeah. All right, so complete bounce back from
Oh
you
my
guys.
God.
Do you feel like this was the
We
mental
have-
reset
we
that
have
you
to
guys
find them.
needed?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, you know, we had one little rep on stage and we were like, I was like, I need shorts for this event. Whipped out the shorts, bum is out. No, I'm joking. But no, I just think we know that how good we are and what our capabilities are. We just have to show it and believe it. And I think, especially the third map, we're playing it pretty well, I thought.
Hello, Nicole?
You want a question?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the creativity that you brought to the table. Completely reinvented Ascent. What was the ideology behind the whimsical comp?
I mean, there's the Deadlock Cypher comp, and we were like, we played that one before, but there was also like a Vice, the idea of a Vice chamber, and I think the chamber put Alphion chamber, Kayak on Yori, and we've got two really aggressive style players who like getting picked, so I don't know, it just kind of, we just went for it. And honestly, it wasn't going well. I swear down, but it suddenly clicked, like we did some good focus on it, and it was doing all right. We screwed up the Vita versus Gen G, I think. Damn it!
The Vito's. Okay. You guys are the last EMEA team alive in this tournament. Do you feel like that adds pressure to you, or no?
Nah, not really. I don't think we see it as like we're EMEA's final hope, even though that's kind of a cool story. We're just here trying to get some wins that event, trying to lift a trophy, and if we end up doing it for EMEA, that's kind of hype. And yeah, so be it. But I think we're just here trying to enjoy an event. Everyone here is sick. I like the format actually, with people standing up behind us. That's quite fun.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Let's move over here. You can join the fans. Lastly, though. Yeah, sure. If you can multitask. Okay, lastly though, you know, we see this constant hunger from you, you know, hunger to be the great person and also to be #1 in the world. So what do you think it's gonna take you to reach the top once again in this tournament?
Well, I think I need to know how to shoot. I think that would help. I do struggle a bit on some maps.
He's been playing good
Haven
though.
today, I don't know what happened. My head must have been like a hot air balloon and everyone was just one-tapping me. But I think the cooling so far has been okay from me, and that's always something I want to improve on. And
I feel like Boaster is definitely very hard on himself.
If we're gonna win an event again,
community
I need
also
to be able to put on a decent performance. I'm not saying like I need superstar rounds or carrying, but I need to get the frags that I'm expected to get, like the easy ones. So that's gonna be my goal and hope if we want to win this event.
All right, thank you so much. Collect some heads in the next game. I'll let you get back to selfies. Well, what an incredible Valorant action we just witnessed. Tune in for more tomorrow with the upper semis coming up, and you guys will not be disappointed.
All right, chat. Chat, I'm going to call it right here, bro. I'm fucking fried, man. Well, not fried. I'm just sick and tired, and I have a headache. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's a shorty, but I will be back tomorrow at 8:30 for the next match, which is Sentinels PRX live at 8:30. Crashes is on the desk. Please do head to the main channel if you want to see that. But otherwise, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Have a great rest of your day, and I'm going to see you tomorrow. Love you guys. Peace. God damn, I can't pick a fucking song here. All right, I'll see you guys. oh my god, I voice